but they're not going to stick with it to the end, to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean, and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Back to the do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry about that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and you know, if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen the IICRC S520, Standard for Professional Motor Mediation, for example. You don't try to appear to people that it's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No. You know that you're a part, as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experiences and arts where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. You're handling, the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. A lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. And my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never, ever said, is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do? No. He would come in and he would say, whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it. And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that is like Normie, that is consistent with my values, is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me into down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I was just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home. And that is really important to me.
Yes, it is.
What?
It's just,
You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, allowed me to address. He teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina, and I got on there and I told him that a clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far, far, far more important. Yes, sir. So,
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, "You either have a good filter or you are one." It makes sense. Robert, I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. Maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. If that would be okay with you.
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and want to decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies taught us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here?
Yeah.
You keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
That's okay.
It's this mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George, to get your New Jersey influence. Because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. He thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
but listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
Yes, we do.
Man,
hey, it's the Garden State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us, and I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
there's so much more to talk about, yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like a doctor or something. I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
Well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
It's my privilege to be able to introduce Michael Pinto, who's the CEO of Wonder Makers. He's a very valued partner with us at Normie, and actually he's fun to work with. So I'm going to bring Michael in. And I also have Doug Hoffman here, who is also a good friend of Michael's, and this is going to make for a very interesting conversation tonight. That's the easiest way to do it. So Michael, you want to come in and say a quick hello to everybody?
Well, thank you, Lance. I appreciate it very much. And yes, I was smiling because too much fun. When we deal with Normie, I know we get a lot of work done and everything, but it's just good people to work with, and certainly count you in that, as well as Doug. And just very pleased to be here talking about the NCMP.
Thank you, Michael. Doug, I don't know, you consider him a team player with us?
Actually, more than that. Michael not only is one of our senior trainers, but he also participates on our President's Council. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him and for his experience, and I think he brings something to us that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I'm grateful that he's become a good partner and a very good friend. So I'm glad to be here tonight, and I think this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. You know, one of the things that I've seen Michael bring to the group is we've elevated the level of training that's available to our members. We have the basic training and the stuff that's very popular, but we now have these more advanced courses that really gets to or above the professional level, if you want to consider it that way. Now, knowing Normie and all of our initials that we use for our classes, I do want to talk to Michael about the NCMP, which is the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, quite honestly, this is a continuation of a certification that was originally offered by the Restoration Industry Association. And early on in the mold remediation industry and the arena, and I'm going all the way back to like 1999, 2000, 2001, thereabouts. It was our assessment at Wonder Makers that there had to be more for some people in the industry than just a technician level and a supervisor level, and not that those are bad places to go for training or anything like that. But we just felt that if the industry was really going to not just survive but prosper, there had to be a cadre of individuals that people could look at and say, you know what, those people are really professionals in their industry. Very similar to, you know, a master carpenter or, you know, an engineer or somebody who's got some real experience. And that's what we tried to do at Wonder Makers when we developed the certified, originally it was certified mold professional, but now with Normie, it's the certified microbial professional course. And that's a good move too, because it broadens up what the students learn about, and it really helps to give us that bigger picture in terms of the students coming through the class. So the basic answer to the question is that the NCMP is, as you said, the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. And what we're trying to do is elevate the knowledge of the individuals who come through that class so that they're more well-rounded and they're able to be the sort of person that if I have a question that just is really a tough one in the industry, that's the sort of people that you go to, the NCMPs.
You know, I've heard it described as upper level type of training. Would that be a fair evaluation to classify this as?
Absolutely. And the reason that we would consider it to be upper level is that there's actually some prerequisites. And I know that that can be dangerous, if you will, because it potentially limits the pool of people that can come for that training. But to even, you know, qualify for the training, a person has to go through either the Normie Certified Mold Remediator course or an equivalent. And depending on where that equivalency is, if it's from ACAC or IICRC, you know, it may be that combination course, which is more of technician and a supervisor course. It could be, somebody who gets into the CMA, CMR, where they're learning a little bit about the assessor side as well as the remediator. But like I said, there's going to have to be some level of training and generally experience in the mold field or in the microbial field before somebody qualifies for this course. Now, since it's the NCMP, they also, which isn't a tough criteria, but they do have to go through the Norming Professional Practices course, and that's just so that they understand what they're dealing with. Again, if they're professional and we have professional practices, it's pretty bad if professionals don't know the professional practices they're supposed to be following. So that's a prerequisite to, and that's built into the emphasis of those professional practices is built into the NCMP course. So it is good that they know that before they get there.
Doug, you and I have talked over the years about, people coming to even our remediator or assessment course that needing a basic knowledge of the industry. I mean, if you don't know how to take an air sample, how do you go through a course about remediation or assessment? I mean, to slow the class down to teach that makes it difficult. And that's what it sounds like here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. We're old enough to know that there's some things that you just don't learn except by experience. And there are some things that are going to build on the foundation, the truths that you understand, the techniques that you understand. You've got to continually build on that if you're going to get better, and I think be a better asset for the public. Oftentimes, an entry-level course might get you into the business, might get you into the industry, it might get you a license. But one of the things that has always frustrated us, and I know Michael completely agrees with this, is there are some guys right now in Florida that are taking a one-day, quote unquote, refresher course to get licensed in the state of Florida. It's how in the world can you do that? We do a 3-day class, and in some ways I wish it was 5. So having an opportunity to really encourage our members to think in terms of developing their techniques and their processes and helping them better understand the industry is only going to provide better services, and I think more truthful services, frankly, to the public. And so, as we always say in our classes, if our members look good, we look good. And part of that is just making sure they're trained properly.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to add to that, too. I'm going to jump in and add a little bit to that. The other thing that we've seen since I've become a Normie member a few years ago and really got involved with you guys is there is a desire that the people who are in Normie who really want to be the best in the industry, they want to go up a step. And you see it in the folks that show up on the Tuesday night for the continuing education credit. You see it in the folks that are jumping around to the different tracks to pick up, information that's related information so that they can just be more well-rounded and everything. And I believe we see it in terms of the people that want this, as you put it, Lance, upper level training so that they can better understand how everything ties together and, be a real resource for both clients and their company. A lot of them come in just because we're seeing more and more transitions in these companies. There's, Doug, you said the we for older guys. Thank you very much. But we are seeing a lot of that transition. You've got a lot of people that are moving into retirement and leaving these positions of responsibility in some of these remediation organizations, and we have a lot of people that are trying to step up to those. And like you said a minute ago, how do they do that without decades of experience? And I'm not suggesting that this course, a 3-day course, is going to substitute for 10 years of experience, but for somebody who's got half a dozen years of experience in the industry and wants to move into one of those management positions and position themselves for when the owners retire to maybe even take over the business, being an NCMP is going to be very helpful to them, because one of the main things it does is teach them how to see the microbial contamination picture from a bigger perspective.
Right.
You know, we've talked a lot about, as I use the term, upper level type of training, and we've talked a bit about what's involved, but what makes this class really special? Is there like something you could really zoom in on to point that out?
Oh, I think the thing from my perspective, and having, been the primary instructor for this for, 20 years, the thing that the students all talk about afterwards are two things. One, it's a combination of learning and learning together. So there's a big emphasis on case study, and we get the students in the class, whether they're even participating online or live in the classroom. We get people working through these different case study scenarios, and honestly, at the end of the class, we hear every class where people say, and quite bluntly, what we learned from you, Michael, and the slides and everything was interesting, but what really made a difference in terms of this class resonating and us feeling more confident to go out and deal with some of these projects was working it through the case studies, because they're not simple. If the people don't know how to set up a containment and where they're supposed to put their negative air machines and stuff by the time they get into this class, they probably shouldn't be in this class. But we're talking about how do they integrate this into much more complex projects. And like I said, they really enjoy the case study. The other thing that makes the class special or unique or different is that it doesn't just end with a class. And I know this can be scary for people. They hear that there's a post-class requirement, but that is, if you're going to be considered a professional in the industry, you have to demonstrate that somehow. And so we do have a post-class requirement. We call it a capstone, but there's a lot of different projects that people can take on as part of that class afterwards to show that they're actually the upper level in the industry.
Okay, you can't get away that easy with just saying post-class requirements. You got to give us a little bit more about that. What's really involved with this, and how does it enhance what was taught in the class?
Well, again, if you're going to be a professional in the industry, then you need to have a profile in the industry, right? You need to be recognized as somebody who's got this expertise. And there's certainly a situation where you can point to the certificate on the wall and say, see, that makes me a professional. But what we find out is that the people who are looked at by their peers as professionals have taken another step. They've taken the information that they know about the industry and they've translated it into something that's tangible. So we're very open in terms of what these capstone projects can be. We've had people come through the class and understand, we're way behind internally on some of the safety and health programs, or our respirator protection program, or we don't have good marketing materials now that we understand this in a little bit better way for our customers, or we don't even know we haven't been doing a good job putting ourselves out in the industry. So all of those things, we've had capstones in the past from some of the professionals where they do their own, marketing brochures or safety and health programs. We've had people actually do experiments. They come into class and they've kind of had what I call a burning question. And this one gentleman just was totally fixated on the whole idea of the 10 square foot rule, which came from the New York City guidelines. And he was very much reflecting my attitude, saying, well, if it's 9.5 feet, does that make it like less dangerous than if it's 10.5 feet? What if it's 1 inch, right? And so he actually did an experiment. He set up a containment area and did removal of less than 10 square feet. It actually turned out to be about 6 square feet of mold contaminated material under controlled conditions, and then did a lot of sampling while he was doing that to show what the impact was. And you know what, if you don't use your standard remediation techniques like negative pressure and HEPA vacuums, and the New York City guidelines say that you can just, take a piece of drywall and cut it out, right? And he pretty much proved that to be false. Now that was I don't want to say way more, but that was on the kind of the top end of what somebody might do for a capstone project. A lot of them will actually just take their information and dig into one subset of the microbial industry, and then even write it up for an article for some of the technical journals or for the trade journals and stuff. And regardless of what they decide to do, two things are important in terms of the post-class requirement. One is that we work really hard in the class so that by the time everybody leaves, they know what they're doing. And then if they already know what they're doing, we can also help them in class provide the resources and the guidance and the encouragement they need to finish that up after class, so that they do class, they do their test, but more importantly, this capstone project is what starts to set them apart. If it is an experiment or it is a document that gets translated into a journal article or something like that, it also raises their profile and helps them to be recognized as a professional, not just by normie and those of us that are kind of in the know, if you will, but all of a sudden it starts to bring them some recognition from their peers in the rest of the industry. So,
what I'm hearing from you talk about this, it sounds like, well, let's look at the government as an example. A lot of the government entities, they have to put a magical line, of what level is good, what level is bad. It's not a floating thing like radon, 4 picocuries per liter, 3.99999 is okay, but 4 is bad. Same thing with the 10 square foot rule. To me, it sounds more like this class is a collaborative environment from all the people with all their experience being there.
Well, it's a collaborative class run by a dictator, but
yes.
I mean, it is, there's structure to it. You have to be careful with that. And again, I think that's one of the reasons that you see individuals like myself and Doug being the primary instructors on that class, is because, we have to have the experience in the industry, but also as instructors to know how far to let that run and then when to rein that back in. So, yeah, I would say it is a very collaborative experience, but it's under guidance of the instructors.
So let me speak to that for a second, if I could, Lance, because I think this is really fascinating, and maybe this is kind of down into the weeds. Hopefully it won't be. But one of the things that we know about training, and this is why I love so much being able to work with Michael, because there are not a lot of trainers that understand this. There's a very big difference between teaching high school students and teaching adults. And part of the difference is that high school students don't know anything. Sorry, high school students, but they just don't know anything. And so they're sitting there listening to someone lecture to them, and they're hopefully listening and learning something that they don't know anything about. With adult learners, what you've got is you've got guys that are in that classroom who need to contribute and want to contribute and should contribute to the discussion because of the experiences that they've had that the trainer maybe hasn't had. So having someone at the head of the class like a Michael, who knows the industry inside out, has got a tremendous amount of experience, but is still delicate enough to respect and honor the input that those students are going to have, makes the class, and as a term you said, kind of collaborative, but as he said, with a dictator. But that's how that happens. There are not a lot of teachers that can do that.
Well, and I want to follow up on that, Doug, and I say this in all humility. When I'm teaching that class, I learned so much, and one of the first admissions that I make to the students is that I am not a remediator, right? I don't go out and tear buildings apart on a daily basis. And quite honestly, other than being out there, for the post remediation or doing sampling and or, sometimes getting out over the course of, multiple decades and actually getting my hands dirty just for the practice of it. I'm not a remediator. And so, and I never have been. I haven't been a contractor. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer. I'm, a recognized professional. I'm an educator in the industry. But I have to tip my hat to the people who go out and do this every day. And by the time they get into this class, we generally, as you say, Doug, we have individuals that have a lot of experience and with the right coaching are willing to share what they know, so it does become collaborative. And sometimes it takes a half a day for people to warm up and understand that, we've got, I'm sorry, this is going to sound woke and horrible. It's a safe space for them to, open up and share their ideas and stuff. But I was using that term well before it was fashionable.
Well, it sounds like it's a extremely packed 3 days, and I guess that's one of the reasons that you have the post-class type of work. But it doesn't though sound to me like it's drinking from a fire hose. A lot of these classes where they pack so much information in. So, Doug, I know you've talked about that kind of stuff in a long time, and you've seen Michael teach this class several times. The flow rate, I guess, would be the best way to describe that. Comfortable?
Yeah, I think that's that delicate balance that I was talking about, of somebody who really knows what they're doing from a training standpoint, being able to give that information out in a way that it can be absorbed, but then start to see when the eyes are glazing over and take a break, And sometimes that just takes experience, just teaching experience and understanding how the classroom works. It is a lot of information. One of the things that we've really tried to do is to make sure that they have in their hands all the slides that we've discussed. They can take copious notes, obviously for an exam that would follow, the certified proctored exam that would follow. But I think the idea is that being able to gauge the climate of the class, that's just something that, as I said, not a lot of people are able to do. But that's why one of the reasons I'm so happy that we've got Michael on board, because I think we have several trainers like that, and they're not easy to find.
Well, thank you for the compliment. What I will say is that it's real work to teach that class too. I mean, to be an active listener, it takes as much energy as to be an active speaker. And each class is different, more so than the mold technician class or even the sensitized individual classes that I teach. The MCMP class is different because I have, as a lead instructor, I have a little bit more tendency to let some of that collaborative discussion run, and then have figured out how to bring it back, or how to, if I have to trim a little bit from some of the, subject matter that we're going to talk about. Like you said, they have all the slides there so that they're not necessarily losing any of the critical information, but we may, speed up going through some of that in class in order to give more time for the discussion, depending on where the discussion's going. Or sometimes, depending on who's in the class and the whole dynamics of it, or just toward the end of the class, a lot of times they're just tired. And so, a lot of times it reverts back toward the last afternoon of the class where I do a little bit more of the lecture style presentation than throughout the rest of it, just because if they've really been at it kind of hammer and tongs for 2.5 days, it can be wearing on the students as well.
Doug, as executive director of norming, how do you see the NPMC course really, or CMP, affecting the normie structure? What does it actually bring to us?
Well, I think this is a good time for me to talk about the Normie Pro designation, which I think is so significant. And that Normie Pro designation, which, oh, by the way, no one has yet, which not even Lance nor Doug nor Michael has this designation yet, was actually born. The Normie Pro designation was really born out of a need, as many good ideas are, to provide to the public a professional who could handle virtually any kind of issue, any kind of problem that they might face. And it was born out of this need when you and I, Lance, got a call from BP Oil, and they said, we need somebody to go offshore and do an assessment on one of our deep water oil rigs. And we both looked at each other and went, do we really have a Normie member who's qualified to do this? Somebody who has the safety training, someone who has the security clearances, there's somebody who has the experience in the background. Because when you get out on an oil rig, deep water oil rig, there's only one way out and one way back, and it's a helicopter. And there's not a lot of discussion or being able to, run to Lowe's and get something. So we decided, well, this is something that we should do. And so we did that. But out of that was born this idea of how do we get our guys to a master level? I think everybody's very familiar with what that terminology is. ICRC talks about that, and others. How do we get our guys to the level where they can handle even those kinds of jobs? And so our dream was, and our goal was, which is now coming to fruition, was to have enough advanced training where we could have the designation Normie Pro, and we could give that to individual in the Normie membership who had the training on sensitized individuals, regular CMA, CMR, understood how to deal with formaldehyde, understood building sciences enough to be able to deal with air infiltration issues, knows what a blower door test is, knows how to spell a manual J, has had the advanced microbial professional classes. How do we put all of that together and say, this guy, this lady, we're going to give this designation to Normie Pro? And then when we get those kinds of calls, that's the person that we can send on that kind of project. So the Normie Pro designation, which again, I say nobody has, we're still working on that. We're hoping that by the end of the year, with the help of the President's Council, we'll have some very specific criteria so that folks can get there and get that designation. And we have some now that I think we could get pretty close, may already be there, to be able to have that designation. That's where Normie is headed. We're going to set the standard for the highest level of professional training that's in the market today. And I frankly just don't believe anybody else has been doing that like we intend to. And with Michael's help, with the President's Council help, I think we're going to create something that this industry has needed for a long time.
And again, I just love jumping in on what Doug lays out as the foundation here. Truly, this NCMP class, one of the main ideas behind it is to help people see microbial contamination from a much broader perspective. And that was some of the stuff that you were talking about, Doug. There's great pieces of equipment, and there's good things that we can steal, if you will, from the radon industry, like Lance had referred to earlier. And there's things on the asbestos side, there's things in the safety arena, there's things from all these different industries, general indoor air quality. And the more we can get people to think about it in terms of concepts and how these similar concepts can be applied to a project, but when we're faced with a potential problem, we don't have to be restricted to trying to find a mold piece of equipment or something, right? We can see it from a bigger perspective and reach out and realize that, hey, there's things from the indoor air quality arena that we may want to put in here. A great example, just if I can be a little bit, suck up just a little bit, is the ionizer for the the tail of the negative air machine that's available, the PRVK, right? That's not really a mold remediation piece of equipment, or that's not an idea that really came from the mold remediation arena. But it's an idea that fits the mold remediation arena really well as asbestos abatement and lead and just air cleansing, air washing when you're doing whole house cleaning. It's a technology that we're bringing over from somewhere else, and people need to understand a little bit about how that interacts and can be used in so many different arenas.
So I'll give you one, if I can, Lance, I'll give you one insight into some of the things that are going to be different in this particular class and some of the other classes that we're doing. In fact, at the new CMA CMR class that we're going to teach next week, we're going to introduce the concept of air washing, low pressure air washing, which is something we've never done in our training before. But it's brand new, 2023 for us. It's not new to Michael. Michael knew what it was. In fact, he helped me understand how we could fit it into our training program. But I think the point that I'm making is that our classes hopefully will stay up with the industry, and in some cases maybe stay ahead of the industry. And that's why they're constantly changing. You come to a CMA CMR class that we do today, it's not the same class that we did before COVID. It's just not.
And the NCMP class that we're going to do next is going to be different than the one that we did before.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would share there, Doug, and building on that, is that the only way we stay at and above where the industry is to rely on the people that are working in it every day.
That's right. That's right.
And tease out of them I'll be blunt with you. I'm thinking about it now over the course of the last 2 decades. Basically, every concept that's in this NCMP course I have taken from, with their permission and with their discussion in class. But basically, I've taken from experts in the industry that are doing it every day.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is the best knowledge to share. Is not, and again, I have gone through lots of levels of academic training, but there's a difference between information that's coming at you from an academic standpoint and information that's coming at you from things that have worked and really made a difference in the real world. So,
Michael, that's so important on so many levels. I mean, we teach in our classes about, for people that are becoming supervisors, to ask the people doing the work that have the working knowledge, how to improve their conditions, improve the technologies, give them what they need. And that's exactly what it sounds like you're talking about.
Well, the other thing I would add to that, Lance, is that it's important for the professionals to look and listen and learn. As I said, the more advanced I get and the more little buttons and designations and all the stuff I have, quite honestly, the humbler I'm getting, because I just am figuring out how much I don't know in all these different areas that I probably should know to pull together. And I'm honored, quite honestly, it truly is. I think about it, I'm honored to be an instructor in this class, because I'm sharing ideas. And, you may have heard the term, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. And the crazy thing about that is that a lot of the giants whose shoulders we're standing on for this class are peoples whose names are not necessarily household names or even really well known in the industry, quite honestly. They're just individuals who go to work every day, do a really good job, and are creative as how they do it, and we're kind enough to share some of that in that collaborative portion of the class that then we can build on and use for the next one.
I knew the word collaborative was going to come back in there someplace.
Well, I had to for your benefit, Lance.
Thank you. Anything else about the class either of you would want to say?
Well, yes, I'll just say that I think this class, whenever it happens, we're looking at dates coming up in the next couple of months. But whenever this class actually happens, I'm really highly encouraged by the guys that have been taking our CMA CMR class. It's not too soon to get into this class, even whether you have a little bit of experience or a lot of experience. I think if you've been trained by Normie and you have that basic foundation CMA CMR class, this would be a very, very good class for you to take.
I want to add something completely different, and that is that our experience in this class is that it's challenging. It's a fair amount of work and everything. That shouldn't necessarily scare people who want to be professionals. But probably the biggest thing is it's fun. And the people that come through this class, talk to me even years and decades later about the relationships that they built in that class and their team when they were on their, because we divide them up and then put them in different teams at different points in time for the case study and stuff, and how they got to know some of the other people in their class. And a lot of those, believe it or not, in 3 days become friendships and professional relationships that they hang on to for years and decades. And just, it's one of those things where if you're a professional in the industry and you start to see yourself as a professional in the industry, you want to hang around other professionals in the industry. You have that desire to want to learn from them and share with them. And so we see this, and we see it happen in a very fun way in the class. So the fun factor is actually quite high as compared to some of the other ones like the CMA, and not that that's not a fun class, but there's so much basic information that's getting across in some of these other classes that you don't quite have the same ability to allow the students in class to express themselves. And the collaborative nature and the case study nature of portions of this class allows some of those personalities to come out. And basically it just usually turns it into a pretty fun class.
I think listening to the two of you, and we've talked for probably close to 40 minutes already, the way I would just sum up what I've heard is 2 words: upper level.
Yep.
I think that does it. That says it all. Gentlemen, anything else? I think we've covered quite a bit of information here tonight.
Well, I'm just really appreciative of having the opportunity to chat with you and with Doug all at the same time and everything. And I would encourage anybody who's even, remotely curious to dig into it. And they can certainly call Normie and talk to Doug about it. They can, get the referral. They can chat with me about it. I'll be happy to spend more time explaining it. But it's a great class. I'm looking forward to having the next crop of people come through it.
And I'll just tell you that I'm excited to say that we've updated our website at training.normie.org to incorporate information about this class, the NCMP. Now, one of the things that's kind of unique about what we're doing these days is that this is going to be a trademarked designation, which means it's based on Normie training, and the NCMP cannot be used by anybody unless they've been trained by us. And so I think that's an additional level of credibility that you're going to get in the marketplace if you're in the industry that you'll not get anywhere else. And I'm just grateful in a very big way to Michael and what he's been able to bring to the team. And I think he's filled a void, and I'm excited about where we're headed with this whole advanced training program. So thank you, Michael, and thank you for being here, especially for this interview today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, both of you guys, and have a blessed afternoon, evening.
Michael Pinto, CEO of Wonder Makers, and Douglas Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer from Normie. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you all to Normie CE training. This is where you get your Normie recertification credits for yearly recertification. I want to welcome you all. I want to welcome all of our admin people starting to pop into the room here. I see a bunch of them coming in tonight. This is good. Glad to see that. And I want to welcome everybody on all the other platforms that are here tonight. We're on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Restream, DLive, Twitter. We're all over the place. So for all of you watching on those other platforms, welcome, and I'm glad to see you here. Just as a reminder, at the end of our session, we will be turning off the live feed to all the social media platforms for any of you Normie members that want to continue on with the special announcements that we will have. You will have to be in our Zoom room, which is impact.normie.org. And you have to be an active member to get in there. So just a heads up, you don't want to miss out on anything. So I see we got everybody in the room here. I know, Doug, you're out and about. So I want to send this over to you real quick, because I know you had a few announcements you want to make while the internet's holding out for you. So go ahead.
Well, yeah, thank you. I'm actually in Pecan Grove RV camp here in Lake Village, Arkansas, right on Highway 65, headed back to Louisiana after our trip to Texas last week, which was really, really cool. I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of the exciting things we did out there. We did 2 case studies, one on Thursday, one on Friday. We were in Dallas on Thursday, Fort Worth on Friday, and doing some case studies on mycotoxin testing. So really excited about that. But I'm really excited to tell you that we're looking forward to our first Texas class, certified mold remediation contractor class. It's the initial training. That's a 5-day class, so it's 40 hours. But I was able to arrange the venue at Pure Clean in Frisco, Texas. You'll be seeing that on the website probably within the next day or so. But that's a 5-day class. But here's the exciting thing about this particular class. Well, let me tell you the dates first. It's August 28th through September 1st. And the reason we're telling you this right now is because there are only 12 seats available. It's a very small classroom. They've got a large warehouse area where we're going to be doing our hands-on training, but it's a relatively small classroom. We don't want it crowded. And so there are only 12 people that we're going to be able to train in this particular class. If we sell it out, which I think is probably highly likely, then we'll go ahead and set up another class probably within a couple of weeks after that particular class. But that class, the exciting thing about that class is, as you know, Texas has one of the most strict requirements for licensure, 40 hours compared to the other training that's 4 days or 3 days. Our typical initial training is a 3-day class. So this 5-day class is a really high-level training compared to a lot of the other initial licensing classes. So what we're doing on this class is that if you come to this class, you'll be able to qualify for any of the states that have licensing except New York, and then all of the non-licensing states. So in one class, that 5-day class, you could sit for exams. You have to take a short module on the licensing law for each state, but you could get a license for Texas, Louisiana, District of Columbia, Florida, or all of the non-licensing states. The only one that it doesn't qualify for is New York, and I'd love to tell you why, but that's a long story. Anyway, it's going to be a great opportunity for you to get licensed. If you need a license in any of those states, or if you just want a license, DC license is incredibly easy to get. And if you're in a non-licensing state, you might want a DC license just to be able to tell your competition that you've got a license in a state that requires it. So that's going to be August 28th through September 1st. And I just wanted to share that information with you.
Thank you, Doug. And I know you're traveling, and we're going to be talking about the Normie Pro Environmental Task Force tonight. And that's kind of part of what you're traveling with today. Any chance you can swing a camera around or get Norma on the screen?
For sure. As most of you know, a year and a half ago, or almost 2 years ago now, we purchased a motorhome, and we affectionately call her Norma. And I'll just show you, she's parked right over here. That's her right there. And I'm taking her back to Louisiana, where we've got a place where we can store her inside and get her ready for some major event that might happen, where we can go out and start giving information out to the public. We're not interested in doing disaster recovery work. What we're interested in is going into the field and being able to give folks information they need about cleaning for health, for the insurance needs that they might have, what FEMA can and can't do for them, those sorts of things. Maybe even we've got a command center, so we can provide an opportunity for them to charge their phones if they need to. We'll have phones there, so if they may want to make some phone calls to some friends. Anyway, it's just going to be a great opportunity for us to help folks that are in need. And so that's why I'm in Pecan Grove RV in Lake Village. I'm on my way back to Louisiana
earlier today.
All right.
taking
What
Norma.
happened to the clothes you wore?
All right, very
earlier
good. We got
today?
somebody's mic on someplace. I'm not quite sure whose that is.
Then the only other thing I wanted to share is I didn't want anybody to forget about the class in 2 weeks, 3 weeks in Fort Lauderdale with the CMR class, June 6th through the 8th. And then also, if you'll go to training.normie.org, if you go to events.normie.org, you'll see the Cleaning for Health schedule. And we want to encourage everybody to take that OSHA training that we've been working on. Absolutely free class. Gavin does a phenomenal job. Does he have the stories or what? So great to have. I know more about Ebola than I ever wanted to know, I can tell you. But anyway, it's a great class. It's a free 3-hour training. And I just want to highly encourage all of you Normie members to look at that schedule and come by Sunrise and take advantage of that. Looks like we may be having some classes in North Carolina as well. So a lot going on.
Well, thank you, Doug. And I appreciate you pulling over at the rest stop there so you can get on the call with us. We appreciate
I'm spending
that.
the night, and it's not a rest stop.
Well, you know what I meant. It looks cozy. All right. Well, this is, I think, a good segue to get into what we're going to be talking about tonight. I just want to acknowledge, we have quite a few of our staff members here tonight. Roger just jumped off the screen. Jenner's here. Tim is here. Mike is here. And we have Gavin in the room from ISSA and GBAC, who's going to be helping us out here tonight with some of the talk that we're going to have, because he's very familiar with what we're doing. And we've been in close contact for a while now, going over some of the particulars about what we're trying to do with the task force and with his Cleaning for Health and all the other things that come together. So with that said, I think we should get started here. And Doug, you may want to just check me on the dates, but I believe the task force came into existence in 2014.
I think that's right.
Because I know we had phone systems were set up then for regional FEMA calling, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But we started back in 2014, and we were involved in quite a few different projects back then, going back to even Hurricane Sandy, which is what hit the Northeast, New York, New Jersey, pretty devastating up here. Not as powerful as a lot of the storms that hit the South, but we are definitely not prepared for storms of any size up in the Northeast. I mean, there's parts of New Jersey where I'm from where almost 60% of the area is either asphalt or cement. There's no place for water to go. So even the small storms can be devastating up here. So we were involved with a lot of what they call long-term recovery groups, where we met with the health department, the state health agencies. We were out to different community areas and different parts that were really affected. I was involved with 3 different counties with the recovery group. So we actually went and we spoke, and we talked, and we helped people out. Just absolutely amazing, the things that we learned about how as prepared people are. When you take it off of tabletop prep and you put it out in the real world, how much of it doesn't really work. I mean, they were all excited talking about some company donated a warehouse filled with mattresses for people that had lost places even to sleep. And they took all these mattresses in and stored them in a metal building, non-conditioned. They were no longer usable. The intention was good, but it was a lesson learned. You can't store things in a moldy environment. So in any case, these are the lessons that were learned that we were able to help out with correcting them going forward. Other things that we did a lot of work with military families. We were approached by some of our active members that were working with military families that were really, really struggling. And as a 501c3 nonprofit public charity, which is what the task force is, we were able to take in donations and help provide them with equipment, technology, and support to help improve their living conditions. So that was definitely a feel-good thing for us, and it absolutely helped them. They were kind of stuck and didn't have any place to go. So those are some of the things that we get involved with. Unfortunately, a few years ago, I'm sure you've all heard, unless you've really been hiding under those rocks, about something called COVID that kind of hit the world and shut down a lot of programs that were out there trying to do good because of social distancing and not being able to be in any kind of groups or gather. So the task force kind of took a back seat for a little while, basically because it had to. And we just kept moving on in the background, meaning we started striking up alliances. Gavin's here as one of our strong alliances with GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, and ISSA. Great supporters of us, Normie and the Environmental Task Force. We're big supporters of them, and they are helping out with a lot of our training and grant work. Gavin, I'll have you in a moment. Just give me 1 second. Just want to get through 1 or 2 more things. So the program was on hold, but we haven't stopped. And we've gotten to the point now as we approach the 2023 hurricane season. It's time to really start stretching our wings with being available, seeing what resources are still going to be available from what we had, and to take on new people. There are a ton of people that we have trained over the last several years since COVID hit, and we haven't really been able to give them the opportunity to take part in the task force. That is what we're talking about tonight. And for those of you not familiar with Normie or just hearing about us or the task force for the first time, you are more than welcome to ask for information or to hopefully join up. And we're talking about no cost here. So, this is all part of being a Normie member. You get to be part of this task force once you meet certain requirements with free training and things like that. We want the best trained and educated people out there in this industry. And the restrictions that we put on the task force are because of the unique things that happen in man-made and natural disasters. Whatever you've learned, whatever you've experienced working in this industry, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years, you are not prepared for the disaster side of what we do. You're dealing with federal, state, and county government entities. You're dealing with processes that are designed to work with 1- and 2-man operations, up to 10,000 firefighters jumping into a hot fire zone out in California. The command, control, the organization is all the same, just on different scales. That's what we want all of the people involved in our task force to be familiar with for their safety and the people around them. So with that said, Gavin, I know you're sitting there, and I know you've been involved with the ICS system, which is Incident Command System, and NIMS, which is the National Information Management System. It's all under FEMA. You have any kind of quick take on that before we kind of really get into this?
Chainsaws, Lance.
Yeah.
Let's start with, so it was really interesting because, my background is 12 years in the military. And when they say to you in the military, we want a volunteer who can ride a motorbike, it's not because they've got a motorbike. They just want to volunteer. So I could never ride a motorbike, but I've always volunteered to ride the motorbike because it got me into places. When you look at the emergency management and the disaster response systems here in the US, if there's one thing I would recommend to everyone to do, and this is, I've never paid for this, but this is what I've done, over the last 30 years, I went and got my chainsaw license. And the reason I did that, Lance, was it was like volunteering. Whenever they do a tabletop exercise or they do a drill or they want someone to deploy, and I was a doctor, they went, gosh, have we got any guys who can use a chainsaw? And I went, yeah, I've got my chainsaw license. So I got to go to all these disasters on the premise that I was going to use a chainsaw, which I never did, because I had a chainsaw license. And it sort of segues nicely, Lance, into what we're talking about. There are things you can do for no money or low cost to become part of the emergency management disaster response community.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm going to get into that in a few minutes, where I'm going to talk about some of the basic requirements of ICS and NIMS, which is really the whole framework of how all of this starts, exactly what you're talking about. But before we get into that, some of the other things that you bring to the table here are access to grants. I mean, right now you're providing training for the essential personnel. We have grants from other companies, which we'll talk about too in a little bit, for more training. It's all about training, and we want to get the best training to all of our members, Normie Task Force members. As much of it as possible is free. And that's the majority of this emergency management stuff. And I'm not saying let's all go run and do emergency management, but if you're going to work in any of these zones as a remediator, assessor, a drying company, a home inspector, you need to know the rules. You need to know the boundaries and the safety things that happen in those environments. You don't just walk in and say, okay, I'm here. They're going to send you 10 miles away to meet with a branch organization that's going to coordinate what's going on at that scene. And if you don't have the right credentials, you're not going back there. They're going to stop you. You're not going to be allowed into these areas. They need to keep them under control for safety at the very least, and then security and everything else. So with that, you bring the whole training about essential personnel, and you're the senior director of GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council. That opens up a whole nother area of things that you are able to help us deal with, from infectious outbreaks to just knowing how to decon ambulances and vehicles and work trucks. I mean, that's a whole nother side to this industry that people really don't train on.
No, you've got a really good point there, Lance. For the years that I've done emergency management, or I would say more precisely disaster medicine response, before the disaster occurs, you've got to get on the list. So whether it's a national deployment to a state or it's an international deployment, when we sit there and we know we're about to deploy, we go down and go, who do we know? Who does this? Who does that? Hang on, I need one of these. And that short list is people who are on the list. So there is a way to get on the list where you live locally, where you work, through your emergency management agency. A lot of communities have what's called the CERT, the Community Emergency Response Team, which is a volunteer of just local folks who get together and they'll practice, they'll drill, they'll talk about emergency, but that gets you on the list. You can actually just reach out to the local emergency management agency where you live and ask, what do I need to know? How do I get on the list? And it's called the list. So, and I'll tell you why, Lance. And if you sort of live in the world that I live in, I just got to notice now that Guam is a territory of the US. We have an Air Force base there, very important Air Force base. We have 2 naval bases. We have the Guam National Guard. Guam is about to get hit tonight at 9 o'clock with a super typhoon, Category 5 hurricane. It's called Mawar, M-A-W-A-R. It is the strongest storm that we have seen since 1962 in that region. And when a similar storm hit Guam in 1962, it wiped out over 95% of the buildings. And then a storm that wasn't as strong hit in 2002. And if I just check my notes here from this morning's briefing, it It was 144 mile per hour winds, and it caused $700 million of damage in Guam. The storm that's expected to hit tonight, its last measurement was 155 miles per hour. We're calling for a storm surge of 25 feet and 20 inches of rain on Guam tonight. And they're the sort of situations we have addressed right now. Think about, what do we need? Okay, we know the military's there, but they're going to be destroyed. They're going to be devastated. They're going to be victims of the storm. What will the US be deploying tomorrow morning after the storm passes, and what things do we need? And a lot of that comes down to discussions that we've had with Doug and yourself about how we can do much better. If we look at sort of the Hurricane Ian situation, and I know Doug and I were texting like crazy at all hours of the night going, did the CDC just say use bleach? Because we don't do that. And so it's really important that we look at the science, the evidence that we have within our industry, and we bring those best practices by being on the team, making the list.
You know, you're absolutely right. And you mentioned tabletops before, and that's what I was talking about. You know, the tabletops are where the basics come from. But then from there, when you get out into the field, you need people from all different vocations to look at what's really going on and say, wait a minute, you can't do that. It doesn't make sense in the real world. But that's the whole point of us getting all these people with all these specialty talents. But everybody still needs the same basic framework. The classes that we were talking about from ICS, the basic classes that are recommended are ICS 100, 200, 700, and possibly 800. And what they are, 100 is what's called Intro to Incident Command. Now, you're talking about a Cat 5 plus hurricane hitting Guam. It's a massive, devastating event. But the same principles and concepts that are going to be deployed there already, that are being deployed there, are what would happen for a local brook overflowing its banks and flooding a neighborhood, just on a smaller scale.
Yeah, so this is a good point. All of my students at Penn State, where I teach disaster medicine, public health preparedness for both natural disasters and terrorist emergencies at Penn State College of Medicine, I tell them, if you want to make the list, there are 3 courses you must do. That's ICS 100, ICS 700, which the ICS 100 is the introduction to the incident command system. And interesting, everyone should understand, Lance, the incident command system is something that was invented in the US. And it was invented by, with the forest fires back in the 70s. And we have taken that system of decision-making, that system of allocating resources that are limited, there's, space, staff, and stuff to make it work in a disaster. It's about a 2-hour course. I'm going to talk about how to really do these courses properly. ICS 700 is the National Incident Management System, which will, when you make the team, you'll hear this acronym NIMS. It's the National Incident Management System. That's about a 3.5-hour course. And ICS 800 is the National Response Framework, which is the NRF. You must know the National Response Framework just at that high 50,000 foot level. And then ICS 200, I would do 4th. I would do 100, 700, 800, and then the 4th course I would go back and do ICS 200 because you now understand what's going on because ICS 200 covers basic incident command systems for initial responses, but each of these courses are freelance and they give you a certificate. And
exactly. Yeah, and that's all about credentialing. That's what I was talking about before. Getting into these zones, you need these credentials to be able to work in these zones, even to go to them.
Yeah, so when people come to me and say, I want to come with you, Gavin, on the next tornado, hurricane, ice storm, forest fire, and I'll go, have you got the certificates? Before I even ask for their name. If you've got the certificates, at least I can start having an intellectual conversation with them. What are your skill sets? What are your core competencies? What can you do? What can't you do? Do you go camping? Because I don't want this to be the first time that you find yourself in an austere environment. You complain to me you're not going to have a shower for 3 or 4 days because that's what it is, or there's not enough food because that's what it is. It's understanding whether they can survive in an austere environment. So you do those courses, and that really gets you to have that conversation with those that deploy emergency management agencies. But I also want to add one more caveat to this, Lance: healthcare coalitions. Yeah. Healthcare coalitions are funded by the federal government. For example, in the state of Alabama, where I do a lot of work with tornadoes, there's 11 healthcare coalitions. Go and introduce yourself to the healthcare coalition coordinator at the regional or state level and just say, this is what I do. How do I make the team? And it's not making the team to do the work because we all don't get paid. We get paid for what we do when we deploy. I get paid when I deploy. And I want to make sure that everyone is able to respond to disasters. I know we can do this as a volunteer situation, but I want you to be part of your core business. I want you to say, oh, I'm going to, I know hurricane season's coming up. I'm going to train and practice and rehearse and get to know people. And when I deploy, I know that I'm going to be earning money to support my family. And it's really important that part of that disaster response is not just based on doing it for nothing volunteers. It's actually part of your core business structure, being a remediator, restorer, or just a professional cleaning professional.
Well, that's one of the big things about the way this whole program works with ICS and NIMS, that as they're deploying or spreading out resources, another portion is already planning de-escalation. And it's all part of this dance that is done nationwide, even for regional operations, about moving resources around. To give you a simple example, for those of you that have lived in areas that have been hit by hurricanes and you lose power, well, if you're in Florida and you know a hurricane's coming, you're going to notice utility trucks coming from all over the country and deploying in different areas, ready to go in as soon as the storm is done. That all takes management and prep and plan. And it's not just, okay, guys, we're sending you 50 trucks. Where are those 50 trucks going to park? Where are the people going to sleep? Is there food for those people that are going to be there for 2 weeks? So this is all part of this management system. You can't just walk into a disaster and say, okay, I'm here. Because, 6 hours later, when you're hungry and there's nothing to eat for 50 miles around, that's all part of this planning and this management system. So I know Gavin had said about talking to your regional coordinators and things like that. That's what we're trying to do now, is develop a system internally of who's interested, what kind of resources do we have, what kind of community outreach do we have, and organizations around us we can work with, like GBAC and ISSA. SWA is another one, the Sustainable Workforce Alliance. They're also providing training for us under grants, free to our members, for disaster workplace safety. You need to have certain training before you can even get into these areas. I don't know if you've ever tried going into areas where they have the state police roadblocks. Stop. Why are you here? Oh, I want to go see what's going on. Turn around, go the other way. Unless you have a reason to be there and the training to be there, they're not letting you in. So like Gavin said, he mentioned 100, 200, 700, and 800. Absolutely agree. There are other trainings. Some of them do cost. I actually have 300 and 400. That's 24 hours of on-site training, much more in depth, much more hands-on, tabletop planning, deployment of what you learn and all the other things. But there's all kinds of specialized training available, and we can get that for you, most of it through either grants or for free federal assistance.
And what's interesting, Lance, is that the federal government has those courses for free, and they're self-taught, self-learned. But I don't do that. What I do with the government courses, I get people in a classroom or in a room, just somewhere, and I'll say, look, guys, ICS 100 is 2 hours. We're going to go through the subject matter together online, because it's a free online course. You can download the resources, and we're going to do it as a group. The only thing we're going to do individually is at the end, you've got to take this quiz. And if you take the quiz and you get 80%, you get a certificate. But the course, I will actually facilitate. So that's the same for 700 and 800. 700 is a 3.5 hour course. 800 is a 3 hour course. I get people in the room saying, right, tonight we're going to go through this 3 hour course, ICS 800 on National Response Framework. And I'm going to walk you through it. I'll answer any questions. But right at the end, you'll log in individually as yourselves to do the quiz, so you get the certificate and the recognition. So I don't have that expectations that people should do this on a Saturday or a Sunday or late at night. It's actually, we actually, as instructors and trainers and facilitators, and what we want to see people do better, we actually facilitate those training, those government-free trainings in a group environment, so we can all discuss and learn from each other.
Well, one of the things I learned when I was in the 300 and 400, you see all the other people there that are in the room with you, and you see the massive amount of knowledge and experience of people that are interested in this, and not always just in this category, just in other industries. But hey, I need somebody that can fly a helicopter. Get Bob sitting over there. Look at that. He does that as a hobby. You know what it's like to grab those kinds of resources, and it's very difficult, but they're out there, you know? So yeah,
Right,
that's
Lance.
absolutely it.
When I did my chainsaw license, you know, imagine the guys I met and the girls and the ladies I met who were going for the people that I would never have contact with. And I sat down with a great group of folks talking about what motivated them to get involved in emergency management disaster response. And that's when I, you know, did my chainsaw license, which again, anyone, if it just worked for me, just worked. You sit there at the back and they're not inviting you to the table and go, oh yeah, I've got a chainsaw license, but I've never used it. I've never used a chainsaw. I just have the license.
I don't know. I kind of visualize you with one of those leather masks on with the chainsaw, and never mind.
Well, no, it's good because yeah, I think, you know, if you're going to get into this work, you've got to watch the Sharknado shows, and the best one is Sharknado version 4, because that's where the Australian guy goes, crikey, we're going to need more chainsaws. And I make my students watch that 1,000 times because they just have to get into their head how important it is.
You know, but you're talking about chainsaws, and you get a disaster with hundreds or thousands of trees down, there's not enough chainsaws. There's not enough of anything. And that's part of the planning.
It's not just that. It's when you go into those buildings where you maybe are a restorer, cleaner, you're just picking up, you know, the left, whatever's left after the storm. The chainsaw really comes in handy. There's, you know, walls, dry walls down, collapsed buildings, collapsed doorways, garages, the walls, the whole lot. Yeah, it really has come in. But the point is that you show your versatility, that you're useful. You've got a few skills. As you've correctly said, Lance, 100, 700, 800. I would start with that. I then at the fourth I do 200. And then, but we do it as a group. We do all this learning as a group. But then we also can help facilitate, engagement with those that make the decisions, both at the emergency management, both at the local agency level, the state agency level, the federal government agency level, and then there's other organisations like the healthcare coalitions, which we want to get you plugged into as well. And let alone, you know, the stuff that you and I talk about all the time, Lance, on emergencies we do with both law enforcement, with police, as well as firefighters. And then suddenly they come and go, hey, Gavin, how do I clean this? And I mean, it's your piece of equipment. Yeah, but we've never had to, it's never been this contaminated with whatever. Yeah. And I now need some help on how to clean it so I can use it again tomorrow.
You know, and that brings up the next piece of this, because we will be working with these different entities and agencies. When they have problems on the more personal level, a very localized side, who are they going to go to for help? People that worked with them during these disasters. They're going to reach out to the assessor or the mold remediator or the drying company when something happens to their home. So it's all part of the exposure and people being familiar with who you are because of the type of work that you're doing with them.
I think too on that, Lance, they don't. Okay, let's be fair here. There are people within the community, within emergency management, that have never seen the equipment we use.
Yeah.
Yeah, the equipment we use is amazing. You know, we've got all this stuff that dries things. You know, we can remediate, we can restore, but we also have testing equipment, thermal imaging, water moisture meters, ATP. You know, a lot of things that no one has ever seen before. And there's tricks of the sort of best practices of what we do that we can bring the table going. Oh, didn't know that. Yeah. You before you pull down that whole wall, we can find out whether there's moisture in there or not and save you the work. We can actually use science in the cleaning industry, in our industry, across all the different verticals that we work in a way that most emergency managers have never thought about this at all. Because we're trying. We know we're working with local Americans here at the local level, and if we can't help them, they're going to wait on insurance money that's going to take a very long time to come, or they're going to wait on a government or state grant, which will not be sufficient enough for them to survive on. So we want to ensure that when we respond based on evidence and science, that we can help them rebuild, restore, recover in a way that helps them. It saves money, saves lives. And this is an area of emergency management disaster response that I think is a huge opportunity for all of us.
Well, communications is a big problem too. I mean, we've seen during major storms where, towers go down, phone lines go down, communications out. One of the things that we look for on the task force is ham radio operators. It's a basis for communications, and you're talking about technology changing. I just need to show you something. You can see this little tiny box. It's about the size of a piece of gum, or a package of gum.
What do you got there, Lance?
This is an actual interface for ham radio that just having this active, I can take a little $100 walkie-talkie and talk any place in the world because I have this in the room with me. So the technology is out there to give us all kinds of resources to do stuff inexpensively, but people don't know about this stuff because there's so many niche markets and areas of interest. I'm a ham operator, but I have this small kid I travel with. I turn it on, and because I have this device in the room, I have international access to communications. I travel with, Doug mentioned it earlier, Command Center. It's providing Wi-Fi and Ethernet communications over cellular. So it takes everything that we do to the next level. I was able to actually go live from the Experience Center because we had the Command Center with us, and we were able to do that. While in the next room over, there were 6,000 people using cell phones that just graduated from Broward County College. So we brought it with us. We brought what we needed, is the point. So you don't have to be the person that's going to go out into the disaster. We also have people that we will be bringing up on our phone systems. We did that in the past. If there's a problem in Region 2 in the United States and we try to follow the FEMA regions, we may activate Region 3 and 4, adjacent regions that are not affected by the problem, to provide phone support and other coordination resources. I've had people from Florida call me and say, we can't get generators or drying equipment. Hang on, let me call my contact in Buffalo, New York. They had the stuff shipped the next day.
And that's a really good point, Lance. The number of disasters that I've deployed to, in my career it's a big number. But the fact that we've tried in certain circumstances, especially when it comes to water damage, to procure equipment, and it's just blown our budgets. It's been unrealistic. The emergency management disaster response teams and capabilities have evolved so much. If you go back to 9/11, 2001, people just turned up to volunteer, and it was virtually after 9/11, and with all the volunteers that descended, into areas of New York City, all with the best intentions in their heart. We said, right,
without training.
Yeah. They're there because they had a car and they could drive from somewhere. And then 2005 with Katrina and Doug, you guys, I've got a Southern accent, but you guys probably lived it. I only responded to it. So when I went down to New Orleans, again, volunteers just turned up out of the wazoo. People from everywhere turned up. And it wasn't, and so what we've tried to do, and with these FEMA courses now, it's trying to control the volunteers and get some sort of formalization coordination. So when I work with my students, the people I work with on deployments, those 4 courses that we talked about, they are the basic fun. That's how I can separate those that just volunteer because they've got good hearts, those that have volunteered that really know that we're going to an austere environment. It's going to be tough and there's going to be lots of work to do because they've taken the time to do at least 10 or 12 hours of a FEMA course. That helps us separate who we're going to take or who we're going to invite, because usually you have to be invited. People do turn up. They still turn up today. It's just happened just recently. People turn up because they've got stuff and they think they're doing the right thing, and then there's no coordination. So the idea is that these courses have been used by FEMA and for many of us in emergency management to identify those that we'll bring and take and invite because they've got the 4 certificates. I don't know much else about your background, never met you before, but you're coming because you got those 4 pieces of paper. That's what we're doing. That's our triage system right now in a lot of things that I do. And it's just, and then again, but it's you've got seconds, as a being a leader or decision maker in emergency response. I have virtually seconds to look at someone's credentials and go, Yes or no?
Well, it's lessons learned from all this stuff and techniques that you're taught. I mean, an example that, we've talked over numerous times in some of the tabletops are an example of a terrible bus accident, 40 people on a bus. You show up as the first responders. The last question you ask is who's hurt? The first question you ask is who can walk? Otherwise, you have 40 people saying, I'm hurt. Now you have 40 patients. Who can walk? Come over here. Are you hurt? No. You stay here. If you're hurt, go over there. Next, who can't walk? You guys that can walk, go help them. So now you're reassigning resources based on what you have, but it's all about skills that you learn how to coordinate all of that. And that's what this is all about. And we don't want to put anybody in harm's way. We don't want anybody creating a situation because they're not trained. So it's imperative that people that want to be involved, and we applaud you for that, get this very basic training for starters. And we're trying to coordinate this all now and get you trained for free as part of the Normie Pro Task Force. And that's why we're talking, and this goes for everybody, even out on the other social platforms right now. If you're not a Normie member, you're more than welcome, to become part of our team. And that's what we're really looking for. I just want to mention a few other companies that we're working with. Obviously, Best Living Systems has been involved with donating equipment that we've worked with a lot of the military housing. The Sustainable Workforce Alliance, they have grants and are helping us with training. GBAC with Gavin, always on call. I know when Ian came through Florida, they had over 1,000 people they were able to deploy as a workforce, to help out companies that just didn't have enough workers. They didn't have to be highly trained. They had to be able to load garbage bags, haul stuff away, but it was manpower. They were able to provide that. We work with Virtual PBX. It's a phone system that we use, and we work closely with them for our FEMA region type of calling. So these companies are out there, and they're all very interested in helping and being part of what we're doing. So I want to thank all of them publicly for that. I just want to mention it now, and then we'll get back to a few of the other things. If anybody is listening and they're interested in becoming part of the task force and finding out more about the task force, I'm going to give you a phone number that you're going to send a text message to. And the text message you're going to send is join space EPF. The space is not the word space, it's just a space in letters. So it's JOIN space ETF. And you're going to text that to 877-251-2296. And we will gather that information and reach out to you with more information. Doug, I see you popped in the room there for a moment.
I did. Yeah, I did. I just wanted to say just a moment about what we're going to be doing at the experience, because we're going to actually be building some training around the task force. Norma will be there. Hopefully, we're looking at actually driving her into Caesars Forum and having her as part of our booth, so that we can set it up as we would in a disaster recovery situation. And so we're going to be talking more about this ICS training. Dan asked a great question in the room. He said, can these free trainings, could they all be taken together in a day and a half in a group setting? I think we want to work through a way that we can do that. And obviously we want a lot of those folks prepared for what's going to happen at the experience in September. Would love to have them there with their badges.
So what is it? You have to get it up to 60 miles an hour to fit through the door? Is that how that works?
No, this one actually has a door big enough. Remember, Cincinnati, we had to park it outside, but fortunately, Caesars Forum has a door large enough. It's just we have to get a booth twice the size that we had in Fort Lauderdale. So it takes up a lot of room.
Yeah, that thing is a monster. I think we were looking at 10-foot doors and we didn't fit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And here's another thing that people should be, should know about, Lance. When you deploy in responding to a disaster and you think you know what you're going to do, that's not how it always pans out. And if you you think, oh, I've got this piece of equipment. I've got, they know me for this. This is what I do in my day-to-day normal life. And I'm deploying to help because they want me to help with this. And then suddenly if I'm the incident commander or I'm leading a team, I'll go, hang on, I need guys to go do this. And I've had people say to me in the middle of a disaster, really bad situation, we didn't come here to do that. I went, yeah, you did. You came in to do whatever I told you to do. So we have, and you can't do that. You really have to be part of the team. If the team leader says, I need this to be done, then he's saying it for a reason. And it may not be what you think you deployed for, but it's definitely what needs to be done. And so many people, when they deploy, you won't see the big picture. You won't see all the moving parts. You won't see everything that's going on. You will fit into a little team or a team somewhere in a certain geographical area, and you'll be told to do this work. As we go through that initial response, as we move into recovery, then it becomes a little bit more defined, less chaotic, and you'll start to then go and do your remediation, restoration type work, your drying work. That will happen, but that's not going to happen in the first week or two with a hurricane, a flood, or a tornado. No way in the world.
Right.
And so it's really important for people to understand that when you deploy, just say yes. Just when they ask you to do something, just say yes, because that means you're coming back. You're going to get invited back, and you're going to get paid for it, and you're going to get to stay there longer, and you can do really well from a business perspective, on these disasters, because they're not just hours or days; they last for weeks and months.
One of the things that I've seen at a lot of emergency sites that I've been to, the piece of equipment that is probably the most welcome there is what they refer to as the canteen, the food trucks that pull in. So.
Yeah, it's interesting, Lance, that in, was it 2004? I got deployed to Indonesia after the earthquake and the tsunami, and I got deployed for 9 weeks. I lost 20 pounds on that deployment. But I remember I lived in a house with 26 other guys, and we got there on day 4 after the earthquake and the tsunami had hit Banda Aceh in Indonesia. So 160,000 dead, 210,000 survived. And I found a chicken, and I followed this chicken, and it laid an egg. And I came back into this house because we were eating boiled rice at that stage with ketchup and anything else we could find as a condiment to spice it up. We had boiled rice, and I had this egg, and I fried this egg, and I put it on top of my boiled rice. And I've never, ever in my life had to share an egg with 26 other people. But I did. And the point is, they wanted to go out and kill the chicken, but I protected that chicken for a number of weeks just so I could collect an egg from it every day. It was pretty special.
Yes, you are. We'll go with that. Well, we've talked about a lot of this high level stuff and, disasters and the type of work and running with chainsaws and stuff like that. But we're talking about remediators, assessors, drying specialists, home inspectors, structural engineers, insurance agents. All of these people belong on this team. They all have a specialty. They all have a reason and a need to be there. And that's really what this is all about. We're trying to coordinate it on our level to work with these bigger entities and to be able to provide help and service. And it does come back, like Gavin says, to help you out with your businesses too.
Really, really good point you just made, Lance. Be able to tell what you do precisely and succinctly. As an incident commander, I do not have the time with my team, with what we're doing, to sit there and listen to someone say, I do this, this, and this. I want to know exactly what you do and how you do it, and then you'll be assigned to go do what you need to do. So it's, if you haven't started practicing that, if you're asked let's just say it's a flooding event after a hurricane, with a lot of debris around, and you come up to the incident commander and he'll say, what do you do? You should be able to say, I do this. And now's the time before the disaster to write your elevator pitch, write your half a page, to be able to just say, this is what I do. These are my skill sets, my core competencies. I can do this for you. So the incident commander go over there and start doing it.
Because if you don't do that, you may wind up in the chainsaw division.
Oh, look, I've had people try to haggle and bribe me and all. No, you don't do that. What can you actually do so I can get on with my business of running this disaster response and manage and keep everyone safe and get the job done, and know that I don't have to, because you're not going to get a lot of supervision in a disaster response. You're going to be told you've got this, and this, and that's the job to be done, and you're going to get it done this afternoon or today, whatever it takes. And then tonight, when you go to disasters, you often have like a 7 o'clock in the morning briefing and a 7 o'clock in the evening briefing. So you have a briefing. This is what we're doing today, everyone. And then we have a debrief at 7 o'clock at night around dinner time. How did it go? What else do you need? What have you run out of? Do I need to order more to this? Did anyone get hurt today? What else did you find while we were out there? We saw this and this. Okay. And then that night, the senior sort of decision makers, the managers of the disaster, then start sitting down and say, right, what's the task list for tomorrow? Or what else have we missed? And so, when you go on a disaster, there'll be, it's very common to have a briefing about 7 in the morning and then another one at 7 at night.
Everything that we've been talking about ICS, the Incident Command System, and NIMS, sounds like, for these major disasters, like he's talking about for Guam and Hurricane Sandy and Katrina and this and that. These systems are used every single day all over this country. I mean, it's used internationally too, this program, but every single day, this is used from 1- and 2-man operations for coordination of services, all the way up to the 10,000 firefighters jumping into a fire zone, or bigger. So, everyone that's listening right now, there is a place for you. If you want to be involved, there is a place, there is a skill, there is training and education that we can get for you and get you as part of the team.
Yeah, and I think if people are going through these courses for the very first time and they want to get involved, have some national pride. The Incident Command System was made in America. It was made by the forest fires guys back in the 70s. So this is our system that the world has adopted for emergency management, disaster response. And so, we'll go through and learn that Incident Command System and go, wow, damn, that was made by us. And we gave that to the world. I go around the world in different countries teaching ICS, as it's known, Incident Command System, to the rest of the world, knowing that the history, it came from here. And it's something we should be really proud of because it does help with, again, all the C's, the communication, the collaboration, the coordination. So it's a system that we really, when you get deployed and you're part of it, it's something you should be proud of.
All right. Well, Gavin, I want to thank you for your input and being here with us tonight. We do have a little bit more that we need to talk about in our private session coming up. So I want to thank everybody that spent the time here, especially on the social media platforms that we're all on. And again, I want to remind everybody, if you want more information, please send a text to, and I'll say the number slowly, 877-251-2296. And in the subject, just type in join space ETF, Environmental Task Force. And we will start sending you some information and help you walk through the process. Gavin, I really appreciate you being here. Everybody in the other platforms, I appreciate that. For our Normie members, if you are watching on one of the social platforms, please go to impact.normie.org now so you can get in for the special announcements that we have coming up shortly. And for the rest of you, please stand by in the room. Everybody else, thank you for attending. And I will be back momentarily with our private feed.
Thanks, Lance. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Gavin. Everybody just stand by.
My name is Sandy Lazarovich. My company is Mastering the Art of Living Indoors, where I'm your indoor air doctor. I'm here to talk to you about an organization called Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. They help take my business from a mere air purification technology provider to providing a holistic solution to your indoor air quality issues. By defining and diagnosing indoor air quality problem, developing a range of solutions, and deploying and monitoring the effectiveness of those solutions, both short-term and long-term. Now, benefits to business owners of Normie is expanded my business offering from just technology to holistic solutions, bolster my presence among competitors, enhance my training and knowledge, develop me a network of diverse support throughout the IAQ industry, leverage my presence far beyond the size of my actual company, increase my sales volume and quality of sales, improve the value of my client offerings, and increase my profits. So if you're a business owner in the indoor air quality arena or sanitization, you need to join Normie now. Go to normie.org and check it out. If you're a person business with indoor air quality issues, give the doctor a call at Mastering the Art of Living. And I'm located in Cleveland, Ohio, but I'm not restricted by mere location. I can help you remotely. So remember, if you have issues with indoor air quality, call the doctor, Sandy Lazarovich, at Mastering the Art of Living Indoors. If you have a business that you want to grow and expand to be limits you couldn't believe of a few years ago, go to normie.org.
I want to welcome today's guests, Kana and Ramu Sankara from Reusip. We've been working with these guys for quite some time. We've spent a lot of time at some trade shows together, and well, we'll get into that as we're talking through this. So, guys, want to pop in here and say a quick hello and tell us a little about yourselves?
Hi, I'm Ramu. I'm Kana. We're identical twin brothers and co-founders of Reusip.
Well, could you let us know a little bit about the company? I mean, we hear the name, we think we know what it's about, but give us a little bit more detail for those that don't know who you are.
Okay, so I think what we're best known for is our making the world's first reusable dust barrier zipper and the world's first magnetic entry strip, which is essentially a self-closing dust barrier zipper, also reusable. And it essentially works on a hook and loop system where you're just buying these things, which is essentially loop Velcro strips. This is the only consumable part. And then the other ones are reusable. So it's almost like the Dollar Shave Club of zippers. So I guess that would be the easy way to summarize it.
Well, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot in a little bit. I got a few questions I'd like to really go over with you to kind of set the stage here, but I'm gonna ask you to do some demonstrations if that's all right.
For sure.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so I know getting in touch with you guys, I've had some issues because you're always traveling. I know you're at all the trade shows all over the place, and you're always someplace. It's kind of like, where are these guys? So, you know, how does it work out for you at the trade shows? Because I know I've seen you at quite a few of them.
Oh, I mean, it's almost like we need a triplet, because it's like we're always slammed at all these things. It's which is great. I'm not complaining, but we're exhausted after these things because there's always like lines and we're demoing this thing over and over. And we're very grateful that it's something that's very that people care about. I know it's a small thing like a zipper, but we know on the job site they're interacting with this part of the containment all the time, and we're happy that we can provide some value there.
Well, I know at the experience show and some of the other shows we've been at, you've actually been with us in our booth, and we've set up walls and demonstrated containment with your equipment, which has always been a big draw. Like you said, there's a lot of people there with a lot of interest.
Well, I can say in the very, very beginning, we went to an experience and we're just, we didn't know what we're doing. You guys saw our product, and actually you're probably one of our first supporters. You took our magnetic strip and put it on your flood booth, and which was awesome of you guys. So we'll always be grateful for that. So thank you. And thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. And you know what? It was a real good add-on because we were demonstrating containment and all the different ways that you can do that, and you have to access containment, and it was just a natural fit with what you do. Matter of fact, in our CMA and CMR classes, we demonstrate the Reusip systems, I'm going to call it, or products. because you have several different ways of doing stuff, and there's no one size completely fits all. So we show your stuff. We do show a few other types of processes, and then pros and cons. And, having that in there for the students to get their hands on it, touch it, use it, see it, experience it, makes all the difference in the world. So I'm going to thank you for allowing us to use that in our classes, because it does make a big difference.
Well, obviously, we're yeah. Thank you. But well, I should. We mentioned what we make, and I think I should say why we made the zipper and what makes it different, because people think, well, there's dozens of other options like it. What we believe is that the entire restoration industry simply adopted what was around, and what was around was, we believe, remodeling and general dust containment zippers. And ours are designed, what we believe is designed for critical barriers, and it was born out of the restoration industry and made more specifically for this industry. But the quality is such, and the price points are such, that it's good enough for healthcare, construction, and mold remediation and more critical environments, but it's priced that all industries will benefit from it. So our mission is essentially to develop products for critical environments, and at the end of the day, it's going to benefit everyone.
Well, speaking of the critical environments, your system will work with negative and positive pressure, correct?
Yes, and in the beginning, people didn't actually believe, like when we showed the magnetic entry strip, people assumed, and I think it's because of the old way of what they're used to, is they're probably buying magnetic doors, that those don't hold negative air pressure. But we proved over the last 2 years during the pandemic that these things will hold over 5 pascals of negative air pressure. Probably, I believe that's double what's required for isolation rooms in healthcare. And these were used for self-closing COVID isolation rooms in hundreds of hospitals and medical facilities, like senior living, dental,
a bunch of government facilities.
Yeah. So we kind of went away from restoration for a bit, and went into really focusing on, and we got up in the morning to help, like, I don't know, we almost made it a personal mission to help with the fight against the pandemic. And because we knew we had the only product that can remove, not just hold negative air pressure, but works in open concept, because you can position this thing, anything on a barrier, and it works with any size barrier. So all the barrier constraints are eliminated. But it was great to be able to partner with the restoration companies that would listen, because we actually enabled them to get jobs, like lots of jobs, because they would just use their containment skills to build barriers of all kinds of shapes and sizes, and then just install our product. So it was kind of a big win-win.
Leftovers.
Yeah. And totally forgot about that. One problem that we're happy to have solved is when we put these on, I'm going to show you the demo later, but we would solve the self-closing access through isolation rooms. And we were happy we were able to get the doctors and nurses away from using the zippers, but they had brought up, well, one problem we have is gurney access, with dragging the plastic over the gurneys and all that. And we told them, well, since we've eliminated the barrier constraints, you can actually use two of them, like side by side at variable widths, and you can accommodate, you can create the first ever magnetic flap door. So now we're doing flap doors and double flap doors, and our products open up all kinds of different containment techniques. And there's several. There's several, from even one feature. Oh, you got it.
They can go over the benefits and pros and cons.
Yeah, even the simplest thing like this, which is we added a grommet at the bottom of our zippers, so you can do lockout, tag out by overlaying here and putting a cable lock through here. And people were doing that in facilities where they were fumigating, was it the gas treatments with the
sanitizing.
Yeah, sanitization. And they would put the zipper on, lock it out, and let it sit for an hour. And then with our system, you can actually peel off the zipper and put the magnet in its place. The zipper and magnetic strip are interchangeable.
On the same mounting strip. that's already installed on the barrier.
That's one of the things that I like about the system, especially for any kind of medical environment. You don't have to physically touch anything to gain access. You literally can walk, with your shoulder, it opens up, you walk through, you don't have to zip, unzip, and have that a touch point that becomes an issue with transmission of bacteria, mold, viruses, things like that. So as far as the different verticals that this could work in, I mean, you've named quite a few of them. It could go down as far as just a regular dust barrier too, not just, decon chambers and positive and negative pressure environments.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost countless. Every day we're getting different industries buying from us, from grow rooms, so that would be like mushroom farms and cannabis facilities, to people doing HVAC thermal control inside of trailers and RVs and retail facilities and food facilities. So
Greenhouses and
yeah, outdoor greenhouses, which, another technique that's a good point is that we helped someone doing an outdoor greenhouse where they put the magnetic strip on the inside of the barrier, and then they put the zipper on the outside because there were severe wind gusts, but he still wanted to be able to go hands-free access. So he'd go in and out and then just use a zipper on the outside. So you can actually use them in combination, which is yet another technique. And so we feel like we're going to open up the type of techniques and empower the contractors, because I mean, we've seen some skilled contractors and see how proud they are with the containments. And if we can give them, I mean, it makes us happy if we can give them more tools to do what they do even better.
So I was surfing around your website earlier. I just want to see if there's anything new since the last time I was out there. And what comes to mind is it's 4 terms, but you've answered some of it. I just want you to expand on it a little bit more. The words I found were reusable, reliable seal, cost-effective, and versatile. I know you've talked about versatile already. Can you touch on some of the others? I'll give them to you again. We talked about reusable. So you're only replacing the bottom piece?
All right. So let me just do a quick breakdown of the entire zipper.
yeah, break down the
Okay.
zipper and points, what we saw with the reusability.
Okay. So with traditional disposable dust barrier zippers, the complaints that we see all the time are the zippers jamming, breaking, and separating from the barrier. And, people having to use additional adhesive to keep it on there. We've eliminated all three of those because with this, for break resistance, we have a 7-gauge zipper versus standard 5-gauge. So it's higher break resistance. There we go. The 2-layer system. So this is the peel and stick mounting strip. This will be added on. The two layers are too thick to get stuck in the zipper head. So they're essentially jam proof. And you don't need a special knife that cuts a gap or anything to create that jam resistance. You just use a regular utility knife down this cut guide, and it is the poly sheeting is not going to get stuck in there and stuck in the zipper head. So jam resistance. And then if you look at the back of this mounting strip, it's 100% high grade adhesive. You're not going to have to put on additional tape and, to prevent the zipper from coming down. We've heard about people who literally sent their technicians out to check their zippers to make sure the barriers haven't, failed or the zippers aren't coming down. The other great thing is replaceability. In the worst case scenario, the zipper breaks. Well, with other containments, you have to redo the entire containment. With ours, peel it off, just replace the zipper, and you're good to go. This zipper is probably the same, if not less, in cost than a disposable zipper anyway. And then the mounting strip is about 1/3 of the cost of a zipper. So continual use will actually help you continue to save money. I mean, people essentially make money off of our zippers if they're using it more than once. And if they use it only once, it's not like you're out of pocket, like extra or anything, because it's comparable in price to a heavy duty zipper.
All right. One last question before I ask you to show us a little bit about how these things work. I see you have it set up behind you. Pressure and strength. As far as how much pressure can they really handle? Has it been measured? You have documentation on that?
We would say we had it field tested. We don't have it documented, but it's essentially been used in the field measuring over 5 pascals. We would hit 7. Some people got it to hold like 11 pascals.
I believe at one of the trade shows, just to test the disposable zipper strength and versus our reusable, I think we did hit over 30 pascals, and some of the other disposable zippers started separating from the poly and ours didn't.
Yeah, that's ripping down the containment before our zippers even coming off.
Okay.
With the Velcro, it's I can't say Velcro, it's hook and loop. There's a little bit of give that you don't, and adjustability that you get that you won't get with the disposables.
Okay. Well, I see you mentioned it before. You have a setup behind you. Could you give us a demo on how this works?
Yeah.
Just remember, we may not be able to hear what you're saying if you're far away. That's all.
We're going to be moving the camera. All right. So, in the interest of time, we already put up the mounting strip. So the peel and stick mounting strip goes on just like a disposable dust barrier zipper. You'll add it, you'll peel and stick this on, and what you'll do is just add the zipper and put it down. You'll open it up, and then you'll just cut down the cut guide. And then you got your zipper on. Alternatively, you can cut first, add one side at a time. And once you've got it on, you also got this feature, which that's where you can either put a cable lock through the front or pierce through here and do it all the way through. And then you've got the lockout tag out with the zipper. So here's show you how we can interchange between zipper and magnetic strip. So we'll just roll up the zipper, and it has these fastener tabs right here, fastener tabs that'll hold it in place neatly. And then we got this carry bag that'll go into. I'll show you that a little later. But here's how you switch from zipper to magnetic strip. So this is the magnetic strip. Same thing, has a hook on the back, magnetic columns. And the trick here is you'll put on the mounting strip, cut it first. This way you'll prevent from cutting the magnets. So you'll put that and cut it first. You'll fold this in half. So the magnetic columns are stacked. And then you simply by one side. Come down. Yeah. So yeah, and then this is right off. Easily fold back up.
How much training do you need to get that right?
It's not very difficult. If someone's already using a dust barrier zipper, it's pretty simple.
Very good. I mean, it does look simple. And when we've used it in class, I've never done a switch like that. I mean, we usually put one up or the other, but it's just as easy, I guess, to switch, which you just demonstrated.
Yeah. So one of the first medical facilities that used our product was Orlando Regional Medical Center. And there, I believe there's a board of people that were discussing our product, looking for a solution because they couldn't maintain levels of the proper level of air exchange in the isolation rooms because the nurses and doctors were leaving the zippers open. They had initially they had access to our zippers, so they put those up, and they wanted the magnets. They're like, okay, we'll give it a shot. They went ahead and put on the zippers because that's what they had because they needed to get something up immediately. And he said, go ahead, do that because you're going to be able to switch out to our magnets. And then they did, and it ended up solving their air exchange issue. Obviously, because the nurses and doctors are not leaving it open. But then we also proved that it can actually hold those levels of air pressure required. Then after that, more and more hospitals started kind of catching on and doing it. So we've been trying to get the word out there, but right now it's a lot of individual locations. But we had like Patterson Air Force Base, HCA, Dignity Health, Kaiser, like some of the big names, and recently Canadian Special Forces ordered for their medical facilities. So, you know, it's out there. We've proven it all over the place, and you know, this is going to help us hopefully get the word out more to industries you guys work with too.
Well, we're definitely going to have this out there for our members and our followers, so they will see that. So without putting you on too much of a spot, which I don't mind doing, is there anything new coming that you can talk about? I don't want any trade secrets here, but anything new that you can let us know what's coming. If you say no, that's okay too.
Let me maybe hint at it. Only because we're, you know, we're trying to be a little careful.
Enough said. Enough said. We can go with that.
Yeah.
So where can somebody buy this stuff?
You know what? Better to cut me off. Yes, there
Yeah.
are going to be things, and I'll just say there are going to be things coming out that are going to they're going to add even more containment techniques, and it's like we're excited about it. It's coming soon, but
Yeah, you'll see it real soon.
Okay. So where can somebody purchase this stuff? Is it in the big box stores, to distributors, from you guys? You know, where do people go to get the reusable systems?
So we sell it directly online and on Amazon, but we also just recently, actually as of yesterday, just launched with Wesco Hazmasters Connie Safety. So that's in Hazmasters in Canada, Connie Safety's in the US. There are several locations of Aramco that have started carrying it. So we believe it'll start going more system-wide. And we have several big distributors testing this out right now. And so hopefully it's going to be everywhere soon. No big box yet, but we have companies like HD Supply and people like that reaching out to us to test it. So,
And we're in some locations in UK and Australia, and we're starting to spread. So
But that's good to hear, because we've also recently been doing stuff in Australia, the UK, South Africa. So we're definitely having an impact in a lot of different locations too. And for us, it makes it easier when we refer to a system or a product, or at least a type of technology, people are familiar with it, especially when we're going outside the US. So that makes a big difference. So that's a good thing. All right. How about contact info for you? What's your website for people to go to?
www.reuzip.com. You can contact us at email at info@reuzip.com.
All right. Any last question here? Any upcoming trade shows we can find yet?
I think next one we'll be at ServPro's trade show, their big one in Tampa Bay in June.
That's our
Okay.
national conference. That might be more exclusive to them, but yeah, nothing on the schedule just yet. We've been focusing a lot this year on the new products that we got coming out, but we'll be back in the circuit again probably next year.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you spending the time with us. I know it's a big time difference. I'm on the East Coast, you're on the West Coast, but I do appreciate you being here. And we'll do this again when you can tell us about some of the other super secret stuff that's coming out.
No, we'd love that.
We appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance.
want to welcome Rachel Rebellet from Air Answers to our stream today. And I've talked with her before. It's always interesting when we meet up with the people from Air Answers. They're always coming up with something new and more high tech into the industry of indoor air quality, allergens, and some really cool scientific stuff. So, Rachel, how about a quick hello, and we'll start chatting.
Hi. Well, thanks for having me, Lance. Really happy to be here. And hello to everyone out there in the Normie universe.
Well, it's funny you say that. We're broadcasting this on all kinds of channels through social media, and it's going to be out there in a lot of places.
Well, that's
But,
exciting.
you know, again, it's technology, and it's there to be used, just like the stuff you guys are coming out with. So with that, I got a few questions for you.
Of
So
course.
first of all, I heard that you guys have some kind of newsletter coming out. What's that all about?
Yes, we're going to have a quarterly newsletter we send out with all of our updates, update on our testing that we're offering, information about partnerships or conferences that we're going to. And there'll be a link on there to set up a consultation with us. It'll be a short 15-minute free consultation to learn more about the technology.
Can anybody sign up for that newsletter?
The newsletter goes out to all of our customers, all Normie members. So yeah, I mean, anyone who's interested in it, go to our website and fill out the contact us for more information link, and we'll provide you with a newsletter.
That's what I was looking for. So yes, okay. Because I know a lot of our members, even if they're not using your services as yet, may still want to get that newsletter.
Oh yeah, great, sure.
Okay, I'm just curious, what prompted that? I mean, because you haven't done that in the past.
Well, we thought it would just be, we always have so much going on, and we don't feel sometimes that we're getting that information out there. And this time around, we've decided we really wanted people to know what we're doing, new things that we're adding, things that would be potentially more interesting to different businesses. And, we just want people to know what's going on.
Okay, very good. Well, I'll be signing up for that because I don't think I'm getting it yet. And
No.
I just found out that you're doing that. So,
no. Oh, you'll get one.
okay. It's important to stay up to date. And just so you know, I just want to segue into this really quick. I am using the official Air Answers coffee mug that I got at the last convention with you guys. It's an amazing coffee cup. I'll talk about that later.
It's the best coffee cup.
Yes, it is. All right. So as far as technology, and the coffee cup is a lot of technology because it keeps stuff warm for hours.
Exactly.
I know you have new tests coming up. I mean, we've talked quite a bit recently, and you keep describing new processes that are coming. Can you talk about some of the newer ones and the old ones too, but definitely the newer ones?
Okay. Well, one of the things that we have coming out this week for anyone who's working with, cannabis grow facilities, we're adding botrytis onto our menu. We have powdery mildew, and then we're going to be adding botrytis to that. That is going to come out by the end of this week. It's going to be available for purchase.
I know from what we've done in the IAQ industry, the grow houses are really concerned about the different powdery funguses and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I'm assuming that's what you're talking about here. I didn't know the specific name before, but I know that they have to submit samples to different government entities for testing purposes, and that's one of the things they're really concerned about, because they could lose an entire crop if that's out of control.
Oh yeah, the whole crop can go because of botrytis or bud rot and powdery mildew issues. But also for people who are working with those cannabis growers, one of the state requirements for a lot of different places is aspergillus. So we do have that aspergillus option as part of our mold genera testing as well, which could be helpful. And then we have one of our other panels, opportunistic fungal pathogen panel, There's there's two species of Aspergillus on that one as well that could be helpful in this area, Aspergillus niger and Aspergillus fumigatus, which are two of the four Aspergillus species that are problematic for people who want to pass their state requirements.
Are those the specific species that affect people with aspergillosis, I believe it's called?
Yes, it's people who are immunocompromised, or
Yeah.
it makes perfect sense. I mean, if you're going to be inhaling something, or you're going to be using something for human consumption, you don't want them to inhale a bunch of different spores or kinds of molds that could potentially cause serious respiratory problems.
Well, I know you've been expanding out all the different types of testing, and I know we've talked over the last 2 or 3 years about this, especially when COVID came out, because you do testing for COVID also.
Oh, yeah.
What else are you testing for, or can you let us know that you'll be testing for in the coming future?
All right. Well, this is all new information, so I'll give you just like a little sneak peek, but we are going to be expanding our viral panel. And so we will be adding more viruses to that, and viruses that would be potentially interesting to people in schools and people in buildings and everything else. So we're working to expand that. So we're going to be adding not just COVID, we're going to be having other viruses as well.
I mean, it sounds specifically the way you're talking, like it's also targeting a little bit more into the medical industry. I mean, we obviously know the indoor air quality is a desperate need for all of this testing, but it sounds like the medical industry may have a bigger interest in this.
Could be.
Yeah.
I could see the medical industry being interested in this as well.
Yeah, I know that, we've run into issues over the years with the medical industry has been resistant to deal with more of the environmental issues affecting people, but I think that's changing now. And I think stuff like your technology is making a big difference where it's accessible and understandable to the lay person and the doctors.
I completely agree.
All right, cool. All right. Well, if you think of anything else while we're chatting here that's coming out that you can share with us, please do.
That's what I have right now.
All right,
But,
well, let's
that
see.
one will be coming soon.
I know we were at, I believe it was the ISSA convention was
Yeah.
the last time.
Yeah.
And I think you guys are going to be at the IAQA convention also.
That's correct. We will have a booth at the IAQA, and I will be participating in a panel conversation moderated by Michael Pinto on mycotoxins. So there'll be a group of us in that panel discussion, and that'll take place at the I think it's I forget what night of I think it's like 4:30 or 5 o'clock on Tuesday, but it's during the IAQA. So keep an eye out for that panel discussion, and it should be really interesting.
I know Doug Hoffman is going to be at the IAQA show. I'm not sure if I am or not yet. I have a few things coming up, so I may not be able to get there, but I know Doug is going to be there, so you'll be probably chatting with him.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Pinto, is one of our senior instructors. I mean, he runs some classes for us that are really specific to sensitized individuals. And one of the important things in his teachings is also your technology, because, the people that are sensitized, which I believe now they're considering between 20 and 25% of the population out there. It's like 1 in 4 people are considered sensitized.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not that it's really been that different over the last several years. It's just become an awareness now. And now people want to know what's going on in their environment. And that's really where your type of technology really comes in.
Oh, yeah.
I keep calling it technology, and I don't want it to sound science fiction like, but
you don't want to say electrokinetic capture technology?
no, it's too early in the day for that.
Haven't had enough coffee yet?
Yeah, pretty much. No, I don't want to do that. But I do want to say that, we had talked, a few months back about the teaching of your technology to like our members and the public. And you had come up with some specific short videos
Yeah.
that really went into detail but quickly so people can understand it, how to use the technology, what it could be used for,
Mhm.
and actually how to just to turn it on. You know,
Yep.
we found with a lot of the technology that's out there that people don't want to read instructions any longer.
Yeah.
You know, I'm guilty of it myself. You know, you open up that furniture you want to put together, you know, no, we don't need these. And some of the companies now have been putting out just pictures, no more words, as instructions. But you went to the next step and actually did videos showing people how to manipulate the cartridges, how to turn things on and off and reset, which was extremely helpful. And we
Well, if
actually
there's
have it on
anyone
our-
else who needs, I mean, if there's any other videos you can think of, we'll gladly put those together as well, if they will help to provide more information.
Be careful what you offer to do.
No.
You know, because we never know. I mean, we're dealing with several different generations of assessors, inspectors, remediators, and the general public, and they all learn differently. You know, some people have to read directions. Other people have to look at pictures. Other people need to just have a video explaining it to them. And
Yeah.
having all these different ways out there really makes a difference. So yeah, we may be asking you to do a few more of those things.
Great. I understand. I'm very visual myself. So, I mean, I put together I got a table from Amazon the other day and everything it went right to YouTube and it had a whole video on how to put it together. So, you know, I completely understand.
Can you talk a little bit more about the types of allergens that you guys can test for?
Sure.
I get a lot of questions from people about, you know, I know I have allergies, but I don't know what I'm allergic to. Or I
Mhm.
went to a doctor and he said I'm allergic to these 4 things, but I don't know. I don't think I have, you know, anything in the house related to a cat, but they say I'm allergic to cats. That type of testing.
Yeah. Yep. I completely understand. We've had quite a few people who moved into places and they don't know, everyone automatically goes to mold. You know, it's like, well, my eyes are itchy and I'm having these problems directly because of mold. And then you find out that, we find cat allergen in the home. So what we specifically test for is we have a cat allergen, dog allergen, dust mite, cockroach, mouse, and 3 different types of pollens. So we do tree pollen, grass pollen, and ragweed pollen.
I got to go back to the dogs and cats for a moment.
Okay.
Is it testing, because this is a question I get all the time about the allergen portion of it. Is it testing basically the saliva aspect of it or the dander, or what is it looking at?
It's actually testing for a particular protein, and that protein is what the allergen is. And that allergen can be found in saliva, it can be found in urine, and it can be found on the animal dander. So it can be in any of those things. So we're specifically targeting the actual allergen.
That's interesting because when I've talked with people that have dog allergies, cat allergies, they're always worried about the fur and the dander that's all over the place. That's what they think they're allergic to, but it's basically the proteins.
It's the
that exist
proteins.
on that,
Mhm.
from licking themselves or whatever.
And that's what we found with, people think, oh, I got a hypoallergenic dog or hypoallergenic pet. And they say, well, it doesn't have any allergens. Oh, yes, it does. It still has allergens. It's not going to lose its fur as much. But I mean, there's still allergens in its saliva. There's still allergens in the urine. There's still allergens coming from that are, on the skin. So, I mean, it still has allergens. They just don't shed as much. So when we do testing in homes where people have hypoallergenic animals, we're still going to find those allergens because they're still going to be there.
Let's change the subject here for a minute. We're in the process of working with several entities in different parts of the world, and they're very interested in using the technology from Air Answers.
Mhm.
Is there a time limit on shipping? Because it does take a little bit longer to send stuff into the lab here in the US if they were overseas. Is there any concerns there?
with time of shipping, or, well, the stability of the sample is fine. So there's no concern if you're sending it into the laboratory and it takes a week or so that there's going to be any kind of issue with stability. So that's really not a concern. So,
Okay, very good. Because that was one of the discussions I was involved with about using the Air Answers lab, was concerned about it taking several extra days to get in, and if it was a concern, just like you know, a regular swab sample of mold, you
mhm.
know, it could incubate and stuff like that. So very
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
So let's see. Could we ask you to run through a list, if you can, of all the different things that you test for, and then maybe summarize it by how long these tests take? Because I know there's different
Sure.
time periods. There's a day, 3 days, 5 days. I mean, there's all different time periods for different types of testing.
Great. And I'll go through this list and I'll actually provide you with that information as well. So if any Normie member has questions about that, you'll have that information to help them with as well. Okay, well, I will start with our beta glucan testing. Our beta glucan testing is our marker for actively growing mold. So, you know, for anyone who wants to know if mold is actually growing in the environment that you're assessing, then, you know, beta glucan would be the test to do. Beta glucan, you would run beta glucan for either 24 hours or a 5-day run. And the turnaround time for beta glucan in the laboratory is a 24-hour turnaround time. So once we receive the cartridge in the laboratory, it's going to be 24 hours, you know, to get that sample, to get the results, sorry. The next one, I will go through the mold genera. The mold genera is 8 different types of molds. I'll try to name them all.
Didn't want to
Penicillium.
put you on the spot, but
Oh, you're fine.
yes, I did.
Aspergillus, Penicillium, Stachybotrys, Fusarium, Catonium, Fusarium, Cladosporium, Trichoderma, Memnunella, and I think that was 8. Was it 8? I don't know. Well,
Well,
we
you
have
definitely hit our 5 no tolerance molds.
exactly. I hit your 0 tolerance molds there. So those are indicative of severe water damage, correct?
Correct.
Great. So that test, you could run it again for either 24 hours or 5 days. And then the turnaround time in the laboratory is 24 hours for that one as well.
Before you go on, just real quick, on those tests where you said between 24 hours and 5 days, can it be run for shorter periods in there, like 3 days, if that was only the accessible time? Or does that cause a
The
problem?
reason why we tell people either 24 hours or 5 days is because part of the calculation that we provide the results, part of that calculation has to do with time and volume. And all of that is kind of worked into our laboratory information management system. So it's to provide people with information. And then also what we're doing is building out a database so that we're able to develop our own levels of these different things in the air, since there's really nothing to compare it to. So part of that is why we recommend just 24 hours or 5 days so that we can provide people with accurate concentrations and then track those. So.
Okay, that's why I was curious, because I was asked that by somebody and I didn't have the real answer, but now I do.
Now you do. Now you have a bunch of information I just provided. Hopefully you can sort through my my ramblings.
Not a problem.
All right. And what next? Mycotoxin testing. Mycotoxin, we test for 4 different mycotoxins: trichothylacine, aflatoxin, ochratoxin, fumonisin. And that is, again, 1 or 5 days. And it is a 5-day turnaround time for the mycotoxin testing. We have the opportunistic fungal pathogen panel, which is Aspergillus fumigatus, Aspergillus fumigatus, Aspergillus niger, Mucor, and Candida albicans. And again, 1 or 5 days, and that is a 2-day turnaround time in the laboratory. We have the allergen testing. Now, the allergen testing is only 5 days. That's only been validated for 5 days. That was based on case studies or testing that we'd done before, and running on different lengths of time. So 5 days was the best amount of time to get the whole vicinity or the whole type, all the different types of allergens. So 5 days, allergens only, 5 days. And that is a 5-day turnaround time. Now, we do have multi-panels as well. We have a total mold panel, and that is beta-glucan, mycotoxins, and genera. That is you run it 1 to 5 days. It's a 5-day turnaround time. We have the beta-glucan and the allergens together. That's a 5-day run. It's a 5-day turnaround time. We have the comprehensive panel, which is beta-glucan, genera, mycotoxins, and allergens, 5-day run, 5-day turnaround time. We have the cannabis panel, which is the powdery mildew and the botrytis. That can be run 24 hours or 5 days. That is a 2-day turnaround time. We have the COVID testing. The COVID testing is a 3-day run, a 2-day turnaround time. Now, what also is interesting is you don't have to use a different cartridge for each test. If you want to do beta-glucan and genera, you don't have to do one for genera and one for beta-glucan. You have one cartridge. We can run a whole plethora of tests on them. So you want to start with beta-glucan first to see if there's mold growing in the environment. You can do that. And then we keep the sample for 60 days. You can add on other types of tests onto the sample. The only time where you're going to have to run 2 cartridges separately is if you're wanting to run viruses and, the molds and allergens and everything else. You're going to have to run 2. And that's just because our laboratory process to remove those samples from the cartridges are different. So viruses, different sample, but if you have the, one sample, you can run everything else on it. You can have, beta-glucan, you can do all the genera, you can do the mycotoxins, you can do the allergens, you can all do that off one cartridge. So there's
as long as it meets the minimum time requirement.
Exactly. Yep.
So running a 5-day sample, you could basically test for any and all except for viruses.
Yep. If you're doing just the 1 day, you can run all the molds, the allergens. We'd recommend that you run it, another sample for 5 days. But if you want to run it 24 hours and do, beta-glucan, mycotoxins, all the mold genus assays, the opportunistic fungal pathogens, powdery mildew, you can run all that off of one cartridge.
There's a lot of options there, and it sounds like you can mix and match and do everything. But, for the people watching, it's really about testing for what your specific concerns are, or what the assessor or remediator considers the concerns.
Yep.
And it's getting you data. It's getting you information to help you come up with a plan.
Yep, definitely is. So we do provide a lot of different options. One of the other things is we love to hear what customers want to test for, because with the molecular type testing we do in our laboratory, we can build out our menu quite a bit. So if there's anything that we aren't offering right now that we could potentially offer in the future, please just let us know.
Well, you know that we use the Air Answers device in the training for our NCEAA program, which is the normally certified environmental allergen testing and assessment program. And it's one of the pieces that we teach about using just for that reason, because of all the allergens that you do. And we just encourage people to do that. I do want to stress, and I talk about this in all the trainings that we do, if you have the technology, if you have the Air Answers device or any other piece of equipment, use it in your home or office first. Don't go out to a customer's location and use it for the first time. Any piece of equipment, sitting there reading the instructions is not the place to do that. Or calling me and saying, how do I do this? Because that does happen. So please, I always say, please use it in your own home. Find out what's in your environment. Become a believer in the technology.
or sit in your office, watch those short videos, and those are just, how to put the cartridge in, take it out, where to send it, it's just some information. So it is really helpful to try it first before you take it in somewhere.
Absolutely. Good advice. Well, is there anything else that we haven't chatted about that you would like to talk about? I always put it out there like, do you have questions for me? If not, that's okay. I'm good with that.
Well, what's new with Normie?
Well, we're busy. We're going to be at the different conventions. We're going to see you guys hopefully there. I might even have to get another coffee mug. Again, amazing coffee mugs. If you guys have them again, I encourage everybody to go to your booth and try to get one because they keep things hot forever.
Oh, well, great. We'll make sure that we have those at the next conference then.
Well, I'm just putting it out there. I could use another one. Well, I do want to thank you for your time. It's greatly appreciated. I know you guys are busy.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
No, it's our pleasure. We enjoy getting the information from you guys and working closely with you. I look forward to seeing you at one of the next conventions.
Yeah, definitely. Looking
All right.
forward to seeing you
Until then,
too. All right.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Doug Hoffman. I'm with Normie, and this is kind of a public service announcement for home inspectors who think they can't do mold sampling. In the state of Florida and other licensing states, they have a threshold for mold sampling, and if it's below that threshold, you're allowed to do it as a home inspector. And our class coming up in August, the Certified Mold Screener, is designed specifically for home inspectors who are asked that question when they're doing a home inspection. And truth is, even the board in Florida has agreed that home inspectors can do mold inspections as long as it's below the 10-foot threshold. And so the Certified Mold Screener will give you the opportunity to answer the question for your customer and give them 3 options: a do-it-yourself option, a recommendation to a certified mold assessor licensed in the state, if necessary, or you can take the samples yourself. You don't even have to write a report. Our class, the Certified Mold Screener, is designed specifically for home inspectors. We've had a lot of success already in New York with this and other places across the country. We're inviting you to our class. Go to training.normie.org or contact the Home Inspectors Association of South Florida, and they'll be able to give you information about this class. Coming up in August, hope to see you there.
I want to welcome today's guests from Robert Pettyjohn Cleaning, Mr. Robert Pettyjohn and Katie Ruther. Guys, want to say a quick hello?
Hello there, Lance. It's a joy to join you and the millions watching on their computer.
Thank you, Robert. Hi, Katie. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm good, Lance. How are you?
Good, good. Well, let's get started here. And for those that don't know, Robert is one of our senior trainers. He's involved with our certified mold assessor, mold remediation training, and he does quite a few other things for us. So could you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got involved with this indoor air quality industry?
Well, Lance just started by cleaning carpets. My wife, Karen, and I were living in Kentucky at the time, and we were looking up at the light fixture on our ceiling and saying, we're going to be here the rest of our lives, or we're going to do something else. So we had an opportunity to go to Hawaii. So we sold everything we had and bought 2 one-way tickets to Kauai and sold jewelry on the beach for a couple of years. And then, like everybody should do, but then we had a little baby born over there. This little girl here to my right and to your left. Little Katie was born over there on Kauai, and we couldn't imagine raising her far away from my mom and daddy or Karen's mom and daddy, Mr. and Miss Chapman, in Easley, South Carolina. So we came back to South Carolina, and I did a few odd jobs, and one thing led to another, and I felt the Lord lead me to come up here to Southeastern Seminary to get a PhD in world religions. But he obviously had other things in mind because we were stone cold broke when we got up here. I said, Lord, what are we going to do? I answered an ad in the newspaper that said, clean carpets, make $800 to $1,000 a week. I said, well, that'll pay a few bills. So I started doing it. It was a carpet cleaning company is what it was. So I started doing that, and then one thing led to another, and I realized that I didn't know everything I needed to know. So I went looking for some other resources, and fortunately I found them. But that's how we got started cleaning carpets in 1989 here in Wake Forest, North Carolina.
You know, we've talked in the past about diverse backgrounds and, you know, where people are today and where they came from. So I just want to get this right. I'm visualizing it's the beach bum surfer becoming the doctor of PhD, you know, in a short trip.
Well, we did a little bit of windsurfing, but not that other stuff like they do in the pipeline in the North Shore of Oahu or any of these other big surfing venues. And I was accepted into the PhD program at Baylor University and also up here at Southeastern Seminary, but I never enrolled. We were just too broke, and I had to do something else. So I never became the doctor, but that's okay.
Well, I'll tell you, Katie, I know you were dragged through this, probably kicking and screaming most of the way. And if you would like to tell us a little bit about your background, if you're comfortable with that.
Oh gosh. So I grew up with the back seat of our minivan on the front porch to accommodate the carpet cleaning machine.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And that's okay. Fond memories. Yeah, but I think I officially started working in the business when I was in 3rd grade, pulling hoses. And as far as I know, I was the only 3rd grader that had a sizable bank account. So I guess I appreciate the life lessons and responsibility that came with working at a young age. And I worked on and off, went to college, tried to find a different career. And after college, I came back and worked in the office a little bit in the field. And I got married. We ran away for about 4.5 years to California and decided this is probably where we really need to be. So we came back and have been ears deep in textiles for the last, I keep saying 6 years, but time keeps ticking. So it might be closer to 8 years by now.
Wow. Amazing.
So here we are. Not at all what you plan for your life, but somehow you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
All right. Very cool. Well, I like to know a little bit more about the backgrounds, and a lot of our viewers, want to know who the people are that we're talking to. So thank you both for that. So let's get down to it. I know what you do is fairly technical as far as the technology that's used, the methodology for cleaning. It's not just spraying a chemical on something and cleaning it. So how did you figure out how to do this? Did you take training, or did you just reinvent the wheel, or how'd you wind up doing what you're doing?
Well, we got started in our training because I had done some work. The guys at the shop figured I was the smartest one, so they sent me the worst, most difficult cases. And at this time, I went and bleached the guy's carpet and made a big mess. And that was $650 that Petty John's did not have. But we had to max out our credit cards in order for that to happen, so we did it. So I figured I better get some training. And as a result, I asked around a couple of places and found out that there was a class at Sunbelt Cleaning Supply House here in Raleigh. And the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania, was the one who was teaching the class. And thankfully, I got the right teacher at the right time. And he told me everything I needed to do and to know in order to get started properly. And I could not be any more thankful for that. So absolutely, training and education, there is no substitute whatsoever for that unless you have a bottomless bank account that can handle all your screw ups.
Okay. Well, with that, in the world of indoor air quality, which is where we all work under, I know there's a lot of trade organizations and support groups and things like that. Did you ever try, or are you still working with those types of groups, trade associations, organizations that helped you through this?
To back up to education for just a moment, one of the fun full circle parts of being in a family business is while my dad took classes from Lee Pemberton, I think I was able to fully explore my love of upholstery cleaning from Lee's son, Jim, a few years ago. Or many years later. So I think that their family business becoming full circle as our family business has become second generation is one of the beautiful little components that you don't just see everywhere.
So
That's very well put.
yes, it is. But does that really mean that when you were in 3rd and 4th grade, you were helping him with his homework?
I don't know.
You're exposing all our family secrets now.
I just wanted to make it clear for everybody where we were.
Well, that one of the benefits of being at a class like that is that you usually are associated with people that are where you want to be. And one of those people was a fellow named Chubb Safrit, S-A-F-R-I-T. He lived in Concord, North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte. And Chubb at that meeting told me, he said, Robert, if you want to do this business, you do this and this and this and this. And I did that and that and that and that. And then one thing led to another. And now here, what is today's date?
24th.
The 24th of what?
March.
March 24th in 2023. I'm being interviewed by the great Lance Eisen and the Normie crowd, along with my baby daughter, Katie. And I'm so very thankful to be here. But that would not have happened had I not been in the right training organization, doing the right things by people who knew what they were talking about.
Well, I understand, and I thank you for that. And I understand that you've been a part of and some leadership in organizations too along the way. That's where I was trying to go to with this, to kind of talk about your path to where you've gotten to now with the different groups, support groups, organizations, things like that you've been involved with.
That's a good question. Well, you ask good questions, man. Thank you very, very much, Lance. Well, yes, both my wife and I have been privileged to serve as president of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, the finest regional trade association anywhere in the country, without question. My daughter Katie is on the board of directors right now at Mid-South. We were the founding members of the Association of Drug Care Specialists that is headquartered in Dallas, Texas. One of the charter members of that organization. I'm one of just a handful of certified rug specialists here in the United States, the only one in the Southeast. I'm also privileged to be a part of the Restoration Industry Association, where I'm one of about 125 certified water loss specialists in the whole country. And that's a real big deal. So whenever years ago, we used to go get gas and we had to get paid for it inside the convenience store. And when I came home, Karen said, "You went to the gas station, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah, how do you know? Because you smell like smoke." You remember that everybody smoked inside those gas stations. Well, that's the way it is now. You start to smell like the people you hang around. And fortunately, being a part of this national organization, Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, known as Normie, I'm beginning to smell like you, Lance, and I'm so thankful for that.
I know there's a compliment in there someplace. I'm just not quite sure how far I have to dig for it. So I'm just going to kind of move on, and let's talk about indoor air quality, as long as you talked about, smells and things like that. Rug cleaners, carpet cleaners, I've seen these guys with their trucks and they go out and they spray some stuff on the floor and vacuum it back up and they're off to the next job. But why wouldn't they be more focused on how it's affecting the rest of the environment with indoor air quality? So, I mean, how do you view that component of what you do?
Well, one of the benefits of being involved in an organization like Mid-South is that back in 1989, when we first started, we ran into a fellow. His name is Dr. Michael Berry. He was in charge of the Research Triangle Institute, and at the time was a very, very close friend of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association. As a matter of fact, one of his students, a guy named Donald Pumphrey from up in Brown Summit, North Carolina, did a cleaning of the Frank Porter Graham Child Care Center in Chapel Hill and discovered that the recidivism rate for people who got for the kids that were in that carpet cleaning, they got their carpets cleaned regularly, was much, much, much less. They almost never ever got sick. So Dr. Berry, in his book called Cleaning for Health, I don't know if people can see this. This is the one that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is very interested in working with right now. But he says in his book some very, very powerful things about this business of cleaning. He said, in carpeted buildings, check entrances. It is especially important for you to analyze how and where unwanted matter gets deposited inside. This matter can be wet or dry or oily when it rains or snows or whatever the case may be. But he also says something very, very profound. He said, with housekeeping, we manage and take advantage of the sink effect we find inside. Kitchens have a literal sink. If dirty dishes and garbage are allowed to build up in it, bacteria will proliferate, and someone is likely to get sick. Some surfaces are better sinks than others, Dr. Berry says. Carpets and fabrics are very effective sinks. Pollutants stick on or fall into their fabric surfaces due to gravity or electrostatic attraction. Such complex webs of fibers can trap and hold pollutants for a very, very long time. Housekeeping that makes the indoor environment biologically clean promotes long-lasting health. We were fortunate in 1989 to be associated and to be acquainted with Dr. Michael Berry. And even as my role with the ICRC, I was fortunate to serve on the board of directors and the executive committee of that organization for 6 years, for crying out loud. But one of the people we met was a brilliant fellow who worked with the Journal of Cleaning, Restoration, and Inspection. He wrote an article called The Influence of Flooring Type on Allergen Levels and Airborne Particles. This thing right here, an amazing, John Downey is his name, an amazingly brilliant fellow. But he says, and I'll just read one short sentence or two. In conclusion, the results outlined here do not support the common recommendations favoring hard flooring rather than carpet that are currently given to those with asthma and allergy concerns. Adds to the growing body of research that suggests no flooring type is definitely preferable over another. We hear so many people, Lance, as you well know, say, rip the carpet out, take the carpet out. Well, no, the carpet is an effective sink. With every 1 square yard of carpet, there's 1.4 acres of surface area in that. That's a great sink or a reservoir, as Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner says. But that reservoir, that sink needs to be emptied on a regular basis. Hence, what we're here for today is we are impacting people's indoor air quality in ways they will never have any indication. So
Well,
industry that does this, that allows us to do this, sir.
let me toss up a softball to you guys for you guys to take a swing at using a baseball metaphor here. Here comes the pitch. In most structures, what is the largest filter in that facility or home?
Katie?
The carpet.
There you go. Pretty much what you just said. I mean, it's a massive filtering system, and it's so important to address it the right way.
It's crazy when the largest filter has been ripped out and replaced with a filter that can't hold on to anything, like a hard floor. That changes the whole maintenance protocol for the house, the whole level of expectation for the homeowner, for the inhabitants and their respiratory existence, in my opinion.
But your opinion is right. And the fact is that big sink that filter has got to be cleaned and emptied on a regular basis. I'm sorry, nobody put a gun to your head, made you buy that carpet or buy that Oriental rug, but still you got to maintain it. Nobody made you have babies. Nobody made you buy that house, but still you got to maintain it properly.
Absolutely. And that was the whole purpose for asking that question like that. When you do take out the carpeting, it does change everything. The whole indoor air quality structure changes. So let's get a little bit more into the technology side of it. Could you give us some examples or demonstrations I know you have some videos that you were talking about in a previous conversation we had about carpeting and cleaning and things like that.
That's a very good question, Lance, because cleaning carpets really does impact the 7 elements of indoor air quality. And those 7 elements, of course, are particles, odors, gases, biopollutants, temperature, relative humidity, and comfort. That's how you got to measure something somehow. So let's measure it with these standards, these criteria that Mr. Hoffman and Normie have established as extreme, and research over the decades as established as necessary elements of healthy indoor air quality. How does what we do impact healthy indoor air quality? Katie, how does all that happen? How would you show that?
I would like to start with reel it back a little bit and talk about why before how. I think one of the questions that is often overlooked when it comes to how are you going to clean my rug? Can you clean my rug? What are you doing? Why should I choose you over someone else? Is come back to why are we even doing this in the first place? And the Sunday school answer is indoor air quality. But there are other answers to those questions. And
those are going to be very simple. Why do you do what you do? Because it's important to your precious customers for one, but you've got to also understand what you're doing. Where does this rug come from? Where do these textiles come from? How did they come about even in the first place? And I think you may have a couple. We're going to show you a couple of videos, Lance, and your audience too. They're short videos. They're not going to last forever, but sometimes a picture says more, 1,000 words, 10,000, or whatever it is.
Short videos, like an active picture, so you can just catch a little glimpse of interaction and not necessarily watch the whole movie.
And you got some of those videos?
I think I've got a few.
Oh, that's great. Let's do it.
Okay, we'll go for it.
Good.
All right. So let's do a share screen. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
So why do we clean rugs? Oh.
One of the first whys is this right here.
Can you see that, Lance?
Yeah, absolutely. And being a grandparent, I mean, that speaks volumes to me.
All right, that little bugger is my nephew. And clearly, there's my niece. And this is one of the primary reasons I clean things, is because I've got little kids and nieces and nephews that are crawling on my floor. And I've got a dog at home, and I know what the dog has done. I know what my kids have done to my floor. And while they're not this young anymore, literally eating the carpet as they pull themselves along, it's still shoes in my house. I know what's this close to their face. And it's important to keep the little people in my life safe.
Plus, their respiratory systems are much less developed than the rest of us. And there's that bell curve of life that from the very beginning, you're more sensitive, and at the very end, you're more sensitive too. So not only for babies, but for seniors in their homes, for people who are having elective surgery, for people who are bringing children home from freshly been born. Oh gosh, there's all kinds of reasons, but this is why we do what we do, dadgummit, is because there's people lives that are dependent on what we're doing. We're cleaning for health, my friend. That's a big deal.
Well, one thing that's a little different is most indoor air quality mold assessment work is measuring environments in that 4 to 6 foot breathable range. That's kind of the standard that most industrial hygienists look at, and testing is done at, because most people exist in that area breathing wise. The children that we're looking at, they don't fall into that range. They are way below it. They're down in the more humid area. They're down where the bigger particles are collecting because they're heavier. So they're more exposed to more, and the carpeting. So I agree with you completely.
And if people don't take their shoes off when they come in their house, that's the single most important thing you can do to maintain your carpets, by the way. We clean for a lot of Asians, and they're accustomed to taking their shoes off, and their slippers, they call them. We lived in Hawaii, and everybody would take their slippers off when they came into the house. Well, these people that we clean for from the Philippines and from other Asian places, their carpets, I said, what are we here for? And they said, to clean your carpets. Well, they look fantastic. Why? Because they don't walk on them with their dadgum shoes. They take the shoes off before. It makes a huge difference. Okay, let's look at some more videos. Let's have some fun today. Okay, Kate?
All right. So as a company, Petty John's, we do a lot of Oriental rug washing, area rug cleaning, loose rugs, not to differentiate between installed carpeting. And
matter of fact, there's a rug on the back right behind us in the screenshot. That is an Afghan war rug with the tanks. Yep, the tanks and all that. That was made at a special time. We have a rug here on the wall from Tabriz in Iran. We got a bunch of rugs out there from Iran and from Turkey, Syria, from up in the Four Corners area of our country where the Navajo rugs are. Big deal. Let's show the video, see where they come from.
so before you clean something, it's helpful to have an understanding of how it's made. And I like to differentiate between loose rugs and installed carpet, because there's a lot of, can't you just clean my rug in my home? It's sitting on the floor just like my carpet is. Well, the construction difference between broadloom carpet that's installed in your home and a hand knotted Oriental rug, or even a machine made loose rug, is wildly different. The density of the tufts, the material, the backing in and of itself is just wildly more accessible and meant to be cleaned in home on a broadloom installed carpet versus a hand knotted rug, which is super, super dense, and a lot of that dry soiling is going to get driven into the foundation, and it's just not accessible from a cleaning standpoint in the home.
While Katie's looking at these videos, let me say one thing to you, Lance. You used the term broadloom a while ago.
Hey, Robert, hang on one second. If you're guys are gonna talk for a while, stop your share so we can see you on the big screen instead of just a little screen with your files.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. So I understand. So that was just the tiny amount of background before we get into where does the Oriental rug come from, or where does the hand knotted rug come from?
Oh my, this is taken in the Luri area of Iran. There are two major nomadic tribes there, the Luris and the Kashka'is. And you can see that this is a big deal in their lives. I mean, this was only taken just a few years ago when I had the privilege to go to Iran and see these sites firsthand. This is something that you just don't see very much at all in our society, particularly in America, but gosh, almost anywhere. And then look who's bringing up the rear, being sure that the job's done right. Two women, by George. Isn't that fascinating? Wow.
So we start the journey with the sheep walking on a dusty road, and we are going to go to
the sheep have got to be shorn, and the wool's cut off. It's got a very high lanolin content in it, so it's got to be washed first. Once it's washed, it can be put into a dye vat and dyed almost any color imaginable. And these guys that do this, these dye masters, using all kind of natural vegetal dyes, are some of the most incredibly brilliant people on earth. They are the most highly respected anywhere along this rug chain. Is those people who know how to match colors and to get them exactly what the customer's looking for. Those are really huge. And I've had the privilege of getting to know some of these folks and to watch how hard they work. Man, you just never see them taking breaks.
So one of the questions we pose to ourselves before we clean a rug or anything in reality, what's it made of, what's happened to it, and what's the value? We're going to dig into the what's it made of portion right now as we've been. And
so people may find this awful pedantic or something kind of, why you show me all these things like this? Well, there's got to be an entertainment value to what we're seeing. You're seeing some stuff that you've probably never, ever seen before. We're lifting up the sheets, and now you can see what's going on in between. And it's a beautiful story of what all has been happening over the years. And to see that this, by the way, the oldest Oriental rug discovered was in the Pizric Mountains of Russia. It dates back to 5000 BC. It is constructed exactly the way that Persian or Iranian rugs are constructed today. Amazing, amazing. This here, you're seeing a lady in the Luri tribe. She is spinning the wool that's been cut off of the sheep, and it's all been cleaned up, and now they get big old skeins of this stuff, and it's got to be spun now into a yarn that can be used in a rug. But just look at all the times that this is being held by the human hand. Look, all the oils, look at the soil that's on the ground. I mean, these things, you'll see how this is taken care of down the road. This is a beautiful process. And whether you're washing upholstery, whether you're cleaning dishes, whether you're cleaning up a television set or whatever, you got to know how things are constructed. And look at these incredible ladies there in the Kashka'i tribe that are actually weaving a rug on the ground. These are nomadic tribes, much like you read about in the Old Testament. And these girls are all dressed up, ready to meet their husband should he come by. And it is, I mean, literally, that's the truth. And just look at what they're doing on the ground, for crying out loud. Wow. If this doesn't want to make you want to preserve the investment, we're, as Ron Toney says, who's the IICRC #1 certification, by the way. Ron Toney says we are able to preserve time spent. Oh, what other job can you do that can preserve time that's already been spent? I've got 2 daughters, and a lot of these people who are making rugs, as you'll see in the videos, they're all women. Men are out there smoking cigars and drinking tea and trying to sell something. But no, these ladies are the ones working. And by washing a rug properly, we're preserving the time that they spend on it. Just look at the incredible dexterity that these ladies have got in their hands. They're taking 2 or 3 of these yarns together, and this lady is cutting this yarn off as she goes. Those knives are unbelievably sharp, but her fingers, no slices whatsoever. Just a beautiful, beautiful context of why we do what we do. And if you don't know why you do what you do, it becomes a game of gossip, somebody has said. No, you've got to know why you do what you do. This is why we do it. And once the rug is, it's got to be finished. So let's see what's going on here. If you've ever felt a wool rug on the back of the rug, it can feel kind of scratchy and kind of rough. Well, in order for that not to happen, they actually set fire to the bottom of a rug. Wool, on the other hand, wool rugs do not catch a fire. That's why they are used exclusively in the airplane business. You look at the airplane that you found, the Delta, Pan Am, whatever you got, There's not Pan Am no more, is it? No. Okay. But any other airline you fly, they all have wool carpets. Why? Because they don't catch a fire and burn.
What does the burning actually do?
The burning actually removes the scratchy stuff that's on the back of the rug. And there's an aesthetic value to having an Oriental rug. And one of them is it feels so soft and so plush under your hands. You can pick it up and look at the back side of it. But now, after all those rugs are dealt with so many times, they got to be cleaned somehow. Let's watch and see how these folks are washing the rug. There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. There's chemical action, mechanical action. This is where you're brushing your teeth or your hair or your dishes or whatever. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature, rinse, or dry. Those 6 elements. You can see that they're wetting this thing down. They're actually using laundry detergent to wash these rugs out on. And they want to wash them and get them as clean as possible before they. But you just look. Are they rinsing them out completely? Are they really getting those things completely clean and rinsed out? There's the question about that. Let's continue. Now, once you wash something, you got to dry it up. This is Mr. Reza Zolanbari, one of the most brilliant and compassionate men you'll ever meet. He has Zolanbari rugs. You can look them up. And these are, you see the rocks out in Iran, that sun is beating on those rocks all the time. And they've taken these rugs, they've turned them face up, and the rugs, the bottom of it, what Mr. Zolanbari is explaining is that these rugs are drying from the bottom and from the top with the sunshine and a little bit of air. There's not very much air movement. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification are the 3 factors that influence drying anything, whether you have a flood in your house or you're drying wet rugs. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification. You're seeing that process. Plus, they're being exposed to the UV light, which is helping to deepen the colors in these yarns. They thought of everything over the thousands and thousands of years that they've been doing this. It's in the book of Judges. You can hear it, read it. But when you make a rug, you got to sell it. So here they are, flipping rugs. It's called flipping rugs to the public. Here's what that looks like. And this was taken in Iran or Persia, whatever you want to call it, by some of the most careful, beautiful human beings. Just look at these textiles. Look at how beautiful they are. Oh, my stars.
So many hands are involved in the production of the rug before a brand new rug gets to a showroom or gets to your home, where it's new and presumed to be clean and ready to use. And the concept of clean, the definitive clean, it's kind of vague because, hold on just 1 second, you'll see in this video, it's about 2 seconds away. You're going to see
oops,
that has just potentially touched a brand new item that you're going to bring into your home and your child's going to crawl across, or you're going to drop a little crumb and you're going to pick it up and eat it because that was a really good blueberry muffin and you just bought the rug so it's clean. So
this is actually the very first rug I ever bought. It's actually a grain bag. I bought this at the Grand Bazaar in Istanbul, Turkey. And to be able to, and what happened was that the folks used to put the grain in these bags and put their bags on top of, on the back of the horse and take them back and forth to wherever they needed to go. So this is now, fortunately, this has been cleaned. And that man that you saw in there has got a huge, huge heart, but he is unfortunately no longer with us. A dear, dear friend of our rug industry, and he's no longer with us. So, but this is understanding where these come from and how they get around and how they make it into people's houses. There's a story behind every one of these rugs. There may not be a story behind a carpet, but there's almost always a story behind an Oriental rug. We bought this rug in Ephesus on our honeymoon when we were on the Mediterranean Sea. We bought this, the very first purchase we bought, we went downtown and bought it at the rug shop. And now this is the first thing we ever bought as a married couple, somebody would say. Or I don't want to start crying or nothing, but my granddaddy taught me how to dance on this rug. Or this is when my brother and I used to play the Hot Wheels around the outside edges of the guard border on these rugs. All kind of stories behind them. And you just mentioned one about your mama a while ago. There's stories behind them all. And these are very, very real. A lady brought a rug into us the other day, about 6 or 8, 9 years ago, something like that. And it was a polypropylene, tore up and all that. And I said, ma'am, if you'd prefer, we could just go ahead and put it up back there. And I was pointing to the dumpster. She said, oh, no. This is the only thing my mother ever gave me. I can point to you in our shop right now where the two of us were crying, and we cleaned it just like we cleaned the governor's rugs, even better. This was a big deal to me. We made this just like it was. It belonged to Jesus himself. So that's just.
You know, when you're talking about how the rugs were made, the care that goes into them and everything else, I mean, just like with anything that you would want to clean or repair or fix, you have to know what it's made of. You have to know how it's constructed. Otherwise, you're blindly going in there and possibly doing something to damage it, throwing bleach on it to get the dirt out. Well, that's going to take out the color, or using the wrong type of equipment to disassemble something. So it's really important to understand how things are constructed, which is what you just showed us. So thank you very much for that.
Whether it's a rug or whether it's your hardwood floors or anything, I know that you and I have had water damages in our home. As a matter of fact, today I'm getting all the CPVC plumbing removed from my deadgum house, so I don't want to come home to a flood. And they're replacing all that stuff. Well, I've had floods in my house when we came home and it was wet, and you've had floods in your house too. And to know for the restoration contractor or the remediation contractor to know what it's made of before he starts just sawing into something is just really huge. You made an excellent point, Lance. That's a beautiful point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were able to talk to homeowners and business owners, what would you tell them to do to protect their rugs or floor coverings, whether it's carpet or a throw rug type of a thing, oriental rug?
Oh, that is a great question. You should know the answer to some of that, Katie.
How to protect your rug? Well, I like to kind of refer to the American healthcare standard on this one, and you can kind of go one of two ways. You can go preventative or you can go corrective. A lot of people find it easier to just go corrective. I'm going to eat this now, and if my pants don't fit, I'm either going to buy new pants, or if the doctor tells me to lose weight, I will. It's almost always easier and to your advantage to be preventative
and cheaper.
And cheaper, maybe a little more expensive in the short term, always cheaper in the long term to go preventative. That means taking your vitamins, get your butt out of bed in the morning and exercise, or do some sort of meditation or something and get yourself right for the day. Also, preventative is imagining in the future what's going to happen. Somebody's going to spill something. Somebody's going to find something you said so funny that their soda spews out of their nose. They're laughing so hard. Then you've got to deal with cleaning up. That's happened. That's why I said that.
Well, and you're exactly right. We have the ability to think and to project ourselves into the future is really, really huge.
Well, one of the components here that's so important is by showing people the reality of how things are done, how things are made, and how things should be. And now talking about the preventative compared to reactionary, that is a major issue with most people today. Nobody, and I say nobody, the governments particularly don't want to spend money preventatively. They don't budget for prevention. They budget only for reactionary. Unfortunately, a lot of people are exposed to that too. A lot of people are short on funds, so they're not going to spend money to fix something that isn't a problem as yet. What you're demonstrating to us is the risk to that and how much more it costs down the road. I guess the easiest example for most people to understand would be driving your car for 10 years and never changing the oil. Well, it seems to be running fine. I'll leave it alone. Well, one day the engine seizes and that, $10 can of oil just cost you $5,000 for a new engine. So, it's taking care of it now before it becomes a problem is so important.
Sure. I 100% agree. I highly recommend putting a protective coating on your textiles when they're new or freshly cleaned, because of the simple, buy yourself some time in case of a spill. Make your vacuuming more effective. You're going to vacuum anyway. You floss your teeth regularly, and your dentist knows when you don't. Your rug cleaner knows when you're not vacuuming regularly. So put the protective coating on there. It makes it almost extends to the point where it can save relationships in your life.
Oh gosh, yes.
Because at some point, your child might spill a chocolate milkshake on your dad's rug. And
Is that what your child did?
I think so.
I think so too.
And even though the rug was protected, there was a very brief moment that was captured. You could feel it, the tension in the air. Had that rug not been protected, I know what it's like to spot clean a protected rug and know what it's like to spot clean an unprotected rug. It's just a lot more difficult. And I don't know what the result's going to look like. But it was a timeout. Everybody stay calm. I need a paper towel. I need a spoon. I need a little bit of water on a towel. And the milkshake scooped right up into the towel. And within, honestly, about 2 minutes worth of work, we had that rug back to pre-loss condition. And there were no hard feelings other than the milkshake, the effort put into the milkshake, which you can't help.
But stuff is going to happen. But you bring up a good point. A lot of times, people who are visiting with you in your home, they'll spill something and they'll never tell you. They'll just overlook it and hope you don't notice it or something. And now you've got some funky mess somewhere down the road that you got to deal with. Had that rug been protected properly, like you said, or at least have the knowledge of somebody that knows what they're doing in order to clean that rug or that piece of upholstery or whatever the case, those things are very, very expensive. And being able to take care of that. And that is also one of the components of indoor air quality, which is odors. And some of these odors don't show up until the humidity maybe get high in the air or something. Now it gets kind of funky. So these are real life situations that we come across with all the time.
So to bring one of your previous questions back full circle, what is the carpet cleaner? What does the rug cleaner even have to do with indoor air quality? I have a video. I will share my screen again. A video that's going to kind of walk us through, now that we know what a rug is made of, how it's constructed, we can look at the entire rug cleaning process and see what is important about the rug cleaning process and how it is critical to the indoor environment. I can pause this as needed if we get chatty about something. So this in our shop here's another war rug. Clearly we have a theme in my household because my husband was in the military, and this is not a true Afghan war rug. It was made in Pakistan. And I do hate that. Let's go back. The first thing we do is inspect it just to be sure that we're all on the same page with the client, because no matter what kind of service you're providing, setting the expectation with your client on the front end always makes it easier to do your job right.
That's the same way it is with mold remediation or anything we're doing at any company, whether we're doing mold remediation or carpet cleaning or upholstery cleaning, whatever.
House painting, whatever it is.
By the way, that's Andrew right there.
That is my husband.
By the way, this guy in this video is an Iraqi war veteran, a Purple Heart recipient, a man's man. He's not scared of nothing. And he happens to be my son-in-law, and I'm very, very thankful that he's part of the family.
So the last little portion was the tumble duster, and this is compressed air, 125 CFM, 125, what else?
PSI.
PSI. man thing. That's okay. And this is the dry soil removal that is critical to the first step of the cleaning process.
Because can you pause it just a second?
Yep.
Procter and Gamble back in the 70s did a study of what was in dirty carpets, and they did a dirty upholstery because they wanted to sell a product over the counter. And they discovered that about 78% of the soil that's in carpet is dry particle soil that can be vacuumed and taken away. The other 20% is a roughly 10% water soluble soil, and solvent soluble soil, the other 10. So knowing that, we got a rug or your carpet care professional, whatever, gets 80% of it clean by simply vacuuming or dusting it correctly and properly. Amazing how much of that. And hence, what are we doing? We're improving indoor air quality. But if that's all we did to that rug right there, it goes back in as a much more healthy part of that customer's indoor air quality. But look at all that dry particle soil, and these are big chunks. We're not seeing the little stuff.
So you see the dusty, the skin cells, the things that come in off your shoes. And I think you've said in the past, if you were to only do this, you'd still get an 80 on the test, which I'd like to point out as a child was not acceptable. And, as a rug cleaner, I still don't think it's acceptable. So we'll continue on. I am slightly embarrassed that's how much came out of a rug from my house. That's okay. So here is 1,200 gallons of naturally softened rainwater that we harvest from our roof. And we will put a rug, depending on structural integrity, condition of the rug, and soiling. We'll go into the wash tub. A couple different factors will play a part into it. So swimming around with a little cleaning agent, the rug will release the water-soluble soils and things that can be addressed by the cleaning agent. And if there's urine in the rug, it'll spend a little more time there. This is one of the elements of the cleaning process.
There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. Chemical action, like you saw some detergents inside that wash tub. Chemical action, mechanical action. This is mechanical action. You brush your teeth, for instance. This is brushing your rug's teeth. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time. You don't stick a rug into that wash tub and then pull it right back out. Give it 30, 45 minutes of dwell time. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature. That rug is at a certain temperature. Then rinse and dry. Those 6 elements. If you wash your hair, you rinse it. You don't just walk out of the shower. No, you rinse yourself off. The same thing happens in a rug. You rinse it off. And we put now, this goes into the wringer rinser to where it's rinsing a rug off. If you could stick yourself in there, it would be really good.
That would hurt.
No, it hurt, wouldn't
Okay.
it?
So we have a little bit of warmth to the water, not hot water. A little bit of warmth because we know that does a little better job of rinsing out the cleaning agents. It's going to slowly creep through this process. And on the other side of those jets are those little rubber guys right there that kind of squeegee out a lot of the loose water. So
That's just like Granny had it in her wash thing in the back on her back porch.
Yes.
She kept all the National Enquirers in there though, that instead of washing rugs in it. Did she?
I don't know.
Okay.
And then the rest of the water is spun out in the centrifuge, which is going to spin at about 960 RPM. And it's a little faster than the Gravitron at the fair. Literally liquefy you if you got into it. And
10,000 PSI is what it is. That's the RPM.
Yep. And then the final grooming. When you wash your hair, you comb it when you're done so that it doesn't dry out and knotted and tangly. And then you dry it. So then our rug is going to go into the dry room where we duct in hot, dry air and recirculate that heat, duct out the humidity, use air movement and temperature and dehumidification to get this rug dry. Most rugs are going to be dry in that 4 to 8 hour window because we're able to really seal it in and get it nice and warm and a very effective drying system. And then the next day we'll detail any little spots that maybe didn't come out because they're solvent soluble, detail the fringe is needed, roll it up, put it on the wall and say, come get me. So that is our rug cleaning process. And that is how you pull particulate out of a rug to make it a clean, healthy filter again.
And we do the same thing with upholstery too. We blow it off to get the dry particles out of there. By the way, we've had extremely good success, even with moldy upholstery, to be able to blow it off, to put a disinfectant on there first, blow it off completely with 125 PSI, 125 CFM, and then wash it again thoroughly, and then blow it off again, and then test it and send it off to the lab, and it comes back food grade clean. We've taken rugs that we put 15 gallons of raw, untreated sewage, doo-doo, on those rugs, rolled them up for 4 days, and taken them off and cleaned them and got them washed and clean. Send them to the lab up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where they test all the cereal boxes and all that, and it comes back food grade clean. That's a huge, huge deal for people that have mold in their homes, or they have any kind of an illness or something that's causing them to have bad indoor air quality. Well, we can now, my goodness, we can save the roads, and there's people all over across the country who can do the same thing. One of the things that Katie was talking about is preventive maintenance. One of the preventive maintenance ways that you can do this is to research your area and find somebody who is a certified rug specialist with the Association of Rug Care Specialists, ARCS, or look up Normie, NORMI, and look for a Normie professional. That guy should have done his homework enough to know who the rug professionals are in his area, who the textile professionals are in his area, because none of us is good. Well, almost none of us is good at everything.
Speak for yourself.
Well, before you kids start arguing, let me jump in here and say that obviously the passion is there for what you do and how you care about your customers and their property and how you take care of it. So kudos for that. Absolutely. We only have
only the way we were raised. It's only the way we were raised, Lance. Mr. and Miss Chapman ingrained that into Karen, and my mom and daddy surely did the same thing for us.
Well, they did a good job. But we have a few minutes left. So is there anything you'd like to wrap up with or say to anybody watching this?
I just want to reiterate the fact that cleaning your textiles in your house impacts the indoor air quality of what you're breathing. Mr. Hoffman says that these cleaning techniques and all that are for people who like to breathe, and we enjoy breathing, and our customers enjoy breathing. And these rugs. Oh, I'm glad you put this up. This is from Shaw Industries, by the way.
I'm not screen sharing
Okay,
right now.
can you screen share it?
I can.
All right.
I sure can.
This is important. It was said of the parson in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, but first he wrought her, and then he taught her. Well, if I'm gonna sit there and tell you stuff to do, I ought to at least do it in my own dadgum house. So let's go to the next one too.
Okay, so let's talk about this though.
Okay.
The first lines of defense. We always say vacuuming is one of the best ways of maintenance, but before vacuuming, what can you do to reduce or prevent the load of soiling that's going to be on your floor covering? And the 3 zones, as Shaw calls it, zone 1, 2, and 3, is get the moisture off of your feet first, and then something to collect the bulk of like a scrubby, bristly kind of
floor mat. Yep.
And then something to get whatever might be left on it. So why does it keep going the same direction?
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Here.
This is my front porch, and you see that I've got some rug pad that was cut wrong, so we use it out there. That's absorbing the moisture off from the bottom of my shoes. and you see that little scratchy little green rug mat, that's an AstroTurf mat. I want to scratch the stuff off the bottom of my dadgum shoes. Studies have shown it takes 15 steps to remove the soil from the bottom of your shoes. So let's accelerate that, please. And we can do that. And then another thing we do is we put a nylon walk-off mat there and put our shoes over to the side so that we're not traipsing that stuff all in our house. Why? Because my wife and I breathe about 3,000 gallons of air every day, just like you and Andrew and your babies don't drink quite that much, but everybody that's watching this video, you drink 3,000 gallons of air a day. And do you want to get it clean as possible for your healthy indoor environment? And fortunately, we're starting them off young at Pettyjohn's. But she needs to put the phone up and not talk to her friends while she's doing some work, though.
You know, Katie, you had spoken earlier about that whole child labor thing when you were growing up. And
Oh, gosh, no,
I see this isn't really skipping a generation.
Okay, just handcuff me now. You can go ahead.
Friends and family, all of the little ones have been obsessed with vacuum cleaners, which is funny. Is it funny? I think it's in our DNA.
But it goes back to these things here we're talking about here, Lance, these cleaning for health. Research has shown that if you can identify where the reservoirs or the sinks are in your house or in your office or in your car or anywhere, then you can identify the pathways that that reservoir takes to get into your lungs or into your body, that a germ or a virus or a mold spore or something would get into there. Then you can interrupt that pathway and stop that from getting into your body. This is one of the beautiful things that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is teaching people to become essential cleaning professionals. And by the way, during the corona, you remember we called some politician's office and told him that we cleaned the governor's rugs. And he said, okay, you're an essential cleaning professional. So we got that designation early on. And how many times have we taken a rug and taken the ATP meter and before and after and seen the reduction in organic load almost non-existent?
We had fun playing with that during COVID when everyone was hyper aware of ATP meters and organic load, and we tested a random rug out in our shop. I think it had urine in it, so we knew it was going to have a decent organic load to begin with. And when we were done cleaning it, literally right out of the centrifuge, we groomed it, we put it on the poles like you saw in the video, did another ATP swab on it, and did one of those cartoon eye rub things, did another swipe with another test, and it said 0. We were like, did you do it right?
Unbelievable. No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to interrupt you here because I think you're giving away all the secrets to part 2 of Pettyjohn Cleaning here. So we're just about out of time for this segment. So if we can wrap this up, maybe we'll do another segment in the near future and go into some more detail on that.
Well, fortunately, this business is in our blood. My granny lived at 25 Lowry Street in Somerville, Georgia, right across from the Bigelow Sanford rug mill. And she babysitted all the children for the executives of that place. My uncle was a dolpher there. Both of my aunts worked in that rug plant. And my daddy's PhD is in organic chemistry, for crying out loud. And he worked at DuPont for 35 years as a senior research chemist with them, and developed a lot of different textiles that we use today, as a matter of fact. And fortunately, it's in our blood, but also a respect for the people who made this rug is in our blood, and respect for our precious customers is in our blood too. We're not here. John Donne says, no man is an island unto himself. We're not here by ourselves. No, we're part of the whole. And what we do impacts people's lives. And that's the beautiful thing about Normie, is that Mr. Hoffman and you, Lance, and Roger, and all those guys, and David, and all those guys out there are preaching this sermon over and over and over again. And it's taking. I think our society and our culture is really beginning to develop a huge appreciation for proper indoor air quality. And thank you, Lance, for what you've done and for allowing us to look under the sheets to see what's going on at Petty John's too.
Well, Katie, Robert, I thank you very much for spending this time with us. Very educational, and maybe we'll do this again with a part 2.
Well, that'd be fun. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lance.
Thank you, Lance.
Take care.
Hi, my name is Doug Hoffman. I'm with Normie, and this is kind of a public service announcement for home inspectors who think they can't do mold sampling. In the state of Florida and other licensing states, they have a threshold for mold sampling, and if it's below that threshold, you're allowed to do it as a home inspector. And our class coming up in August, the Certified Mold Screener, is designed specifically for home inspectors who are asked that question when they're doing a home inspection. And truth is, even the board in Florida has agreed that home inspectors can do mold inspections as long as it's below the 10-foot threshold. And so the Certified Mold Screener will give you the opportunity to answer the question for your customer and give them 3 options: a do-it-yourself option, a recommendation to a certified mold assessor licensed in the state, if necessary, or you can take the samples yourself. You don't even have to write a report. Our class, the Certified Mold Screener, is designed specifically for home inspectors. We've had a lot of success already in New York with this and other places across the country. We're inviting you to our class. Go to training.normie.org or contact the Home Inspectors Association of South Florida, and they'll be able to give you information about this class. Coming up in August, hope to see you there.
Hi, my name is Chris, and I'm from Air Quality Solutions in New Jersey. In a world where our indoor air is becoming increasingly polluted, it's crucial to take action and prioritize our health and well-being. We believe that everyone deserves to breathe fresh air, free from harmful pollutants. That's why Air Quality Solutions is a company committed to providing innovative and effective solutions to improve air quality in our homes and offices. New Jersey, being a densely populated state, faces unique air quality issues. From industrial emissions to vehicular pollution, these factors can have a significant impact on our health, leading to respiratory problems, allergies, and even long-term diseases. At Air Quality Solutions, we understand the urgency of this issue and strive to make a positive difference. Our team specializes in assessing, analyzing, and implementing solutions tailored to your specific needs. We have the knowledge and expertise to ensure that you breathe cleaner and healthier air. As a member of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, and a follower of the Normie professional practices, we look forward to working with you to improve your indoor air quality. Our goal is to provide healthier, safer, and cleaner indoor environments.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or they, as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does is three things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator, and that's just good across the board. The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does is expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology, and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology, rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement, or the mold under the sink, or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NC RSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the NORMI schedule and the best training system schedule for when the next course is. Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Today we have two special guests with us from R&R Magazine. And I'm going to introduce them separately just because their backgrounds are so large and different at the same time. I'd like them each to speak and let you know a little bit about them as we get started. So the first person is Mildred Ingram, who is the chief editor from R&R Magazine. So Mildred, welcome.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Hey, we appreciate you being here. So can you kind of tell us a little bit about yourself and your background to now become the chief editor for R&R Magazine?
So my background is pretty interesting, but I do have a background generally in journalism. I was a reporter for a couple of years, and then I was a news producer for many years, morning shows, evening shows, overnight shows. And I've even been a technical writer. So that's pretty much the gist of my background. I have edited, especially being a technical writer. I've written ebooks, and in television, you edit all the time, especially as a producer.
So it sounds like you did just about everything from the mailroom right up to chief editor and everything in between.
Yes.
Well, that definitely gives you some experience. I mean, it's wonderful when you have somebody that wants to get to that top position, has done the other jobs and actually knows what's required. So I applaud you for that. We do have another guest on here, and it's Michael Balzano. And Mike, I'm going to let you talk about who you really are, because I tried to keep everything in line here, and it was a little confusing as to what you actually don't do.
If I had a nickel for every time you ask, what do you do? Who are you? So you're another one, Lance, but thank you very much. It's good to be here. You know, I am a group publisher with BNP Media, and I'm the manager of several properties, The Driller, a few others, but most importantly for this topic, R&R, restoration, remediation, and we now, of course, own the Experience, and we've merged to run that event as well.
Okay, well, I guess we could like tag team this conversation, and Mildred, I'm going to talk with you, and Mike, please feel free to jump in here. So you're new to the industry as far as the restoration industry.
Yes.
So what do you see with a new pair of eyes looking into this funnel, if you want to call it that, of niche marketing and everything from people breathing down to cleaning rugs down to basic maintenance?
So I will say just the past couple of trade shows that I've gotten to go to, I've learned so much and seen so much. They're all completely different, and they attract different people that potentially do the same things. But I will say, bridging the gap, there's so many different generations within this great industry, those who are the historians and who are, you know, the teachers that are mentoring a lot of these younger people, and just bridging the gap, and being able to bring both to the forefront is something that I see that I would love to see the industry just kind of move forward to.
So you're talking about more or less generational education.
Yes.
So being that Mike and myself are so much younger than you,
yes,
I'm sure you see a difference in the philosophies that you've been dealing with since you're in this industry, the mindset of, I've been doing this for 20 years, nothing new is going to change. I mean, how do you approach that mindset of the older people compared to the ones just coming in with a new set of eyes and want to try everything new and technology enhanced?
So you have to show them. So it's definitely of the generation, the younger generation, as you said, is you have to show them because they are used to physical work and physical proof of things. So you have to do it and show them like a markup or something of the sort and walk them through the actual steps as to how it would work for within this new product, within this new way, within technology. You can't just spew it to them and say, hey, this is what we're thinking of doing, because they need the proof, the physical proof. And so that's how I approach doing it. Like, let's just have this physical proof so that we can just give a walkthrough of how we plan to do this on the technology side, so that then they can understand, and then you could get their expertise as well to make things even better, because you definitely need both to succeed and to be innovative and actually move forward.
Lance, can I jump in for a second here? I started, thank you. I started in 1997 in B2B media, and I got a lot of mileage out of this when my advertisers or my customers would say to me, they'd call me up and say, Mike, I have great news. We have a website. That was a big deal. That'd be the mic drop moment, as you'd say. It was, so I've been around, as have you, since the start of the internet in what we do, and not just in the media side of things, but what our customers are doing as well. And you always adapt and you always move on. And our industry is no different. We talk to people about, our BNP Media in 2020 made the decision to stop print advertising across the board. So it was rough to make the transition. I'm glad we did it now. But as I look at our people, they know what they're doing. The people our readers all have iPhones. They all have technology, and they adapt. And I think that this industry, better than other industries I've seen, they compete. They want to defeat their competitors, but they don't. They're kind of frenemies. There's a lot of frenemies in this industry, and it's definitely a rising tide lifts all boats mentality. I found that as far as technology goes, they're learning the new game, they're adapting, and we just have to keep moving on, and we'll be okay. Mildred, we talk about bridging the gap to the next generation. That's one way to do it. And I want to make sure people understand it's not forgetting about the leaders that we have. We always have to look at the bedrock leaders, many of which are speaking at the experience, which we'll talk about later. Keeping them on board, learning from them, but cultivating the next generation has to happen.
You know, it's funny because in the classes that we teach, we deal with the brand new people that are being sent there by the owners and bosses that they work for to get a remediation background. And we also get the people that want to go for licensing that are coming in and they have to take these classes. And we see such a tremendous change where you have the people that are new, they want to be the sponges and absorb everything that we're saying. And the old timers, if you want to call it, that have been doing this for years, they always start off on the first day with not a chip on the shoulder, but that attitude of, I've been doing this forever, I've seen everything. And by the end of the first day, what we hear from them is, I have learned, there's so much I need to learn.
Right.
And it just changes everything, perspective wise. So with that being said, in this industry, we're going to call it the umbrella of indoor air quality. And truthfully, we've been talking indoor air quality for 15, 20 years, some people much longer than that. But until COVID hit, I guess people didn't realize breathing was a thing. You kind of need to do that. So now everybody's aware. And in your industry of marketing, how do you see that playing out? That there's such an awareness now of indoor health.
Yeah, so I know we have, I know that Mike said we get to it a bit later, but I would say with the experience, they have a new initiative called Why Clean. And it really lends towards that topic because during COVID, of course, cleaning was everything. It was the most important thing ever. You had your mask, you hand sanitize yourself every 5 seconds, wash your hands every 2 seconds, whatever. And now that we're kind of towards the end of that, or it's gone, we've kind of forgotten it. And as we kind of touched on earlier, there's the outdoor air quality, but like indoor air quality, it's everything. It's what your chemicals you're using to clean. And you're thinking like, oh, cool, I'm spraying this stuff, cleaning it, and you're sometimes accidentally contaminating your air. It's just something that really does need to have more awareness brought to it, because I feel like sometimes people are contaminating things and are completely unaware that they are doing that.
That's absolutely what we're finding in our assessments that we're doing now. People are calling up for quote, mold problems or sick building syndrome when it's an office environment. And when we get in there and actually start doing assessments of the environment, we're not finding mold and geese and things like that. We are finding that the environment from VOCs or volatile organic compounds, the chemistry in the air, it's toxic. It's really affecting people's health. Asthma is up. A lot of particulate issues now are affecting people, especially with the smoke coming out of the Canadian wildfires. Now, California has their smoke conditions anyways, and it's not new to them, but in the middle part of the country and the East Coast, this is something very new to us. And we're seeing a dramatic rise in asthma, eye infections, ear infections, just from people that were never affected before, because now they're being exposed to new quote toxins and things in the air, which is what we're dealing with indoor air quality, to your point. So yeah, that's something that has to absolutely be brought out in front of everybody. I do want to jump back though, and I'm sorry for jumping around here real quick. 1 second, Mike, I'll get right to you. When we were talking about the older knowledge compared to the new people coming in the industry, I've seen trainings that we do where we have the new people that are very energetic. They want to get in there and do things. And I've seen a group run into a problem that all the new training that they got didn't address. And one of the older guys in the class said, I can fix this. And instead of getting all the new technology and fancy things, he took the box that a roll of plastic came in and made a tube out of it and joined the two pieces that weren't working and fixed the problem. Because it's what he did 20 years ago. That's all he had. So that old time experience is invaluable.
Yep.
But you can't disregard the new stuff either. So I applaud you again for trying to bridge that gap.
That's exactly right. I think that's a great point. Just because we have new technology doesn't mean, what we used to do doesn't work either. I think that looking back, gosh, so many times. Let me ask you, Lance, your internet goes out or something's wrong with your TV. What's the first thing you do? Well, unplug it and plug it back in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and generally that works. Sometimes it's not the most, let's call somebody, have a analytical
Power shoot.
TV. Yeah, it's sometimes it's something that's just the common sense thing. And that's what we talk about. We want to hold on to our the legends of this industry. It's not just their, they know things. They know things that they've forgotten more than I'll ever know. And we got to keep in touch with them as well.
It's funny. I actually saw somebody recently had a TV screen go out, but it was an older style screen. It wasn't tubes or anything, but it was just the older, thicker ones. And, tech support was saying, do this, check your computer. And they finally went and just pounded on the top of it real quick. And it came back on.
That's it.
You don't do that with the newer technology, but the older stuff, I mean, whether you remember or not, the TV antennas with aluminum foil wrapped around them because it made them better.
Yeah, well, it's the interesting thing is, and this is somewhat off topic, but still within it, is I saw something the other day that just talked about refrigerators, older refrigerators, like ones that I would say maybe my great grandmother might have had, that still runs, that just no issues, still keeps things cold, everything. And the thing was, or the topic was that things were made to last back then. They were built to last for a long time versus now. It's just not the case. So there's no way you would ever bang on a TV now. It would just completely mutter and stutter and die, Yeah. So it's interesting. It's from the generation of people who are used to working with things that are built to last. So they have different tactics in fixing things that you really do need to know, because again, like you were saying, in bridging that gap, those are things that are still necessary even in today's technology society, because again, these are from the people that created the people who created technology, who had the ideas, and a lot of the ideas comes from a lot of the older tactics, is building upon it. And that's what we have to continue to build upon it, not forget things, but build upon it.
And it's a shame that you can't teach older skills any longer like they used to teach, because the need isn't there volume wise.
Mhm.
You know, the need to know it, to know why things work, you have to go back in time to figure out how we got to this point. But nobody does that. And that's something that shows up all the time in all these different industries that we're talking about when something goes wrong. Or if there's something that isn't specifically a video on YouTube that you can watch. You know, that becomes an issue. I can tell you that I recently had to look at some videos about replacing a piece of technology. And I'm watching it and I'm on the computer on a separate screen following along. And since they made the video, all the software has changed. So you can't follow along any longer. The pages aren't there. The links don't go to the same place. And if you don't have a basic knowledge, you're completely lost. The videos that are designed to help you don't. It becomes frustrating.
I want to touch on one part of this this looking at the next generation briefly as I can. We've had an award for the last 3 or 4 years called the Ladder Award, which basically stands for climbing the ladder. 35 or under, people are nominated. We awarded at the Experience, ironically, coming up in September, and we're very proud of that award. Another brand I work for called The Driller started kind of a cousin award this year called the Emerging Driller Series. This is drillers, groundwater drilling in the ground. That's what it's about. The salt of the earth drillers. And we started this Emerging Driller Series, and one of our competitors called us up kind of snotty, if I use the word, just said, "Why don't you consider this age discrimination?" And we're like, "No, what are you talking about? It's not age discrimination at all. We're trying to not lose another generation to our great industry." And that goes the same with our, that's what we mean with R&R. It's not, yeah, technology is one thing and you always need to grow, but we just want to make sure we keep this going. It's a great industry and we don't want to have a lag. And that's kind of what this all is in a nutshell.
Well, I mean, I can say personally that I'm kind of upset that I just missed the 35
That close.
cutoff.
That close.
Just that close. Yeah.
That close.
I find that upsetting, but I'll get over it.
We could be on you and I could be on the other side of the ladder award. Coming down, just being you.
You know what? My mother, she passed away a few years ago, but when she reached 80 years old, she figured it was time to start every birthday going backwards 5 years at a time.
She went back 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years at a time. So at 81, she became 76. You know, that kind of a thing. You know, it's kind of that logic, but no, we all face it. And even the newer generation now that's getting into this market in 10 years, 15 years from now, are going to be faced by people coming out with newer technology saying, "Hey, you're the old timer." Hopefully they'll remember that you need to have an open mind, just like the older generation needs to try to have an open mind and work with the newer technology. So without beating up on the generational gap anymore, can I ask you, Mildred, what kind of personal goals or drive do you have with R&R that's going to make our industry so much better?
So I want to continue to serve the industry, but I want to do it in an innovative way with still keeping our core audience and then broadening our spectrum, the spectrum of R&R. So again, just, you know, still allowing people to be able to read on their tablets and on their phones and just being able to reach. Again, like Mike mentioned, we do not do a lot of the print anymore. We do special edition ones. So like in September for the Experience, we will have a special edition physical print one, but then it's kind of like a thing that people can look forward to who do like to have a physical magazine, you know, just present, just like in their hand. So each year, I believe each year at the Experience and at maybe the RIA, since we do present awards at both, we do try to have a physical something physical for people to have in their arms, in their hands. So yeah, that's pretty much my goal. I want us to continue to grow and be innovative, keeping up with the times, again, keeping that core audience.
Mike, you got a similar answer?
Yeah, but Mildred was brought on because of her extensive background in TV, as we mentioned before, and she has done a wonderful job. Our research has shown our readers know how they want to engulf the content and how to bring the content. I told our team we have our motto is simple: serve the industry. And Mildred's mentioned that a couple of times, as have we. We will partner with our competitors. We will do what we have to do just to make sure that all the information gets out there for a better industry, which is a better world. I think that what I'd like to do, jumping in, we had it's funny, my wife was the national sales manager for this magazine for 8 years, a while ago, and she left. So I know our former editor is now a competitor for about 8 years as well. So I feel like with my wife here, I feel like I have an unpaid consultant working with me. And so we're learning the industry nicely. And just finding out the best ways and simplest ways to get the information to them. That's all we can do. We're a media brand, and we're not any widgets. We're not making any products. We're just providing you with an outlet to get the best information out there. That's what we want to do. Mildred mentioned the Why Clean initiative a few minutes ago. I mean, we have some heavy. If I can put my reading glasses on for a second, we have some heavy hitters doing this. I mean, Mr. Cooper himself, of course. Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the microbial warrior, Jeff Jones. There's going to be a lot of people talking about what an important thing that is in Las Vegas. And of course, Normie has a big role there too. And I'm dragging us over into the promotional side. We'll get back to Mildred in a second. But,
can't help yourself, can you?
We can't. I can't. We love it. And while we're there, I'd say I'll take 20 more seconds and I'll back off. And Les Cunningham, Doug Hoffman from Normie, Jim Manis from Shaw, Jeff Jones, Ed Cross, Michael Pinto, Howard Partridge. The list goes on and on. This is the bedrock of our industry. So when we talk about the next generation, I really want to make sure this stays where it's supposed to. We know who the leaders are. We just want to make sure this goes on. And that, I think, is my number one goal, continuing what was started by people 15, 20 years ago.
Well, just to follow up with what you just said, Doug Hoffman, our executive director for Normie, whenever he talks about the experience, which we do constantly, he always puts the line in there: if you can only go to one trade show a year, this is the one you need to go to. And it's different. It's not walking in where people are just trying to sell you stuff. You know, it's here's stuff, but you get to play with it.
Yes.
Try it, learn about it. And that it's a tactile industry. You need to touch and learn this stuff.
Hands-on demonstrations has been hammered into me by Larry and all the people we now work with. And until we went to I went to a couple experiences myself, just briefly, but until we actually were part of the event last in Fort Lauderdale, I didn't get it. But people do love it, and it's super valuable. Hands-on experience, hands-on demonstrations. The Flood House, the famous Flood House. We're building two this time, by the way. We just found out at the last meeting. It's breaking news. That's going to be in Vegas, and just things like that are why. And that's really nice that he said that. Another advertiser of ours, the exhibitor, said to me very passionately, "You're the biggest event in this industry, and you got to stop being wimpy about that." And I said, "Of course. Well, let's make 100% sure we are before we get in trouble." But I think we are, and I was really thank you so much for you saying what you just did, because we're very proud to have it on our team now too.
Yeah, the experience appeals to every learning style. And that is why I would say it's one of the best trade shows for sure. Just like you said, people get to play with it. You see it, it's not just lectures, but it's every single learning style. So if you want to lecture and you learn more that way, and you want to just ingest information, we have that. If you want to kind of touch things and play with it, we have that. If you're kind of more visual, just kind of like the Flood House, we have that. So it appeals to every learning style. So it's something that everybody can just enjoy.
You know, if you look at it as down and dirty as it can be, just plain and simple, if you take the newer generation entering this industry and the older generation that's still in this industry and working, and you talk about media, and I know you said that you're going to do print media now every other month, I think it was, every 2-3 months, something like that.
No, we're gonna have two print issues distributed one at the RIA convention, normally in April, and one at the Las Vegas experience in September.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Sorry. But the big difference there is you get the older generation that looks at a cell phone and goes, "But how do I find the article? I don't know where this is." And then you get the younger generation that looks at the magazine and go, "Where's the power source? How does this work? You know, I put it in night mode. It's not working right. It's too bright." So there's such a big difference, and trying to bring it all together, I think is an exciting thing just on its own.
My father's 87. He has an iPhone. I mean, we talk about that all the time with our advertisers too. I love magazines too. I love holding them. I got a million of them back in the other room, but the people who complained about us not having print, do it through Facebook or some social media or text me. And I want to say, I respect you, but do you see the irony in this? What you're doing? You're doing all this technology stuff. You're complaining
You
about.
didn't write a letter and mail it into
Technology.
the office.
Yeah.
Having said that, I miss it too. But I mean, we're just, we think that this is the best way to get the content out there. And people have proven that they're reading it that way, more than we thought. So I get it.
Okay. So now let's get into the super secret stuff.
Yeah.
Any kind of surprises coming up from R&R?
Well-
Who slips first?
Yes, I will say we do have some really exciting video series coming very soon. I would say as soon as next month, and just to explore some of the topics, cleaning, which is something we are trying to grow more at R&R, that audience. We have like microbial ecology, drying and large loss support. So that's just to name a few. So I would be on the lookout for that. Really exciting stuff. So yes, that's what we have so far.
We have several, and I don't know, I don't think Mildred's allowed to announce who yet, apparently, or she would have. But I think that we have about 4 or 5 new video series coming out with some speaking generations all across the board. We have some really young people, we have some great leaders. I've already mentioned his name. A few times, I can't say it yet. He's involved in microbial things though, and he's a warrior. But we look that way. He's going to do some great stuff with us, and also, but I mean, I think that, and we talked about this offline, Lance. I think looking at what Normie TV is about and what you've done is a great inspiration for us. I'm thinking that they know they have got their finger on the pulse of what needs to happen, and we're not going to copy what you're doing, but that's more along the lines of that. Let's keep some consistent content and video out there. And as Mildred touched on, that's what's coming up new pretty soon. Probably by the end of this month, we'll have some new stuff going.
See, that's one of the things that I just kind of want to briefly touch on. Just like you were saying, we won't copy them, but as we all say, our competitors, well, really, we all do the same thing. We all strive to just serve the industry. And more than anything, instead of looking at someone as a competitor, I look at you and I get inspired. So taking what you're doing or seeing what you're doing, and I know, again, we did talk about this offline earlier, it's like, that's, some of the really amazing ideas, like, wow, how can we incorporate it and, in a way that isn't butting heads? And again, people choose who they want to ingest their information through, even if it is the exact same thing. They have their reasons. So you just keep doing what you're doing and just try to be the best in your own way.
Well, there aren't really competitors in this space right now for what we're talking about, because people do have their preferences.
Right.
That's why we're on 11 different podcast channels, because some people like Chevy, some like Ford, some like Mercedes.
But they're all cars.
They all cars. They all get you to the grocery store to buy whatever you need and come home. Some a little more comfortable than others, but that's personal preference. It really is not a competition. I mean, we're really trying to serve an industry and the public. That's one of the things that we address a lot, is a lot of our consumption is for the public. We know there's a need out there, but does the public want it? And unless they're exposed to it, unless they learn about it, they're not going to have an interest. It won't be on their radar. And that's really what we're doing.
I couldn't agree more. I spent some time in an industry before this, which also dealt in IAQ, and boy, they didn't want to be in the same room with each other, all these people. And I go, you guys are missing a great opportunity to unify this industry, which I find in this industry. And as we mentioned before, we keep talking about serving the industry. That's kind of our motto, over and over. And it's inspiring to see so many other people have that same thought process. Get the information out there. We're all going to be helped. We're all going to be helped if we work together and make this work. And on the business side, everyone will be fine.
Yep.
We're in a very niche market in this indoor air quality. And like Doug always likes to say, the only people that need our services are people that breathe.
Yeah.
So it's probably right around 8 billion right now across the planet. And it's just a matter of education. And, you know, you talk about the generational gap again, you talk to some of the old timers that are out there and you talk about mold, it's mold, it hasn't killed me yet. And then you have the younger generation that are walking around their inhalers because they're so sensitized to it. They can't breathe in an environment that has mold or any kind of yeast or contamination. So you got to get past that physical barrier.
Yep.
I live down in right now, mostly in South Florida with my wife. The heartbeat of the hurricanes and mold and things like this. Everybody's got a little mold problem. And this winds back to about 20 minutes we were talking about, but kind of what you just said also. Our neighbor, the building next to it, they had a horrible mold issue last year, and they had to gut a lot of walls. It was bad. But we're talking to them, and they said, "What do you look past? Did you do this? Well, I had to clean the duct. Did you have any fans on for air circulation?" Like, well, no, we weren't here all summer. Why would we do that?
Ooh.
Education.
Right, education, exactly. And that's why it's so important. And education in all the forms we have, it can help save houses, can help save lives. And it's not, I'm not overstating that. And that's the industry we're in.
You know, part of the problem is we're trying to reach the public, we're trying to reach the contractors in this industry and give them tools and information that is legitimate and what makes sense. Unfortunately, the bigger platforms that are out there, the government entities, these people come out for different reasons, political or not. They make statements that people get behind and charge forward with. Like recently when COVID was hitting, it was made known that you should all have HEPA filters in your air conditioning systems. Well, there was no follow-up to that comment saying, unless your system's designed for it, you're going to burn out your motors. They can't handle it. So that partial information is an issue.
Yep.
So enough of beating that drum. So what else about the experience coming up? Any more surprises or big events or rock shows or anything like that in the near future?
You know, the people who've been to the experience know it's a family fun atmosphere dealing with hands-on stuff, and it's not going to be different this time. We're going to be in Las Vegas again. We have the big party, like we said, the flood houses and everything. I have to say, so they don't kill me back at the office, September 6th through the 8th, Caesars Forum, not Caesars Palace, Caesars Forum, as it was last year, which is about a 2-year-old building. It was beautiful. It was a nice building.
Very beautiful.
You could book, you get your attendee badge today at rnrmagonline.com. And we could maybe put the full URL after this up on the screen. Harrah's will once again be where the hotel is going to be. Caesars Palace is also going to be a hotel for us. It's about a 20-minute walk, but still, you could do that. You're going to see the 6th through the 8th is when the event is, but on the 5th, as you know, we're going to have the workshops. And we have some great, this year, Shaw Flooring, Howard Partridge, Restoration Crosscheck, Ed Cross's new venture, of course, and our friends, the Coys and Firehouse Education will be having a full workshop too. So make your plans to come out right after Labor Day, get out here and have fun with us. We're really excited to get this one going.
But you left out Normie. We're going to have training tracks and all kinds of stuff going on.
Well, I mentioned Normie earlier, to be fair, I don't get it fully red marked, but no, Normie's a big part of this. You're one of our main partners and sponsors. You're going to be up near the front of the hall with a nice 2x20 booth. And I think we're both going to be filming a lot of educational videos throughout the event too, Normie and R&R, which is great.
Yes, we are. Well, I want to thank both of you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. Generation gaps aside, because we keep talking
absolutely.
about it.
Thank you for having us.
No, I really do appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you both, hopefully at the experience.
Absolutely.
It was a real pleasure, Lance, and thank you so much. I can't wait to see you in Las Vegas.
All right.
Cannot wait to meet you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About 1.5 years later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients, That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Welcome to IAQ Basics 101, Managing the Air We Breathe. My name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. IAQ Basics 101 is a class offered through besttrainingschool.com. This copyrighted presentation will discuss the problems of indoor air pollution as well as solutions to those problems. There are multiple ways to deal with indoor air pollution, and I suppose this picture addresses one of those. The EPA and other government agencies suggest removing the source of the pollution, but as we will see, that's not always possible and is not necessarily a viable option, especially since we ourselves are the source of much of the pollution indoors. Dilution with fresh air makeup is also suggested as an option, but that's not always possible, and in many cases it allows us to bring even more pollution from the outside into our living space. This class is designed to talk about the seriousness of the problem, the sources of the problem, and the real holistic solution to managing indoor air quality. Whether in a residential, commercial, industrial, or institutional environment, the solutions are the same and effective to reduce microbials, particulates, and other contaminants that pollute our indoor breathing space. Several years ago, Normie.org started a national survey asking homeowners in particular to rank their indoor air quality from 1 to 10, 1 being poor, 10 being excellent. And so the question, how would you rate the indoor air quality in your home? Now, with several thousand responses, the evidence is clear that most people, in excess of 90%, rank their indoor air quality at a 7 or below. That many people recognize that they have a problem, but not quite sure what that problem is or who to call to resolve it.
This short course should help put those concerns to rest by suggesting the sources of the problem and the solutions that are effective in improving indoor air quality in virtually every single case. We are not unaware of the problems in our homes and offices. Many people react to the contaminants that exist in our indoor environments, and there is even an entire segment of the medical industry that now recognizes and treats the symptoms of environmental illness. The AAEM, American Association of Environmental Medicine, has been a leader among doctors in training and helping them resolve the problems that people experience as a result of indoor air pollution. No longer are those affected shuffled off to a psychiatrist or disregarded as a hypochondriac, because more and more evidence is coming to light every year on the devastating effects of long-term, low-level pollutants on our health and general well-being. Allergy, lethargy, overall unproductivity are now being associated with many of these contaminants, and property owners, managers, and doctors are interested in finding solutions. This class allows you to take a giant leap toward a holistic approach to dealing with indoor air pollution. But first, you must understand what comprises or makes up the contaminants that we breathe every day indoors. You could classify every single component that affects indoor air quality into one of these 7 components. And if you know what the problem is, the solution is easier to understand. As I've said many times, prognosis without diagnosis is malpractice, and so it is with indoor air pollution. If you don't understand the problem, then you don't have a solution. If you do understand the problem, and you understand that it's multifaceted, then you will understand that the solution must then be multi-strategic. There is no one-size-fits-all, or just put this machine in your house and all will be well approach to solving these issues. It's about dealing with all of them in a synergistic way. So let's talk about each of these as we see them in our environments and as they pollute those environments. Particles. That's a dust mite. 32,000 of them on an ounce of dust. And there are a lot of people who are allergic to dust mites because dust mites love to eat organic material, dead skin. And when they eat that dead skin, they do what other animals do, and that becomes aerosolated. And that dust mite feces has enzymes in it that makes people allergic to it. And so dust mites obviously are a problem, and what they do after they eat becomes a problem. But there are other things in the environment floating around as well: pollen and mold spores, particulates that need to be taken out of the air that we breathe. There have been multiple studies about submicron particles and how they actually get past our natural filtering systems, the nose hairs, the hairs in our lungs, and actually can even be brought into our bloodstream. And so dealing with particles, of course, is an extremely important way of dealing with indoor air quality. Unfortunately, in the indoor air quality business for the last few years, so much emphasis and focus has been put on particles that some of the other problems that are in the environment have been ignored. And so a lot of effort has been made to make really good and efficient filters, but that's only one solution to one specific problem. Odors. In our environment, we have odors, all kinds of odors. Sometimes those odors are symptomatic of gases. Sometimes they're symptomatic of other things like cooking odors or secondhand smoke. But odors are a tremendous allergen, and it's an indoor air quality issue that needs to be addressed. Gases. Of course, I tell people in our indoor air quality classes that we have enough chemicals under our kitchen sink to kill a couple of elephants. But the truth is that we have all kinds of things in our environments that are off-gassing different types of chemicals. If you think about walking into a room that's just been painted, that room smells. There's your odors. But those odors are actually coming from gases from the paints and the VOCs. Those gases will continue for years and years, sometimes up to 10 years after the smell of the new paint has gone away. Formaldehyde, glues, OSB, carpeting, all of these things put off gases. Some of them we smell, some of them we don't smell. Usually at this point when I'm talking about indoor air quality, I talk about these three as they're really evidenced by secondhand smoke. A single cigarette produces over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And in most cases, when they try to take cigarette smoke out of an environment, like in a bar or a restaurant, they use a filter, and so they're successful at taking the particles out, but it still smells like an ashtray, and that's because they haven't removed the gases and the odors that remain. So if you were going to have a multi-strategic solution to secondhand smoke, you'd have to have something that would deal with not only the particulates, but also deal with the gases and with the odors. And then of course we have biopollutants, and we think about mold because it's something that's very obvious and there's been a lot of press about it, but there's all kinds of biopollutants in our environments. E. coli, salmonella, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, all kinds of things going on in our environments that actually become aeroslated. Now that's not because the bacteria has wings and can fly around, but it does in fact travel on the dead skin cells and other things that are floating around in our environment. When I talked about particulates, one of the things that I didn't really mention but is one of the biggest pollutions in our environment is our cells. We actually put off dead skin cells. And if you look at a shaft of light in the morning and you see all of those things floating around, 80% of that, according to scientists, 80% of that is dead skin. Well, that dead skin becomes a little magic carpet ride for bacteria and for viruses and other types of biopollutants. And so biopollutants are a major issue not only on surfaces but also when they become aerosolated. That's the fourth component of indoor air quality that needs to be addressed. Temperature and humidity. Obviously, as the temperature gets high and the humidity gets high, much greater chance of mold growing. Even when the temperature gets low and the humidity gets low, there's a good possibility that bacteria will grow. And so one of the things that we do in our trainings is we talk about trying to keep the relative humidity between 40 and 60% so that there's a less possibility that contaminants will actually grow in that environment. But these two components obviously need to be addressed. In the air conditioning industry, they talk about combining these two, and they deal with what's called psychrometrics and how the two actually work in environments to keep air cleaner and how they can make the air conditioning systems more efficient. Temperature and humidity. And then the seventh component is comfort, and that's how air moves in the environment. You know, when you're in an environment that's got stagnant air, where it's hot at your head and it's cold at your feet, it's extremely uncomfortable. By getting the air moving, by using ceiling fans, leaving the air conditioning system on so that it's actually moving the air, not only are you keeping a more comfortable environment, you're taking away the false positives that a thermostat might give you, false readings that you might have about the heat or the coolness of that particular environment. And if you're using proactive air purification technologies or passive technologies, as we're going to talk about in just a few moments, moving the air is vital to keeping good air quality. By moving the air, you're trapping the particulates, you're taking the proactive air purification to the surfaces, cleaning the bacteria, killing the mold, you're dealing with odors and VOCs. All of that has to do with air movement. So these 7 components, and again, we're talking about particulates, odors, gases, temperature, humidity, and comfort. All of these have to be addressed if you're going to have a multi-strategic solution to this multifaceted problem. Particles, biopollutants, odors, temperature, humidity, gases, and comfort. You need to address all of them. So the first conclusion that should be drawn after understanding the many facets of the problem is that solution is not just about filters. Filters play a very big part in resolving many issues, but they certainly don't address many of the pollutants like odors and gases, and they are restricted by the difficulty of trying to get some of these pollutants to the filter. We'll talk about the value of good filters and the shortcomings of bad ones shortly, but even before that discussion, it's clear that it's not the whole answer to IAQ management. It's not about source removal. If we are producing much of the dead skin that's in any environment, removing us is not the answer. Yes, we can give our cat to Aunt Sally and tell our wife to smoke outdoors, but there are so many things in our environments that simply cannot be removed. After all, who wants to live in a stainless steel house? So many of our construction materials are great feeding ground for mold and bacteria, and how do we fix that problem? And it's not about dilution. Certainly adding fresh air into the home or office is a good way to dilute some of the contaminants, but as I suggested earlier, in some parts of the country, the last thing I want to do is bring so-called fresh air into the environment. At least I wouldn't want to bring it in without it having been cooled, filtered, and purified. Again, certainly a part of the solution, but not the entire solution. Our solution, the Normie approved solution, is a multi-strategic approach with these three prongs: air filtration and purification, surface protection, and lifestyle changes. When I wrote my book, Mold-Free Construction, and that's available at moldfreeconstruction.com, I suggested a sanitization protocol, and it incorporates this three-pronged approach. Take a look here at a recent table that I found that suggested the top 10 solutions to indoor air quality issues. It's interesting because the three-pronged approach is included right here. You've got utilize air purification, utilize air filtration, dehumidify or humidify, reduce carpeting, revise your cleaning schedule, use hypoallergenic bedding, use green cleaning supplies, reduce volatile organic compounds, respond quickly to leaks or moisture, manage plants, and clean your pets. It's interesting that this three-pronged approach is included. Lifestyle changes that include decluttering, scheduled maintenance, and so forth is incorporated in the revised cleaning schedule. Respond quickly to leaks and use hypoallergenic bedding. Using green cleaning supplies that are low in VOCs deals with surface protection, and I have many more listed in my sanitization protocol. So we want to now close in on air filtration and purification technologies, which is probably the most technical of all the solutions. There are so many air purification technologies and so much marketing hype that it's often difficult to understand exactly what works and what doesn't. So let's simplify the approach. Every piece of air purification equipment in the market today is either active or passive in its approach to resolving indoor air pollution problems. By passive, we mean that, like a mousetrap, it's bringing the pollution to the solution. A filter is a good example of a passive technology because the filter sits there waiting for the air to be brought to the filter. The other option to take care of that pesky mouse would be to buy a cat. That cat is on seek and destroy mode, and she's going out there to take the solution to the pollution. That's a proactive approach to solving the problem. So in that context, let's talk about the different technologies in the marketplace and talk about each, how they work, and the advantages or disadvantages of each. What you'll quickly see is that a synergistic approach utilizing multiple technologies in a combination of passive and active is by far the best and most effective way to deal with all of the potential contaminants in the indoor environment. To take this a step further in evaluating technologies on the market today, all of them, that is, all of the equipment on the market today, utilizes one of 5 technologies, either filtration, ionization, ozonation, ultraviolet, or ultraviolet with target plate. The very best equipment utilizes several of these, as you'll see in a few moments, but we must first understand the value and limitation of each before we have a clear understanding of the efficiency and effectiveness when these are combined. Filters would include all of the different media that we see in the market. They might be fiberglass, foam rubber, carbon or carbon impregnated, polyester, but each serves a different purpose based on its density and configuration. HEPA, high efficiency particulate arrestor, filters, probably the highest quality filter on the market today, incorporated a pleated configuration and is usually appropriate only in commercial environments where the air handlers can handle the tight density of the filter media. For the average consumer, anything above a MERV 7 or 8 rating, according to ASHRAE. Now, ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, could negatively impact the efficiency of the air conditioning system and even, in many cases, damage blower motors and other moving parts of the system. MERV, which is the Minimum Efficiency Reporting Value, a standard set by ASHRAE to determine the effectiveness and efficiency of a specific media. Ionization sends an electrical charge into the environment using several different types of components to charge particles and make them flock together or aggregate so they can be carried to the filter. In many cases, submicron particles are so light that they are never brought to the filter, and these are, by most studies, the most harmful to our health. Bypassing the natural filters of our nose and lungs, these particles can wreak havoc on our health. Ozonation is produced by a couple of different methods. Ozone can be very effective in reducing microbial pollutants in the air and on surfaces, but it must be closely monitored and is problematic for a small percentage of the population. Ozone production is regulated by some states, and in particular, the state of California bans air purification technologies that incorporate ozone production in their machines. Fortunately, there are now other technologies that are just as effective without the harmful side effects. Ultraviolet has been widely used in the air conditioning industry, but unfortunately it seems as though many technicians really don't understand how it works, or doesn't, and so many have lost faith in the effectiveness as an air purification technique. With the advent of target plates, the photocatalytic oxidation technology is one of the newest technologies addressing airflow and has proven to be extremely effective in keeping air and surfaces clean of many contaminants. Let's talk about each of these in a little more detail and discuss whether they are active or passive in their approach to air purification. This is a good example of a traditional pleated filter. There are some limitations that inhibit the effectiveness of filters, and much of that has to do with the type of filter that's used and the maintenance, or lack of it, that's required. We've talked about the variety of filter media that can be used, but all filters are limited by the air handler itself in terms of the amount of air that actually gets to the filter. Air exchanges are a way of describing the effectiveness of the filter, but it ignores the reality that much of the air in any environment never actually gets to the filter. Just like the swirling leaf in a swimming pool that never gets to the pool filter, the air in any environment has pockets of air that never move. At least that air never gets exchanged and therefore is never really filtered. Maintenance is probably one of the biggest issues with filters because people often will leave their filters in for a very long time. So long that the media is so full that it actually sucks the cardboard frame of the filter away from the edges of the return, causing blow-by. And again, the air is not filtered. If filters are not changed regularly, they can become a media for mold and bacterial growth, a syndrome that we in the industry call bionesting. The solution is a good MERV 7 or 8 filter, frameless, impregnated with a good antimicrobial. And if you view Best Living Systems module at the end of this module, also attached to this lesson, you'll see the value and efficiency of the Perfect Fit filter for most 1-inch applications. With all this understood, the filter is still passive, waiting for the contaminants to get to it. We highly recommend a good filter, but it should be only one of the parts of the solution, and it should be one that doesn't cause the very problems that you're trying to solve. Ions are invisible particles, either molecules or atoms, which bear an electric charge. Atoms, for instance, consist of an atomic nucleus that contains neutral neutrons and positively charged protons, as well as orbiting electrons that are negatively charged. And when an atom is in neutral condition, the number of protons and electrons, which are negative, protons positive, electrons negative, is equal. When the number of protons and electrons is not the same, the particle becomes an ion that is either positively or negatively charged. Negative ions can be artificially generated by electrical devices such as ionizers, which use an external power source to generate large quantities of negative ions. Virtually all particles in the air have a positive charge, while negative ions have a negative charge, in which case negative ions and particles magnetically attract to one another. When there's a high enough concentration of negative ions in the air, they will attract to floating particles in large numbers. This causes the particle to become too heavy to remain airborne, and as a result, the particle will fall out of the air and will then be collected by normal cleaning activities such as vacuuming or dusting or even in the filter. The ionization process has been used for years on the construction sites and other locations where particulates need to be removed from our breathing space. Negative needlepoint and pulsating ionization simply charge those particles that are then attracted to one another and either dropped out of our breathing range or taken to a filter. The newest ionization technology is the dielectric barrier ionizer. This component actually creates what some call a bipolar ion or clustered ion, where both positive and negative ions are combined in the same charge. This sounds counterintuitive, but testing has shown that this actually happens, and that the clustered ion, though safe for humans, is lethal to microorganisms like bacteria, viruses, and mold or fungus. This is a completely natural process, utilizes low voltage, so it's an energy-saving process, and effective on a variety of IAQ contaminants. When combined with other components, this technology produces a powerful oxidation process, and Best Living Systems trademarked it as multi-cluster ionization, MCI. It's just a better way to address many of the contaminants in the indoor environment because it produces very low levels of ozone, nearly immeasurable and safe. Best part of all, this technology is proactive. It sends the solution downstream to the pollution and will therefore help keep air and surfaces clean, even quite a distance from the equipment. There has been much concern about ozone, and I just have to say that much of it is inaccurate. Though there is no need now with the newer technologies to incorporate ozone in the air purification technologies, the production of ozone is as natural as lightning and actually causes the clean, crisp smell that we get after a thunderstorm or at the beach or in the mountains. Called nature's cleaning product, ozone can be a very powerful oxidizer and when used correctly can be very effective. Though highly efficient for smoke cleanup and fire restoration projects, more IAQ professionals steer customers away from the use of ozone, even at low levels, due to the sensitivity of young children, the elderly, and immunosuppressed people. I'm thankful that there are technologies that have advanced beyond our need for a discussion about the value or limitation of this specifically proactive technology. This brings us to ultraviolet lamps, the darling of the HVAC industry. It's long been known that UV light at the germicidal wavelength, 254 nanometer, is extremely effective against microbials. The food processing industry, the post office, and other applications have been fully convinced of its effectiveness and utilized it for really tough organisms like E. coli, anthrax, to name a few. Unfortunately, in the air conditioning system, the limitations of the technology enable it to be very effective in cleaning the surfaces on the inside of the air handler, but not very effective in sending any of that cleansing power downstream into the airflow. Why? Well, the UV technology has two major limitations: time and proximity. How long is the microorganism exposed to the light, and how close is it to the light? In most cases, air conditioning contractors have found that due to the high rate of speed with the air racing past the UV light, that the bugs hardly get a sunburn. Ultraviolet light is great for the surfaces inside the system, but not very effective in the airstream. It really is a passive technology, waiting for the bugs to come close to it so it can zap them, change their DNA, or neutralize them. Over the past few years, scientists and engineers have learned the power of a combination of UV, the germicidal wavelength UV, and a target plate. This UV becomes a catalyst for producing a much more powerful oxidizer than actually does get into the airstream, clean the air and surfaces downstream from the air handler. When combining these two, the UV and the target plate can then be coated with multiple coatings of different metals, its shape altered to expose more of the surface to the UV, and in turn produce a powerful clustered ion similar to the dielectric barrier ionizer we discussed earlier. This proactive technology is becoming the choice for all air purification technologies, and when combined with other components, as we'll discuss in a moment, air purification technology has now taken a turn toward becoming the foundation for creating clean, healthy environments indoors. No longer is this technology an option, but a must for anyone who's interested in addressing all the pollutants now found in indoor environments. This concludes our training on IAQ technologies. IAQ Basics 101. Remember that the combination of many components into a single product is the very best way to address all of the contaminants in any environment. You've got a multifaceted problem, you need a multi-strategic solution. If you have a greater interest in the products that have been developed around the clustered ion, multi-cluster ionization trademark, we have provided a module on your page entitled BLS Products to help you better understand the options you may have for your own use or may want to offer to your clients. The trademarked MCI multi-cluster ionization technology are incorporated in all of these products, from HVAC probes to standalones. They're affordable, effective, and efficacious for air and surfaces in virtually any environment. Safe for humans, but lethal to microbes. Thank you for taking the time to get better educated on the basics of IAQ. We offer more advanced trainings in the IAQ field, which includes specific trainings on mold, formaldehyde, as well as more trainings in the indoor air quality field itself. And we look forward to providing more information in the classes ahead.
want to welcome my guest today, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner. He's the Senior Director of GBAC, which is the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, I believe. Is that
Well,
correct?
you nailed it, Lance. It's 100%, mate.
No, I just wanted to make sure I got it right. So welcome.
Thanks, Lance.
Hey, we've done several interviews in the past, and I know we talked about doing some things that were a little bit more specific, and that's kind of what I want to talk about today. We last time touched on the concept of cleaning for health and how important that is with the essential workers and things like that. But right now, I'd like to focus a little bit more about that whole industry and how it affects hospitals, specifically emergency rooms, because that's really the first line of defense when people are going into the hospital and the most exposed areas.
No, you're absolutely right, Lance. And I think it's important for us to focus on what are the core competencies. Some of us would call those the KSAs, the knowledge, the skills, the abilities that people need to work safely in environments that would have infectious diseases or contaminants. And there's a number of different ways, resources that we use them, across different verticals, whether it be, an airport, a convention center, transportation like buses and trains and planes, the hospital, or even the ambulance service, the emergency medical services, and on how to operationalize all the information that we have.
One of the things that makes the emergency rooms, and you did mention ambulances, different from airports and large buildings that people go into for commercial purposes, it's more of a crisis situation in the hospital and the ambulance settings. You don't have time to sit back and say, well, you're going to sit over there till we properly suit up and do this and do that. It's really handling these things as they happen, stamping out brush fires basically as they come in before they become wildfires. And I can see that being a big difference, especially when you're dealing with, I think a term you used was playbooks to handle these types of situations.
Oh, I think, from my experience, when you look at those critical knowledge, skills, abilities that people need, we learn by doing. We're all adults, and that's how we learn. But it's often from my sort of experience, Lance, of what did I leave out? What have I missed? And sort of the way that I've found to address some of these critical gaps in the way that we do things on the front line is to have something like a playbook. And I just want to emphasize, the way that my experience, my career has used playbooks when it comes to infectious diseases or even drug contaminants, is to have a document that's usually laminated. You can use it in the field, you can clean it and reuse it, but a playbook is a document that synthesizes multiple sources of information in a single document. And it addresses the full spectrum of everything we need to know and do, and it creates a concise reference resource. You'll see these used in hospitals, you'll see them used in ambulances, emergency medical services, and it's so important that again, a lot of these playbooks are color-coded for the different sections, so you can go straight to the section when you need to, because, again, across very broadly in the cleaning industry, we don't use a lot of these resources that we see, say, in healthcare, for example, or even first responders might use in disasters and emergencies. And we expect a lot of our professionals just to retain knowledge or know how to identify hazards and do a risk assessment quickly when the situation changes. And that's not always the case, because these can be often high stress environments to work in.
Again, I go back to what you had mentioned about ambulances and emergency rooms. If a patient is transported in with a highly contagious disease in an ambulance, you could take the ambulance out of service, at least to push it aside and get a crew in there to clean it using a playbook or whatever is approved at that time. But for an emergency room, you can't. I mean, how do you shut down an emergency room because you brought in a patient with some kind of contagious disease? Or do you? Or how do you address or attack that?
It's really interesting, Lance. A lot of the, I'd say, exercises that I do with hospitals, with first responders, with emergency medical services, is identifying the full spectrum of what it takes to get that patient from wherever they are into the ambulance. You do the triage into the ambulance and then patient handoff at the hospital. And what I find in a lot of the tabletops, but also the drills and functional exercises I do, is that the nurses, the hospital staff, and even the ambulance staff are well rehearsed on how to do the patient handoff. Patient goes into the hospital and going, where's the ambulance going? Well, where do they park it up? How do you, doff your contaminated personal protective equipment? You take it off and take it off safely. Where's your waste management? Who's cleaning that ambulance? If it's an infectious disease agent from that patient, or there was lots of bodily fluids, blood, diarrhea, vomit, that needs to be cleaned up, or if there was even drugs involved, fentanyl, for example, or meth, where do you either clean and disinfect or decontaminate the ambulance? And I often find this is missing so often from hospital plans. The ambulance parks where? In the public car park? Or where does it go specifically so the resources, the toolbox is there for them to be able to clean, disinfect, or decontaminate that ambulance and do it safely?
One of the things that I've run into over the years of dealing with emergency services is when you do have one of these unknown situations, unknown contamination, multiple people get sick all of a sudden in a very short period of time, and you wind up transporting them, it always comes down to, well, what do you do now with the personnel and the equipment? Because now you have a piece of equipment that's contaminated, but you also have personnel. Do you put them back in the contaminated vehicle? Do you now isolate them? Now you need somebody else to handle the vehicle, or the same with the emergency room. I mean, is there any specific guidelines that are out there for this in general? I mean, I'm not talking specific Ebola, but we could talk about that, too, but just in general, how to handle these situations.
There is, Lance, and in the Department of Health and Human Services, ASPA, the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response. A few years ago, I was involved working with, the Department of Health and Human Services and ASPA in developing, what we call playbooks. And it was so important from some of the lessons we learned in, say, the 2014 Ebola outbreak, the fact that they developed a EMS, an Emergency Medical Services Infectious Disease Playbook, but unfortunately the government didn't have enough funding to print a hard copy. And you'll see comments all over the internet today. Oh, I love that EMS playbook. It's color-coded. It's easy to understand. It had algorithms. It had decision-making trees. Yes, no, if this happens, and how you react appropriately. PPE, patient handoff, looking after the patient, cleaning, disinfecting the ambulance afterwards. And there just wasn't enough funding from the government at that stage to actually develop hard copy. So it always stayed in the digital world. It was an electronic copy, but it's one that I use quite often. And it's a resource that's been well tested in the way that in a stressful situation, in a busy situation, we sometimes overlook or forget things. So it's where checklists play such an essential role. But it also helps in the planning process as well. So what I see, again, hospitals have, first responders have, they have these series of playbooks, which provides enough sort of concise information that applies to, the specific circumstances and the procedures that you need that are appropriate for those specific circumstances. And so, we can talk about the appropriate education and training, which again is critical, but to be successful in an infectious disease situation or a drug contamination situation does require these checklists and these playbooks as a ready reference. And I think, lessons learned here, Lance, is that these are so valuable. I'd like to see more of them produced, and I'd like to see them become part of our everyday operations to ensure that, again, mistakes aren't made or hazards aren't created because we overlooked something.
Is there a central clearinghouse for these types of procedures that you're aware of?
Well, in the emergency management disaster medicine world that I live in, I go to the US Department of Health and Human Services through the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response. We call that ASPA. They have what's called TRACY. Now, TRACY is the Technical Resources Assistance Center and Information Exchange. And I find I go to Tracy a lot. It's like a warehouse of documents. And especially when it comes to emergencies, you'll find the EMS playbook for infectious diseases there, which I highly recommend. If you haven't seen it, have a look at it. It's fantastic. I think it's a good framework or a model for other playbooks to be developed. But again, I use HHS, ASPA, Tracy resources all the time, and I just find them so valuable. But more importantly, the resources there aren't just applicable to certain verticals. They really apply the basic principles and the fundamentals, Lance, apply to so many other different industries, different sectors, different verticals, that I would hope that others get access to these types of documents. They're free, they're publicly available. Many just don't know they exist.
You know, I'm familiar with a lot of the different protocols for cleaning, wiping down stretchers, ambulances in the hospital, cleaning up the rooms that are there. And that's a standard sanitizing protocol, sanitization protocol. But then you get into some of the really bizarre types of infections, the things that, you know, people see or have nightmares about. I mean, when COVID first hit, I mean, you saw the panic that took place with that. But I know you've had experience and even exposures to Ebola, you know, from the work that you've been doing. I mean, how does that differ from these standard protocols?
Oh, I think we don't often want to do this, Lance, but we have to talk about our failures, our mistakes. And I made a big one in 2014. So in 2014, I was deployed to Nigeria on my first deployment. I had 3 deployments to West Africa to help set up Ebola hospitals. I was deployed to Nigeria with a team to set up an Ebola hospital in a place called Port Harcourt in River State in the south of Nigeria. And we trained all the medical staff. We set up this Ebola hospital. We had all the principles, the protocols, the procedures in place. And then it was a Wednesday afternoon. And we got the phone call and they said, your first Ebola patient's about to arrive. So what do you do, Lance, when you get that phone call? You go and have a cup of tea and relax and go, it's really going to happen. The ambulance came in, lots of media, lots of politicians everywhere. And the patient handoff was just fantastic. It went from the ambulance to the nurse, to the nurses. It just went so well. And then they took the Ebola patient into the hospital, into a room, isolated them. And then I came back outside and Dr. Parker, who was with the Ministry of Health at that time in Nigeria, said to me, that was great, Gavin. Who's cleaning the ambulance? And I looked at my checklist and I went, I don't know. It's not on my checklist. We haven't trained. We haven't trained anyone to clean an ambulance. When we were setting up the Ebola hospital, there was no ambulance here. Now we've got this ambulance that had vomit, diarrhea, Ebola virus all through it. And I went, oh, we don't have a standard operating procedure. We have a protocol. So I said, I got the team together, said, right, we're going to clean that ambulance in our personal protective equipment. We know that it's full of Ebola virus, and we're going to write everything we do down. We're going to video it, and that becomes our standard operating procedure we're going to write up tonight when we finish the job. So we took the team in, and it was learning by doing. We cleaned the ambulance, and then the Nigerians surprised me, Lance, because that was the Wednesday. On the Thursday, we got our second Ebola patient. Ambulance came in. We had our protocols written out on how to clean and disinfect the ambulance. And what they'd done, Lance, they'd taken a big piece of plastic with Velcro and they'd put up around the walls of the ambulance and created like a swimming pool. And when that patient with Ebola came out, again, the handoff was fantastic, went into the hospital. I went out to clean the ambulance and they went, look at this. And they undid the Velcro and they pulled out this piece of plastic. And it had all the body fluids, had the vomit, the diarrhea, the sweat, you name it, it was all there. And the actual cleaning the ambulance, took us less time because we now had this big piece of plastic that was Velcroed around the edges of the ambulance, which kept all those body fluids contained, which was amazing. So don't ever underestimate local capacity or innovation when you think you know what needs to be done. So coming back to the US after that trip, I went, well, if we get Ebola patients in the US, we're practicing, we're rehearsing in the hospitals, but who was focusing on ambulances, emergency medical services? And there was very little done. And that's where this EMS infectious disease playbook that's available through ASPA is so valuable. And that's how it was developed. And again, I just highly recommend that approach to everyone. It just really operationalized the standards, the protocols, the procedure. It just puts it in a way that's so easy to understand.
You know, the other vertical area that I work in is indoor air quality. And under that, we're dealing with mold and bacteria and viruses, particulates, chemicals, and everything like that. And everybody kind of deals with it sometimes almost with the, well, it hasn't killed me yet attitude, you know, and unfortunately, that's something that when you get into more of these critical types of situations, you can't play that way. You can't use that attitude. So doing things the right way is really the way things should start. I mean, the basics. And then when you deal with these types of contaminations, like even in the indoor air quality arena, you know, you could have a COVID or a TB or a Legionella type of outbreak that needs to be dealt with. And that's not just wearing your regular N95 mask and gloves. I mean, you got to take this to the next level. So I guess that's what I'm asking you in the hospital emergency services arena. At what point do you say we stop the normal protocols and we go into high gear?
Well, I think it's important when it comes to, again, the air quality, Lance, is we start now with baseline data. The conversations that I have with EMS often is, what's the air circulation like where the driver sits in the front and the air circulation in the back where the patient is? And are they separate air services? Do you know what the air quality is? Do you know what's circulating? What particles are circulating? Do you know what contaminants or pollutants are circulating? And do you have any baseline data for that? And I do the same when I go into hospitals. We focus so much on the surfaces where we see blood, vomit, diarrhea, people, the areas that people touch. We pay very little attention because we don't have baseline data for the indoor air quality. Now, you and I both know that those technologies exist. There's products out there that are affordable that can give us good baseline data, you know, within, you know, in real time. Unfortunately, it hasn't become part of our culture to have a indoor air quality monitor on all the time where we work, and then to look at what do we do if we're measuring 9 or 10 parameters for indoor air quality. What do we do when one changes? How long do we wait to see whether it goes back to an acceptable level? So what I think, you know, I'd like to see is facilities in 2023 start to implement the technology and start to get a baseline, start to look at what is the air quality in the space where you work, both in the vehicle and in the building. And then let's have that discussion whether anything needs to be done about it, or that's just normal, or that's acceptable, because, you know, there's just so much we don't know because we don't measure when it comes to indoor air quality.
Well, you know, that again affects, you know, the hospitals and regular remediation practices in just about any kind of building where you're dealing with, if you're looking at isolation, you got positive or negative pressurized rooms. Again, that goes back to airflow, air systems. That could even be as simple as in an ambulance by putting, like you said before about plastic, covering off or isolating the driver or the front of the ambulance from the rear, especially if they're not sharing a recycled air system, which most of them don't. It's just forced air in. So, I mean, I could see that, you know, being the check marks, you know, that make you handle things differently. But as far as infectious disease goes, I mean, there's a lot of things out there. There's things that most of us have never heard of, thankfully, and have to deal with. I actually heard somebody talking at a convention about there's probably 1,000 different viruses a day that are out there. Most of them die off. They're not strong enough to survive, but, you know, some of them do, you know, and, you know, like the COVID and all the variants of COVID, stuff like that. Again, you dealing with Ebola, hopefully it's something that we never have to deal with. But the reality is there, and what has to happen to the people that come in contact with it, isolations and everything that has to kick into play. You can't sit around and say, now what? The playbooks you're talking about are definitely the way to go with that.
It is, and some of the things that we can take from first principles to decrease the risk of infectious diseases, contaminants, and pollutants in the environment is to create unidirectional airflow. And I know a lot of the work that I did in nursing homes and hospitals, Lance, over the COVID pandemic, was being able to take an indoor air quality monitor, get some baseline data, and then go down to Target or Walmart or whatever and buy a very cheap, affordable fan and put that behind the patient. So we're blowing everything away, or put it, whatever, who we wanted to protect, we can put that fan behind the person. Whoever we want to protect, we can put that fan behind to create unidirectional airflow, so it pushes it away from wherever the hazard or the risk is identified. So very cheap solutions were implemented just by creating unidirectional airflow in a vehicle, or unidirectional airflow in a room to create a safer environment. And I think a lot of those easy, practical, affordable solutions were overlooked by many. A lot of people ran to the air conditioning system or the HVAC system and said, oh, we're going to do this one. Hang on, no. We just want to create better ventilation to do that. And it wasn't pumping more air from, an environment like New York, New Jersey, or a city where the outdoor air might be more polluted than the indoor air. It wasn't doing enormous sort of renovation or upscaling of, putting lots of money into a HVAC system where it wasn't required. It was actually coming back and saying, measure the indoor air quality, get a baseline, and then work out how to create some unidirectional airflow so that we can create safety zones or safety areas based on the movement of contaminants, pollutants, and infectious disease agents. And I think a lot of people often forget that. And I've seen a lot of ambulances, again, lots of equipment in the back of the ambulance, but with very, very poor airflow within the enclosure of the ambulance.
Yeah, they're not really designed for that. It's basically transportation, in and out, and that's the end of it. Unfortunately, you're stuck in the small area with that. Same thing with an emergency room, especially when you have a patient in a room, one patient, one room type of a situation, as an isolation room would be. But if we take your concept and now roll it into the IAQ sector, we do things with decontamination chambers. That would be the same in the emergency services, decon chambers, where, I've seen a fire department set up with plastic walls built up outside where they're actually hosing people down, walking through these containment areas, because they've been exposed to a chemical, some kind of biocontamination. You can't do that inside of buildings. So, I guess that's where the issue comes. And the buildings have to be functional 99.9% of the time. These are extreme situations. I've seen tents set up in an emergency room arrival bays just outside the emergency room doors, where the ambulance can pull in, put people into these tented areas before they're cleared to go into the hospital. So, those are all things in that playbook that you're talking about, really need to be worked on.
Yeah, and again, looking at the simple, affordable activities that we can do, Lance, a simple smoke test in the back of an ambulance or in an ER room will show you will visualize the way that the air is moving. And what I mean by that is you grab I use a handful of incense sticks. I light them, I get in the back of the ambulance, and I just watch where the smoke goes. And sometimes I'll see, the smoke is going up, it's going sideways, it's going over to the corner there, it's not moving. I'll do the same inside buildings as well as vehicles. But again, to visualize that invisible, those air currents, and that's the way that we can address, hazards, problems with simple solutions. So there's a lot of things that we can do that are affordable that we aren't doing right now, which I think I would even put them on my critical to-do list.
Well, is there a place that people watching can go to? I know you mentioned one or two places earlier to get more information about these types of procedures, how to develop these playbooks, or what authorities they should be following.
Yes, Lance. Well, they can reach out to, all the subject matter experts at Normie, for example. The subject matter experts over at ISSA and GBAC, we all work together. We're one team. Again, as I said, for the work that I do, mainly in infectious diseases, but now more so, we're getting lots of problems now with drug contamination, methamphetamine and fentanyl. in the back of ambulances as well as in emergency rooms. Go to the Department of Health and Human Services, look up under the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, ASPR, ASPR, and look at their Tracy resources, the technical resources, Assistance Center and Information Exchange. There's just a plethora. There's so many documents there that are so helpful. And if you'll see the EMS playbook for infectious diseases is there. It's a free download. But if you see it and you want to help in operationalizing it, doing a tabletop, testing it, then reach out to folks like yourself, Lance, at Normie, and we'll bring in the right subject matter experts to make that happen. So you can actually evaluate yourself in the real world on where you are, what you can do, and what you need to assistance with, maybe to strengthen. And I think that's really important that we continue to be in a culture of continuous improvement.
So for the old timers out there, just throwing bleach on everything just doesn't cut it anymore.
Oh, Lance, you know my feelings on bleach. I had 3 trips in 2014 to deal with Ebola patients, and I would come out of the hospital after being in all my personal protective equipment. We were sprayed down with bleach, and the metric, the indicator that people would say to me in Nigeria, Liberia, Sierra Leone was, "Gavin, you don't smell strong enough." And what they would spray me again. I think it was my second or third trip. I lost my sense of smell and taste for nearly 6 months because of bleach. Bleach serves a purpose in certain situations, but you've got to read the safety data sheet and you've got to follow the instructions and you've got to dilute it properly to make it safe.
Well, absolutely. And, again, in our world with the indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation, infectious diseases, again, I say the old timers, they bleach everything. Bleach will kill it. Well, it doesn't. I mean, viruses technically aren't alive, so you can't kill them. So it does create, a whole bunch of new issues. And some of the chemistries that are out there make people sick.
Yes, they are. And that's why you've got to read the label. We've said this over and over again, Lance, you've got to read the label, and you've got to ensure that the people that are using the products that have active ingredients, have chemicals in them, have been trained properly and appropriately to and follow exactly what the safety data sheets tell you. And unfortunately, the safety data sheets are hard to find. But again, this involves education and training, which we'd like to see done just on a much larger scale.
All right. Well, I think we're going to have to do some more of this going forward. I think we'll pick a few other topics too, because it's really interesting. You had a lot of good resources there that we can have our people go to and check out and come up with some of these plans. The standard decontamination, everybody's got that. It's this infectious disease issue, especially the really serious ones that are scary, that we really need to do this right.
I think it's important for everyone to realize, Lance, we're here to help. If you and I don't have the answers, we know lots of other subject matter experts that we can bring in and help us with an answer that's evidence-based. And it's really important that anyone who watches what you produce and listens to me or listens to you understands that we are here to help.
Well, we haven't even touched on sensitized individuals, off-gassing, chemical exposures. There's so many other subjects we could deal with. But I think the talking about the emergency rooms and ambulances, and even the buildings that the ambulances are stored in, the emergency service buildings, the fire departments, they all get contaminated and need to be cleaned too. So.
No, you're absolutely right. And again, it's not just one industry specific. These are fundamental first principle problems that need well thought out solutions to identify the hazards, do your risk assessments, and come up with solutions that are affordable. They can be operationalized and they're doable. That's what's key to this. The key to being safe and healthy is to come up with things that are practical.
Gavin, I appreciate you spending the time being here. Thank you very much. And I look forward to doing this again in the future.
Thanks, Lance. Appreciate that.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all here to an interview that we're going to be doing tonight. And my guest speaker is somebody that most of you all know, It's Mo Zulawaga. He's one of our senior trainers, good friend of mine, and we have him here in the room. I will let him do a little bit of an intro of his own background because it's too diverse for me to try to explain. So Mo, a little bit about yourself before we get started.
Well, first of all, thank you. Well, for those of you who don't know me, I've been in the restoration industry now for a good bit over 20 years. And before that, I was an engineer for General Electric, for that in the military. And keep going back, I guess, been all over the country and spent some time outside of the country as well, working in Central America, lived in the Caribbean. And my as you can tell by my name, my parents are from South America, from Colombia. So I've had a chance to be kind of all over the place and work all over the place. And now I'm happy to be here in Florida and call myself a Florida boy. And I plan on staying here. And I don't think anybody can get me out. So, and happy to be here with Normie as well. So life has brought me here, and I'm in a happy place.
Well, since you're so happy, let's talk about some serious stuff, because we get a lot of questions during and after our CMA CMR class, which is one of the ones that where you specialize in teaching, and actually you do it in English and in Spanish, depending on the class that we're running. But I know that we're always getting these questions about technology and what does somebody need to start and what kind of equipment should I buy, and is there differences in moisture meters and air pumps and you know, on and on and on. I think the moisture meter side of it is something that we get the most questions about for people in both the remediation and the assessor side because of the type of work that they do. So I'm going to put you on the spot and see if you want to talk a little bit about moisture meters and some of the differences between them and what you do with them.
Sure. Actually, that's a great question, Lance. One of the interesting things about the class is we talk about in several sections of the class, we talk about one of the most important decisions that we need to make as remediators is we need to make a decision as to what equipment we're going to purchase, what we're going to use. And, you know, I always push hard on the concept that you need to make the decisions based on the application and exactly what the specifications of the equipment are, because for an equipment to or technology to function properly, the most important thing is that the operator must know how it works. It must understand its capabilities and most importantly its limitations. And a lot of the times we are, you know, we kind of just go right into using the equipment, and because somebody shows us how to use it, and we might use a small bit of the capabilities, but one of the things that it rarely taught from person to person is really what the limitations are. So I tend to talk about quite a bit about that in class. When we get into the whole moisture mapping section of the class, and I do explain a little bit about how moisture meters work and how they don't work and the things that you need to know. And that's one of the questions that I get repeatedly thrown at me time after time after class, where somebody will call me, listen, I know that you spoke about this in class, and it is it's a little complicated for me to just grasp in the 5 minutes that you were able to talk about it. Could you give me a little bit more? As a matter of fact, I've pulled I do have a file here that I can pull up with some pictures of moisture meters, and I'm going to open up here while I talk to you over the next minute, which has some pictures that I've done just to have this sort of conversation with some of the students. So as I pull this up, one of the things I am going to say is that when we go through the process of selecting equipment, it is incredibly important to know what exactly is it that we're trying to accomplish. What is the end goal of what we're going to do with that equipment? So in moisture meters, that is, we're going to measure moisture somehow, or at least that's the concept. And one of the things that the first question we need to ask is, where are we going to measure it? You know, what kind of material are we going to measure? How accurate do we need to be? How thick is that material? Those are all things that we need to take into consideration, because not all meters are made the same.
And Mo, with that, there was a discussion that I was involved with recently where somebody was talking about moisture meters, and they all have different scales. And that was confusing to say, well, it's this percentage. Well, that's a different way of grading on this device compared to another device. So I don't know if you're prepared to talk about that, but if you get a chance as you go through them, you might want to toss some of that in.
Absolutely, will do. All right, so I have this little file open. It's a Word document that I have with the images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and share it if that's okay.
Sure.
So I can show some of these pictures and try to get the concepts across a little bit better. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, toss this over to the center screen. All right, so can you see the moisture meters right now, Lance?
Absolutely, you're good.
All right, wonderful. So here's some, I'm gonna start here with non-penetrating meters, which actually goes right into questions you just asked, Lance, which is scales. So not all non-penetrating meters are made the same. Not all meters are made the same. And when it comes to these sort of meters, the first thing you do need to understand is that scale. What are those scales telling you? So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this particular meter right here. This is a Tramex ME5. I use this meter quite often during assessments. It is one of my favorite non-penetrating meters. I mean, I have numerous ones, as you'll see and understand why by the end of this. But one of the things that you can see right here on this meter is right up at the very top, you'll see it says wood percentage moisture content. And then at the bottom, it says comparative. And the wood moisture content is a scale that's right up here at the top, and it goes from 5 all the way to 30, while the comparative goes all the way to 100. So let's talk just in this meter alone. There are two completely different scales. So the top scale where we have the wood, it'll actually tell you the percentage moisture content of the wood, you know. And there are, if you look at the manual, depending on the wood, you'd actually have to use some variances if it's a hardwood versus a softwood, and they'll actually go by names, like if it's a fir or it's an oak or something like that, there'll be some percentages that you would need to adjust that reading. But in general terms, this is a wood moisture content scale. Down here, it's a complete relative term. So what does that mean? What does relative mean? It means that for it to have any meaning whatsoever, it needs to be attached to some other value. And so what we learned in class is that before we can go take any readings where we believe the area to be wet, we need to go to a dry section of the home and take up a reading of the same material. So if it's wood, it's going to be of the same type of wood. If it's drywall, it'll be drywall, flooring, etc. So we can get what's called a baseline or a dry standard, and then that's what we're going to use to compare. That's the relative number we're going to use. So on those different scales that you were mentioning, for example, this meter right here, as you guys can see, goes up to 100. If I was using, for example, a Delmhorst Navigator, the new one, it has a scale up to 300. So as you can see, 300 is not a percentage. 300 is just a number, and that's because the sensitivity of that particular scale, you need a wider range to be able to get the numbers that you want. It's a different different system that it uses. And so the most important thing is that you understand as a user which is the best, which is the form that the way that your meter works, right? What are the scales in your meter? What do they mean, and what do they represent, and how do you properly read them? How do you work with your meter during different materials? As you can see in this particular meter, you have different materials, wood and timber. Do you have one that's a shallow depth? And that's because sometimes you have layered materials and you want to just grab the top layer, or you want to stay away from a metallic background, because that's one of the things we'll be talking about, some limitations of these meters, and a metallic background might cause a limitation. Drywall, plaster, masonry. So this particular meter definitely has different scales. The important thing to understand is, except for the wood meter, those are all relative scales. Okay, those are all something you have to compare to. As you can see, this meter will tell you over here just how deep it goes, and you'll see in the wood that it does show percentage moisture content. And that's what I would say. This is a great example of saying we need to grab the most simple tools that we have, which are wonderful technology, because a lot of the times we don't see these simple tools as technology because they've been around for a while, and we need to understand those.
You know, one of the things that you just mentioned real quick was the manual. And so many people that I talk to don't even know there is a manual. Sometimes you have to go online to get it or download it. And that's one of the most important things you could have for these types of tools. You really need to understand it. I've gotten calls from numerous people that were either en route to a job or on a job site that have called me and said, how do I do this? How do I use this machine to do this? you got to know the stuff before you go out. I mean, use it in your own home, learn it, use the manual.
Absolutely, absolutely. Habits that we now have in the industry or the people that have gotten used to understanding these concepts is the having these manuals right on your phone. Right. So we have them on cloud storage. So anytime, and I actually reference manuals all the time when I'm in the field, and there's a particular function of the meter that I might not have used in a long time. And I might know, but I might want a refresher just to make sure that I don't miss anything. Because as you'll see, there are definitely different types of meters, but having those manuals available to you at a moment's notice is incredibly important. And it's a good practice that everybody should actually take on in their business and their daily use. So I want to show you. So this is meter number one. Let me show you something else. So here's some of the things that I discuss with students when they call me with these questions. And one is that comparative range, as you mentioned. And that comparative range can change from meter to meters. So we need to understand it. Understanding how far those ranges go, right? So as you can see, the wood moisture content go up to 40%, and this particular meter up here went up to 30. You need to understand those because questions can come up. If you think about it, if somebody's looking and somebody's analyzing a project that you're doing, and they're used to seeing one particular type of meter where their scale is considerably higher. So for example, on a non-penetrating meter, you can have wet be pretty high, pre 68, 98. Other meters might be lower. So if they're used to seeing their meter and they think that your number is too low and that does not mean that it's wet, then you need to be able to explain that and say, well, my meter works in this form, and here's the scale that it works, and here's what the numbers mean. And if you don't do that, if you don't understand that, it might be a difficult conversation to have with somebody else that also doesn't understand your meter because they've never used it before. As you can see, the same company can have another completely different meter. This is also by Tramix. This one is really designed for concrete. And this one will have concrete moisture content, okay, and also for drywall. So this is a very specific meter, and these meters are excellent meters to use for very specific times and different projects. So if you really want to know what's going on with certain type of materials, you might need a very specific meter to do that. Just so like I said, having a set of meters to be able to tackle different problems that come on is very important. Just like you can see for concrete as well, I might actually want to know the actual concrete slab, how much the relative humidity is in it, how much moisture content is in it. I might need to tap into it and use a different type of meter with a different type of plug that allows me to be able to determine this. Because, for example, once we remove floors in some of these projects, before we can reinstall the floors, we need to make sure that we've actually correctly dried that concrete slab, because if we don't, then we're going to have issues with the new flooring when it's installed. So once again, understanding our meters, our limitations, our capabilities is important. And I think limitations is one of those things that we definitely need to focus with each one of our meters.
Hey Mo, you mentioned a bunch of different types of meters, and I know over the years I've used combo meters. What I mean by that is a meter that will also do relative humidity, temperature, moisture on surface as a pinned or pinless. How do you feel about those? I've gotten mixed, opinions from people over the years.
Well, I have a picture of one of those here. I'll jump a couple of pictures just to show you. Whoop, here we go. So this one is by Protimeter. Everybody pronounces that a little bit different. That's how I pronounce it. So if I pronounce it differently, forgive me. So Protimeter is a multi-use meter. So it does have a thermal hygrometer. It has a pin moisture meter. It has a non-penetrating moisture meter included as well. And it's a really good meter. It really is. There are some drawbacks. There are some drawbacks to having a multi-use meter. One of them is obviously your meter is done and you've now lost all your meters. That's one. In the past, some of these meters that had all the functions did not have, each function wasn't top notch. You'd have two of the functions that were top notch and the third one was okay. And I'm a big believer in having really good meters for certain type of projects for each one of those functions, whether it be a hygrometer. So you need to understand what application you're doing. But Obviously, times change, technology improves. Some of these meters are really good. This particular meter is really good. The kit comes with all kinds of accessories to measure different things, to be able to tap into wood, to be able to go past these little pins over here to go past the drywall and be able to measure and see if insulation is wet. You have multiple meters that do this, like that Delmhorst Navigator that I mentioned also is a good combo meter. My biggest drawback with combo meters personally is that, a lot of the times they have a lot more functions that I need on my projects. Number one, and number two is if I lose that meter, I've now lost all my meters, and it's not something that I really want to face on a project.
Well, that was one of the things that I had seen over the years that you had just mentioned about the sensitivity of the meters, that you give up some sensitivity when you have all these different devices combined together. It's really good with one or two things, but a few of the other ones aren't as good. And of course, the other thing is if something happens, you drop the meter, you break it, you've lost everything,
Absolutely. And the other one is they are pricey. They are pricey to have a combo meter. They're less pricey than buying really good meters of each one, mind you, but nonetheless, as to have one meter that can go bad or get dropped or now you're talking anywhere between $1,200 to $1,500 for top end meters, in the hands of a technician, can be a problem. It's if it's your personal hands and you're very good with your equipment, you take care of it like I do, they'll probably last you for a lifetime. But we know that, as it goes from hand to hand, that level of care might change. So that also comes into play. How rugged are your meters? And that's one of the things that I look for. I like rugged equipment. I like equipment that I can take on a construction job, and it's going to make it to the end of the day. So that's important to me. Absolutely.
One of the questions that comes up a lot is, what should I buy, a pinned or a pinless? And I always talk to them about, well, the pinless doesn't do any damage. You got to go to a different level of dealing with the consumer that you're working with about having pinholes all over the place. And depending on what you're doing, if you're testing carpeting, you're not going to see, like you're testing sheetrock, all these little pinholes all over the place, so you got to be prepared to build back. But, you have a favorite either way, pinned or pinless?
Well, my particular answer to that is always I have both. And because it also depends on application, right? You do a lot of assessments. You've done a lot of assessments in your time, and during an assessment, in an assessment, a lot of the times you're not really looking to poke holes into a drywall, because like you're saying, you're creating damage to the drywall. On another type of project, for example, a drying project, that becomes a little bit less important. You're in an emergency situation and you need documentation that's going to be easy to explain down the road, either to maybe it's an insurance claim to an adjuster, or maybe you go to court, something like that. And in that case, a pin moisture meter is definitely going to be a lot easier to explain, because it's showing you some moisture content versus a relative reading. And relative readings can be one of those things that's difficult to explain or people to grasp in a short amount of time. On the other hand, both are great. So one of the things that I tend to do is I start with non-penetrating, and then I'll document the edges, the far corners. So once I get to the far corners, I'll document them with a pin moisture meter. I've gotten really good at taking those pin moisture meters in areas where you're not going to be able to see those little holes. There's ways to do that. And then I'll take one in the center, so I have some serious documentation with my pin moisture meter, and then I have a little bit more documentation with my non-penetrating. But both are incredibly important. Some of the stuff that you are going to be measuring, you're not going to be able to poke holes in either. Stuff like tile, really nice wood. You're not going to start poking holes all over the place. Really nice wood. So they both have a place in it, and sometimes I use them both because, as I mentioned in class, I never trust any piece of equipment or any measurement by itself. I want to be able to compare it to other things and be able to say that makes sense. What I'm seeing makes sense, because, like I said, they both have limitations. And one of the limitations of the non-penetrating meter is that it's not really measuring moisture. It's using RF signals. Most of these are using RF signals, and depending on what's behind that drywall, or in front of the drywall, you could have readings that are incorrect. For example, if you have a pipe, if you have wood, if you have actually some wallpapers actually have metal in them, and you'll detect it higher. Pin moisture meters give you a little bit a little bit more of I guess an accurate reading in those type of situations, but they can also have issues where they don't go as deep because the pins on those moisture meters tend to be really, really short. As a matter of fact, one of the tips that we talk about in class is if you have like a thick piece of wood, like a 4x4, the proper way to measure that is to drill 2 stainless steel screws right into the middle of the wood, 2 inches, and then you measure with your moisture meter to those screws. So now you have an accurate measurement into that wood because the pins are too small. So like I said, all this equipment has limitations and it has capabilities, and we just need to understand each one in each application that we use.
You know, it's funny, one of the classes I was watching as we were doing in our water class, they talked about drilling screws into a wood floor from underneath and taking samples like that with the big caution, don't drill through the floor.
Yes.
You know, come up on the other side. You know,
Absolutely.
we're a little too far there.
Yeah, and by the way, we've all done that where we got a little too far. So it's just be very, very careful.
So I would say from what you've described here and the types of technology that's used, I guess the next level to go to would be moisture mapping, you know, and how that's done and how this equipment plays into moisture mapping an area, you know, and different ways of doing it.
Right, and there are different ways of doing it, and that's where, you know, once again, selection of equipment depends on what you're doing. You know, depends on the level of equipment that you need. One of the meters that we see here is a very economical meter. You know, this is one of the things that we'll find at Home Depot for $30, $40, $60. You know, and we're putting it next to another meter that's $500, $600. For certain things like moisture mapping, they could be excellent tools. That, you know, your meter does not have to cost, you know, $1,200 for it to be functional for your operation. One thing is very different when you're doing an assessment and when you're actually doing a drawing job. They both require a moisture map, but the level of accuracy in that reading is not the same for each project. It's not the same. During an assessment, we're really looking that it's hitting that threshold that it is wet. In drawing, we're going to want to measure every day the actual progress, and we want to be very exact with those numbers. And we want to have equipment that can read really fast readings in between each reading, so it can adjust quickly to its environment. So that's one of the things that is probably different from economic meters to others. Expensive meters tend to have electronics in there that react a lot quicker. So in moisture mapping, let me I guess I could use this same page here to talk a little bit about moisture map. I'll scroll down to the bottom, and then I'll get back to some of these little other tools if we get a chance to that we use in moisture mapping. So I'm going to explain the way that I like to do moisture mapping. This is the most common way that I'll do moisture mapping. And what I'll do is I'll use a little bit of drawing. So forgive me, I'm not an artist, and I'll just try to explain to you graphically exactly the way that I would do it. So if I had, for example, this. So if I had a wall that kind of looked like this, and we'll call this wall right here wall A, wall B, and wall C, and I would actually label them. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do this really quick so it won't take too much time. I'll do a top bottom view, so you can actually see it from the top, and you can see the 3 walls. And then for each one of these walls, what I'll end up doing is I'll draw a separate wall. So this would be wall A, wall B, Move the filter base. Okay. Let's make it look like this.
For those of you watching, I think he is having fun doing this.
I am having fun doing this. I love doing this kind of stuff. So this would be the areas that, for example, we would in wall A, I'm a wall B, and if this continued all the way to wall C, I would do it, but I'm just doing it for so we don't spend too much time drawing here. And the other thing that I would do to make it a little bit easier for everybody that comes down the road is I would do something like this. I would actually have a piece of blue tape across that wall. And about every 16 inches, I would put a vertical line. And so that would be the first section would be A1, A2, A3 across that blue tape on that wall. So, and I hope I'm explaining myself correctly. If for some reason I lose you, please let me know. And below each one of those sections, every 16 to 20 inches, I would take a moisture measurement as to exactly moisture content on that wall or the reading, depending what type of meter I'm using, and the height that it went to, and I would document it around that blue tape. So on A1, I would put day 1, it would be the moisture content and the actual reading, and I would do the same thing on day 2. And what this does, it actually shows the sketch of the property. So if I had a whole property that was wet, I would probably, it wouldn't be these 3 lines, it would be the actual sketch of the whole property, and for each wall would have a front facing picture, which shows me exactly how it was wet as I found it and as I measured it. And you could write right here and take pictures as well. And on my sketchbook, I would actually write on the picture what the moisture content was at that time. So that's one of the ways that I would do a moisture mapping. You can simplify this. You don't have to go as in depth as I go sometimes. And sometimes I keep it very simple. One of the things that you can do is, depending on your application, as an assessor, you can actually use the blue tape to go ahead and outline your moisture map area. And I do this quite a bit, for example, on ceilings. When I have a patch of a ceiling that is wet, I will go ahead and outline it, and I will lay in, and sometimes I'll mark it right on the blue tape exactly what I saw. And what that does is, for anybody that comes after me, whether it's a mediator, it's an adjuster, it's anybody, they can really quickly see the areas that I found to be wet. So I'll actually moisture map it with my tape, document it with pictures. If I'm able to, I'll do what you see here, which is a graph or a sketch of exactly the area from 2 different angles. And the whole concept, everything that I do regarding this, and the reason I take a little bit extra time is I always ask myself is, if I was in court in front of a judge and the judge had nothing to do with the restoration industry, how can I easily explain to him or show him exactly what was going on here? And that's always the basis that I take on my approach of either writing a report or doing a sketch or trying to explain something, because the reality is that we're not always going to be talking to people who completely understand restoration, who completely understand mold assessment, indoor air quality, any of these issues. And so it all ties together, from understanding how your equipment works, selecting that equipment, using it properly, being able to explain it, and then documenting the results into something like a moisture map. It all comes from basic thing is we need to understand why we do the things that we do and how our equipment works. Very simple things.
Looking at what you're doing here, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense, and hopefully everybody that's watching understands this too, but it also looks like a very labor intensive process. I know there's other devices out there. I mean, I've used thermal imaging and stuff like that work hand in hand with moisture meters. So how would you draw the differences or comparisons to using that additional device in conjunction to a moisture meter?
Okay, that's a great question. Well, one of those devices, I actually have a picture of it right here, which is this hydro sensor. And this is what this is, it's not a moisture meter, it's a moisture sensor. So right over here in the tip, you'll actually get two little spikes. And once you put it into a something that is wet, it's going to beep. So it's going to let you know, hey, this is wet. Obviously, once I find something wet, I'm going to confirm it with a moisture meter. But this is a really easy way to be able to do a moisture map, for example, on a large area that has carpet and all the carpet is wet. So you don't have to bend over. This is the original intention of this product was to be able to do that, to be able to walk around and be able to then do your moisture map on carpet. But it has great other options. For example, when we find cabinets, and the toe kick is removed on that cabinet, how do we reach all the way in the back behind that cabinet to see if that drywall or whatever material is back there is dry? And my hand, I can tell you right for now, my hand won't fit. So this tool allows me to just go right under there, reach all the way to the back, and do moisture testing across the back wall and see if any of those areas appear to be wet. Also, they're great for HVAC closets and little spaces in between the air handler and the drywall. Normally, you have 3 to 4 inches, and once again, I can't reach, but many times I find the moisture with this tool allows me to reach high places as well, ceilings and anything like that, without really having to get up on a ladder. Or if it's a high ceiling, I don't have to get up on a really high ladder because I have a little bit of more reach due to this tool. So it's a wonderful tool that I think everybody should use. Saves my back and it saves me a lot of time. I use it quite often. The other one that you mentioned is thermal imaging. So thermal imaging is a wonderful tool, probably one of the best tools that we have for efficiency in our industry and for breaking the ice with the customer. But once again, for you to be able to use it properly, you need to really understand how it works. So one of the first things I always say is get certified, understand what it does and what it doesn't do, and always question what it's showing you. So a thermal imaging camera, we all know, can give us false positives, and any dark area is going to be dark because it's cold, not necessarily because it's wet. It's definitely going to be colder than its surrounding areas, okay, but it does not mean that it's wet. But you can also get false negatives, and that's one of my biggest concerns all the time with infrared imaging. You can get false negatives because for you to be able to see anything on that camera, there needs to be temperature differentials within the material that you're observing through the lens, and that's not always the case. For that material to be able to show a differential, wherever it's wet, that liquid needs to be evaporating. That's actually how thermal cameras capture that something is colder because it's wet, is because when you have a surface and that surface is wet, I'm going to pretend I have a wall here. As those water molecules evaporate, they're taking energy with them into the air. That means they're leaving the surface of the material cooler because energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. And that water molecule, as it leaves the surface and it goes floating into the air, means that all that energy is up here. You have less energy here. And less energy means less heat, less temperature. So that's what the infrared camera is capturing. But if that's not happening because environmental conditions, because you have some sort of material or paint that does not allow that wall to evaporate, it's not going to show you anything. And that whole entire wall might be soaked. It's happened to everybody. It's happened to me, where I've said, well, this is dry. And I said, well, let me go check, with my other meters anyway. And sure enough, and then you learn, I always have to check with moisture meters. I cannot trust the infrared camera by itself. I rarely trust any single piece of equipment by itself. I always want it back up to give me a confirmation and saying, hey, yeah, what you're seeing is truly what you think it is.
Well, part of every certification course I've ever taken or seen for thermal imaging always goes back to document it with another device, usually a moisture meter. And that's your confirmation. You're not seeing moisture, you're seeing an anomaly or an exception to what's normal. And the other electronic device is what confirms what you're seeing.
Absolutely. Now, having said that, if the area that you're scanning with your thermal imaging camera does show up on your thermal imaging camera, it is a great way to moisture map, right? Because now you can see the entire wall You can document it with pictures. It's showing you the area that's wet. You can do a couple of, you can do follow-up moisture meter readings that you can document, which I also, by the way, not only do I document it with my regular camera, I document it with my infrared camera, because I like to show that that meter was exactly where the dark area was. So there's no question or doubt as to exactly where we took that measurement. And so it is a wonderful, wonderful tool. I don't leave home without it. Absolutely.
You know, some of the newer equipment now, thermal imaging, even the lesser expensive ones do image over image photography, which is they're showing you an infrared image with the regular digital image over on top of it. So you get to see the outline or the structure of what you're looking at, plus the thermal patterns on the wall. So it really creates a very good description for anybody looking at as to what's going on in that environment, after you've obviously also documented it with moisture meter.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, nowadays, to me, it's the only way to go. Dual camera. So you're taking a regular picture and an infrared picture right next to it. So when your report comes out, that's exactly what you see. You see the regular picture, and right next to you see the infrared. It makes it a lot easier, once again, to explain to somebody that doesn't know anything about infrared cameras. So I'd rather spend a little bit extra on better resolution and be able to have that dual camera. And nowadays, like I said, even some of the economic cameras are coming up with do have that function, and it's a function that to me it's absolute must.
So we've gone from the basic moisture meter to the advanced moisture meter to the hydro sensor to the thermal imaging cameras. For somebody new starting out in the business, a piece of equipment to start with. You don't go out and spend $50,000 on a thermal imaging camera.
Right.
Where do you start? Especially when you want to start dealing with moisture in your assessment or your remediation projects.
That's a wonderful question. On an assessment project, you have so much more flexibility per se on equipment, because you're looking for different things that necessarily you would be on a drying project. You're still looking and want to make sure that stuff is wet or dry. You want to do a comparison. So you do have a wide range when it comes to non-penetrating and penetrating. So you can start with a less economical meter. The key, once again, is find out how it functions and read the reviews and watch the videos online for that manufacturer. And you should do that for a number of meters within your price range to find the one that is highly recommended and that actually does the job that you're looking to do. Some other ones, it's a different story. For example, if you see on your screen right now, this is a hygrometer. So you have non-penetrating meters, you have penetrating meters, you have moisture sensors. Now another way to measure moisture is moisture in the air, which is where we'd use a hygrometer. And on hygrometers, once again, an assessment, it could be a little bit more flexible, because what you're looking for is a couple of readings during your assessment project, and a lot of hygrometers out there will do that. If you're in a drying project, for example, there's very few hygrometers that can stack up to the requirements of a drying project. This is, for example, one that would. This is a one that I like quite a bit. It says Phoenix, but I believe now the manufacturer is Vaisala. And what the differences are, for example, this hygrometer, I can put in front of a dehumidifier, which has extreme temperature and moisture readings and low moisture readings, and pull it away and get very accurate readings right away in another location. Other hygrometers, less expensive hygrometers, you're going to have to wait a number of minutes to be able to get an accurate reading per location. So hygrometers tend to be one of those things that the better you get, the better it's going to be for you for efficiency, because you don't have to wait all that time for the sensor to be able to adjust. Better sensors also tend to last longer before they become calibrated. So those are things. The newer hygrometers that are high end, you can also change the sensors. You can buy just a new sensor and put it in. So depending on the piece of equipment that we're talking about is dependent more on my guidance. So as to penetrating and non-penetrating meters for assessment and an infrared camera, I might say, listen, here's some baseline products that I think were great. I highly recommend. For example, Fuller makes I think it's the MR40, which is a penetrating moisture meter. It's a pen. It looks like a pen. It has a little flashlight on the other side. And I think it's $60, $70, $80. It's really inexpensive. And I think it's a wonderful moisture meter for assessments. Wonderful moisture meter, especially because it is so light that I can stick it pretty much anywhere on a wall, on a ceiling, and it will stick and keep my reading, which means that I can document the picture with pictures a lot easier. I don't have to have my hand up, especially if I'm on a ladder or anything like that. It becomes dangerous. I don't have to hold it sticking to the wall and taking the picture. I can just stick it to the ceiling or to the wall, take a step back, take a picture up close, take a picture from far away, and it does a wonderful job. With a hygrometer, I would say definitely do your homework, get a little higher end, make your life a lot easier. And on a thermal imaging camera, one of the economic ones now is the C4 or C5 from FLIR. Those do a wonderful job. They do have their limitations. One of the things that I don't like about it is that the battery is not external, it's an internal battery. So once that battery starts degrading, basically your infrared camera starts degrading, because keeping it charged does become a headache. You have to have it connected all the time, but that happens over time. That doesn't happen immediately. The higher end cameras, like for example, the E series, the E6, E8, I really like those cameras. They have, batteries you can swap in and out, so it's a lot easier to always have a piece of equipment that's functioning. You can have multiple batteries. They do have the drawback of a higher cost. You're probably looking $2,000-$3,000 for those cameras versus $500-$600 for a C5 at this time.
Very cool. Well, we have a few minutes left. I don't even know where to start to say. Would you want to sum up what we've talked about, other than come take the CMA CMR class, or one of the advanced classes? But how would you sum up tonight, at least for the folks watching?
Actually, I have a pretty easy way to sum this up, okay, which is what we talk exactly in our classes. Is when you make a decision to move forward into an application, to say assessment or drying, if that's what you do, know what your application is, know what you need, and then go study the equipment that's out there and choose your equipment based on that need, not on pricing. Okay, not on Bobby told me this is a really good piece of equipment. They have it on sale at John Don or Answer or wherever it is. Just do your homework. Read the manuals, understand what it is that you're doing, understand how your equipment works, and most importantly, understand why you're doing it. What's the purpose of you using each piece of equipment, so then you can properly document that purpose and properly express that purpose through your documentation to somebody that has absolutely no clue what it is that our industry is about. That is if you take the whole entire idea, that is the basic idea of what we do. Take really complicated things and make it less complicated, make them simple, so somebody that doesn't know what we're talking about can learn it in a quick and efficient manner. And the way to do that is you need to understand every step of the way, and most importantly, understand how to properly use your equipment.
Well, thank you, Mo. Actually, I'll ask you to stop sharing your screen for a moment so people can see who you really are.
Absolutely. Go ahead and do that.
All right, there he is. Well, I want to thank you for your time. I think we're going to have to do this again and maybe pick another type of equipment, maybe air pumps or Matterport or some other equipment that I know that you use and you're familiar with, and do some more segments on this.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
So thank you for your time, and we look forward to possibly another segment in the near future.
Hey, thank you for having me. Have a wonderful night.
You too.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, Some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does is three things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator, and that's just good across the board. The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does is expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology, and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology, rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement, or the mold under the sink, or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NC RSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the Normie schedule and the Best Training System schedule for when the next course is. Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
I'd like to welcome Michelle Blevins to our cast today. I've talked with Michelle quite a bit, and I've met her several times at multiple trade shows. It's always fun to have a conversation with her, and I thought it'd be really good to bring her in here tonight to talk about who she is, how she's involved in the industry, and the magazine that she is running. So Michelle, how about a quick hello?
Hello. Thanks so much for having me, Lance. I really appreciate it. And hello to everyone who's watching or listening.
Well, thank you. Well, let's get right into it. Tell us a little bit about you before we even get into the magazine side, because that's really fascinating to me, but I want to know more about you.
Okay, so I have been in the restoration industry since 2015. I have a background in TV and print journalism. My first job out of college was at a very local small town newspaper in very rural Indiana. We still did court news and going over to the courthouse to look through the big ledgers and see who got arrested that week and who got divorced and who had the land transfers and all that. That's where I really cut my teeth in relationships and all of that. Also where I covered my first flood. There was a very localized flood there, and there were homes that were flooded that were then raised up quite a bit. So that was my first kind of experience with that. Also first experience around house fires and all those kinds of things. That's where I learned what happened on the emergency scene, but I had no idea what happened once the emergency vehicles left. So, then I was 6 years at a TV station in Northern Michigan where I was the executive producer there. And then in 2015, I joined another industry publication. I was the editor-in-chief there for a while. And then I purchased CNR, which is Cleaning and Restoration magazine, from the Restoration Industry Association in July of 2021. So I have been running it since then. There's a team of 5 of us that are behind the scenes running CNR, and I absolutely love it every single day. I am also a mom of 2, and they're 8 and 3. My 8-year-old plays hockey. My 3-year-old is trying to learn to skate, and they are a handful, and it's super fun. And I'm excited to be here and chat more.
So if I said juggling was a lifestyle, I think it's fairly accurate.
Big time. We're fortunate that, everybody says it takes a village, and we have a village. We have good friends, and my mother-in-law is incredible and watches our younger one 2 days a week. And I have a babysitter here. We're recording on a snow day, our second snow day in a row. So we have an amazing babysitter who shows up on a moment's notice and takes them sledding and does all the great things with them. And so we have the best possible people around us to make it all work.
Very good. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about CNR as a magazine, because we obviously are dealing with the indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation industry, and your title alone is, right there for us.
Sure. So CNR has been around since, we think, somewhere in the 1940s. It's a little unclear of the exact start date. I've worked with Pete Consigli, who's kind of the resident restoration historian, through the RIA to try to figure that out. But there's been different names throughout the years. I was fortunate enough to come into possession of some of the print magazines going back to, I think, 1975 is what I have in archives. So my goal is to get all those digitized and stuff like that in the future. But this is the oldest publication in the industry, as well as the largest publication in the restoration and cleaning space specifically. And over the years, it has covered everything from IAQ and cleaning and mold to fire to biohazard to crime scene to COVID and asbestos and everything in between. So we try to cover the full gamut of topics when it comes to restoration, remediation, cleaning, all of that.
Well, everything you just named all comes under IAQ, indoor air quality. Every bit of it. And that's kind of the umbrella that we start with and then try to funnel down for our specific classes. But, you've seen and experienced what has changed in the industry since COVID hit. And, I've said this on numerous interviews. It's like everybody woke up and found out that breathing was important. How do you see it, in the industry and specifically with the magazine publication?
I think the industry has changed in a number of ways. I think customers are looking more for the IAQ piece and making sure that when a restoration project is done, that it doesn't just physically look good, but that it's actually done healthily. I can think of a contractor in California who's dealt with a lot of the wildfires that have been out there, and they actually are on the forefront of helping with more sustainable building practices to help homes be more fire resistant if there are more wildfires. And I think that is something that the industry is learning, that we need to be a little bit more proactive in some of these things, make sure. I think COVID gave the industry a big lesson on how to actually clean. The root of the restoration industry is cleaning, right? We are cleaners at heart, and then everything else kind of revolves around it. So whether it is for COVID and we're disinfecting, or it's a fire, or it's a flood, or whatever it may be, cleaning is the crux of what we're doing. And I think COVID kind of knocked us a little bit on, are we cleaning properly, or are we just spraying and praying? Are we just wiping and moving stuff around? Are we using the right products? Are we using products that are okay for occupants in a building? Is this going to be damaging to children later if we're cleaning a school or a hospital or whatever that may be? I think that it was a good learning curve for the industry to kind of set us back on track of really thinking about what we're using, how sustainable are we being, how big is our carbon footprint? Are we using the best products out there? There's a lot more I can go into, but go ahead, because I feel like I will just start rambling.
That's okay. No, I just flew back from a seminar with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner. Mm-hmm. And I know you've talked with him before, and he's really an interesting guy to talk with. But in the seminar that we were going through, and it's under an OSHA training, he used the term cleaning for health.
Yes.
It's a whole new direction. It's not cleaning to make it look good. It's cleaning for health. Yeah. And one of the examples that we talked about were the airlines, how they have 8 minutes to clean this 200-seat plane, and their biggest focus is making sure the safety belts are folded neatly.
Yes.
So it looks clean. It's not cleaning for health. Yeah. And I really think that's where this industry has gone. I don't want to say it's going. It's gone there now, but it's learning how to do what it's trying to do. So very interesting spin on where this industry is going because of COVID.
Mhm.
I think it really brought everything into air quality right up front for everybody to see, and it's on everybody's mind. With that being said, the companies that I've been talking to have gotten extremely busy.
Yeah.
And one of their big complaints is getting personnel, and trained personnel is even harder.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on what they could do?
So I think that the number one thing, or the number one way to find new people, is recruiting yourself. You and whether it's the owner or the technicians or the project managers or the estimators, salespeople, whoever it is, everybody within the company needs to be considered a recruiter for the company as well. They need to be thinking about like, oh my gosh, I just got amazing customer service from this person at Home Depot. I wonder if they'd be willing to, I wonder if they're interested in a job change or whatever that may be, or a server at a restaurant or wherever you are. Be thinking about in day-to-day life, the service people that you meet and how good they are. You know, anybody can be trained on how to dry a structure or remove mold or remove odor or whatever that is. The technical stuff can be trained, but the character and the work ethic and all that can't be trained. So you need to be looking for people in your everyday world that carry those character qualities that then you can train for the skill later. So I know of some restoration companies where they make little business cards that say, hey, you are a rock star at customer service. We would love to talk to you about being part of our team. And then if you flip it over, there's like a name and number for the hiring manager or whoever that may be. And you can just hand those out. I know some companies where that's like almost a requirement. Like you have to every person has to hand out like 5 a week to a star player that they see. And that is going to be so much more effective than throwing out an Indeed ad here or Career Builder or whatever website you're using. That just is a really difficult way now to try to find people. You might find people, but you're just going to be, I mean, I was a recruiter in the industry as well for 4 years, and I totally understand how hard it is. I have been through many a screening with somebody who looked great on paper and they ended up being a train wreck, or you get to the final step of the process and they end up having a criminal record that isn't going to be accepted by a carrier or programs if you're doing program work. You know, there's just so much to it. So really, your company needs to be recruiting for your company is what it should be. And something that's going to really help you also with that is making sure that your company has a good culture and a culture that's going to attract people. If people start hearing of your company or seeing your company at action within your community, even outside of restoration jobs, that in and of itself can help speak for your company and draw that talent toward you.
Well, I do have to ask a quick question before I get into my follow-up on this. Are we using now train wreck as an industry term?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, I agree with you completely. I've seen it. I've seen people that are hired to do different aspects of this industry that really don't know what they're getting into. They haven't been trained. There's limited training requirements or licensing requirements, depending on what part of the country you're in. And yeah, train wreck is very appropriate for, unfortunately, the end user, because that's what they wind up with.
Yes. CNR just did a state of the industry study that included feedback and answers from high-level leadership in 150 restoration and cleaning companies across the US and Canada. We had feedback from all 50 states, all Canadian provinces. So it's a good set of data to talk about industry trends. And the number one thing that we saw that companies are going to be doing in 2023 is focusing on training. More than 52% of companies said that that training was going to be like their number one focus for future-proofing their business in 2023. And I think the thing that is coming with that is, again, we can teach people can go through normie classes, right? And learn how to learn some of these skills that they need. But again, the soft skills, that character of the person, that's so important. So I see more companies also focusing on the soft skills and making sure that their people know how to relate to customers, especially because the people that we're serving are often having probably the worst day of their lives, or top 5, top 3, whatever that may be. It's not a good day. If a restoration or maybe a cleaning company is more middle of the road, but if a restoration company is there, it's probably a bad day. So there's a bigger push to teach those soft skills. And going back to the recruiting and retention aspect, there are more companies that are realizing that if you teach those life skills, you're going to better retain your people. I mean, a lot of the people that you're hiring in at technician level may have never learned money management skills. They may have never learned how to buy a car or get a cell phone, or even like the most basic things. They might have no idea how to do that. And so kind of creating a life academy and morphing them, working through those, even if it's like 5 or 10 minutes a week, just helping with those skill sets can really help. Like there was a company that I was talking to last week. They're based in Michigan, and the owner was saying that for every employee, they have a PPF plan, and it's personal, professional, and financial. And they go through those, I can't remember what she said, a few times a year. And they do like their 1 year, 3 or 5 year, and 10-year outlooks, I think, for their goals. And they actually work with their team to get, how do you reach those goals? And it's not just career stuff, it's personal and financial as well. And how can we help you get there? And that helps retain people, helps them find a career path as well, and not just guess their way through the company. So the soft side of things is really important.
Well, you're absolutely right. We actually did quite a few classes for a group called Sustainable Workforce Alliance, which is basically teaching basic skills to groups of people. It was a funded by, I think it was a federal grant down to a state grant, and put quite a few people through that, just giving them basic skills, you know, how to manage their life and be able to work and things like that. So, I mean, that's there. And now we're working with, you know, Gavin and ISSA, and we have this big program we're rolling out through OSHA that, I mean, we'd love to train 1 million people across the US. You know, it's one of the problems with it is, like you said, you know, people being in the industry, and I'm looking at it as you need to train people to a professional level, or to at least be an essential level.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that Gavin had an issue with, where this whole industry, the cleaning industry, they're not considered essential employees.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, you know, you have these major hospitals where people that are sick are going in, but your employees that have to be there to clean it are essential. When there's curfews, they can't go.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a whole new way of thinking about this industry and elevating it. One of the examples he mentioned in the class was, if you're driving down the road and you see a traffic detail going on, you'll see a guy standing there with a stop or a slow sign. They have to go through training and be certified to do that. But the people cleaning your operating room, they don't. You know, so it's, you know, it's definitely a change. I think there's growing pains right now in the industry since COVID hit, but I think we're going in the right direction. So what do you got as far as, because I know you interview a lot of people also, any of the new technologies or electronic gizmos that are coming out?
Sure. So there's a lot, and I feel like you know a lot more on the IAQ side than I do. I mean, you introduced me to Air Answers and some others. So there's definitely a lot of technology on the IAQ side that you are far more well-versed to talk about than I am. But something like Air Answers, I would say, would be considered Restore Tech or InsureTech. They're both terms that we've heard. InsureTech is something that I would say it's another result of COVID, right? There was a lot of technology in the industry before, but the COVID made us push forward. We weren't in customers' homes as much, or we had to be more careful. We needed to be able to get remote readings or whatever that may be. So InsureTech talks about like the Bluetooth technology that you can get through like Phoenix, for example, on your DHUs or whatever, that's going to give you remote access to your readings or whatever. You still need to be sending people to the job site. This isn't taking away jobs. It's not that level of AI or anything where people are losing their jobs, but it can help you with your moisture readings and keep up on those things. Other examples would be like Matterport and DocuSketch, where you can do 3D scans of entire homes or businesses or whatever that may be in minutes. And then you have the fine details that, it used to be that estimators had to sketch it all out, and that took forever. And well, I don't know, I don't have a picture of that dresser. I don't know if we put something on it and nicked it. Well, if you do a Matterport beforehand, you can, if somebody says something's missing or got damaged, zoom in and see, was it damaged when we got to the site? Was it not? Finding specific areas of damage and what needs to be fixed. There's also a lot happening that I won't go into. There's a lot happening on the carrier side as well. A lot of the technology does have to do with getting paid and kind of expediting that process for contractors.
That's big down in Florida with the AOBs and all of that, which is still being an issue. I think one of the things that we didn't talk about, and I don't remember if we talked about it when we were at the last show, about the monitoring program that we're coming out with, or we've launched.
We did a little bit. So refresh me.
Well, it's a monitoring program where it's electronic devices that we put in environments, whether it's residential, commercial, or anything, that gives us 10 different parameters in real time over the internet that we're able to monitor. And what's different about this is it's not the customer that's monitoring it. It's our group of IAQ professionals that we monitor it, and we look for anomalies that are taking it out of range that will eventually cause problems. And then we notify the customer, we watch it, we help them analyze it, and then we put them in touch with IAQ professionals that can help them. You know, we're out of it at that point, other than directing them to the people that can help. Very positive response from that.
How do IAQ professionals get connected with you to be part of that? I understand that. Well, okay, I have multiple questions. First, how is this getting to the end user? Are contractors promoting this service when they're in homes or maybe doing a mold assessment or whatever? Are they recommending this, and is that the starting point?
Funny you should ask. Yes. There's several different programs, but the way that we are encouraging people to use it, there are portable kits, which are actually called IAQ doctor kits.
Okay.
You know, whether they're single units or multiple units for monitoring. I mean, this could do hundreds of units at a time. But when you walk in with this small kit, you set it up and you instantly are now getting readings being forwarded to the cloud where you can get reports when you're done. You can also see it in real time. What the goal of that is once the customer sees how their air quality is being maintained, that they are able to get the system for themselves. And it's sold through the contractors that are on site actually doing the assessment. Okay. So, you know, they're there, they're demonstrating it, they're using it in their assessment, and they're exposing the end user to it. We have made it where we are only letting the end users get it through trained contractors. Sure. We don't want people, you know, saying it's going to do things it won't, making false promises. So we make sure they're all trained and going through it in that way.
So how do contractors get the doctor kits?
Well, the easiest way is as a Normie member, you have full access to all the training. We do it. The training is free. So becoming a Normie member at join.normie.org gets you into that. You're able to take the training. It's online, and you're then exposed to all of the different technologies that are involved with that program, how it works. And then we walk you through it from there. And then you go out and you're able to sell this program for the Normie Pro monitoring is what it's called.
Who are you finding on the end user side are the most interested? Is it like homeowners with kids? Is it offices?
Pretty much anybody that sees the doctor kit being used, testing their environment. I mean, because they're instantly getting, which most people get now on any of the devices that are out there, temperature, relative humidity. But this also has CO2 levels. It has particulate levels at 10, 2.5, and 1 microns, which is the big thing right now in the industry of what's getting into the blood system, formaldehyde, and total VOCs or TVOCs, which are chemicals in the air. So it's a screening device that monitors 10 different things, including dew point. I'm sorry, that's also out there. And it will give us as the IAQ professionals a really good picture as to what's going on in real time and documenting it and letting the customer know that somebody else is watching for them if they're involved with the monitoring program. We've talked to a lot of people about the different monitors, and I've had them. I know you've talked with Doug. He's had all kinds of monitors for years. And, you know, you get the monitor in the first week, you're looking at it every few hours. Okay, it's good, it's good, it's good. You know, and within the second or third week, when's the last time you checked your monitor? A few weeks ago. Yeah. Well, do you know if anything's changed? No. We watch it continuously, and that's the big difference.
We have a radon system in our house that we had put in when we moved in because we know that there's radon in our area. And I think about that every once in a while that they, you know, when you first put it in, they tell you, okay, here's how, you know, here's the gauge to know when it's going, or, you know, you can kind of hear the fan running and all that. And it's like, I haven't looked at that thing in a year. I have no idea if it's really running or not. Hopefully.
Yeah. You know, when I do assessments and I talk with people, you know, I explain to them, I'm coming into the house with a new set of eyes. that they are there, they see something every day, they see it so often, they don't see it any longer.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the Blues Brothers movie?
Yes.
Well, there's a scene in there when the two brothers are talking to each other and they're talking about the Chicago trains going past their room, like 10 feet away. And he goes, how often do those trains go by? He goes, so often you won't even hear them.
Yes.
And that's really the same. It's really the same thing. You'll ask somebody, when's the last time you changed your filter? What filter? One for your air conditioning. We have one. How long have you lived here? 20 years. They just don't know. And these are true stories. These are the things that I ask people, and the way they've responded, they just don't know, because they don't see it on a rare occasion. They see it constantly, so they don't see it anymore. It's like being nose blind in a house that smells really bad. After 5 minutes, you don't smell it any longer. Same, well, for the most part, same kind of
It
situation.
depends on how bad it is. But a barn, yes, you can go into a barn and lose the smell. I'm thinking about anyway.
But again, it's going you with a new set of eyes and watching it from a different aspect. That's what the monitors do. They're in there watching all the time. They're not going to see something over and over and over and say, oh, that's normal, we're going to forget about it. If it's out of range, it's going to let us know.
Yes.
So that's the big difference.
That is really interesting. I wonder if I'm the type, I'm thinking through, if I had that in my house, I think I'd be so worried all the time, which is not the point. I know I tend to be a worrywart over house things. So, but excuse me, then you get to solve the problems, which would be great. And then I wouldn't worry. So,
well, and that's the whole thing. It may come across as worrying up front. People get nervous, like I'm being tested. No, you're not. We're just establishing what the norm is. And then if we've helped you get to a point where you're comfortable and it's improved the health condition of the home, there's nothing to be worried about. Just to be aware if something changes and goes out of whack. You know, if you have a big party at your house and you have 20 people there and all of a sudden your CO2 level goes way up, well, it's not something to be terrified about. It's just, hey, you had a party. You know?
You had a party. How many members does Normie have now?
Well, we've trained probably between 9,000 and 10,000 people. And we have people that come in and out of the industry, in and out of what we call active membership. It depends on what's going on. A lot of people do it as a part-time job. So, you know, the numbers really fluctuate because of that. But yeah, we've trained, I'd say, in that 8,000-10,000+ range over the years. I've been with Normie since 2006. And they started in 2004. So a lot of people.
That is a lot of people. I love it. All right,
So where do you think the industry is going next? Come on, get your crystal ball out. Let's see where we're going with this one. More high tech, more manpower, more let's stop and analyze what's really going on.
More technology, more AI for sure. I know that there are some really cool AI pieces that are going to be rolling out in the next year or so that are really going to help with estimating, especially. That's more on the, restoration and reconstruction side of things. But, people are never going to be replaced as this AI rolls out, but I think it's going to help considerably kind of even the playing field, hopefully level things out when they're in some of the more contentious areas of the industry, like TPAs and contractors and estimating platforms and all of that. So AI is one of them. I think that the industry is going to continue to grow. I think at any given time, people usually estimate that there's between 12 and 15,000 restoration companies in the US. I don't know how anybody actually knows that, because I think of like ServPros or Paul Davis's, or, the franchises, or mom and pop, 2 men in a truck type companies. They open and close every day. Right. So I don't know how you really can tell that number, but there was this big concern over the last 4 years of industry consolidation as the mergers and acquisitions kept ticking up. And there was a lull in the second half of 2022. I know that things are going to pick back up in 2023. They kind of have already with more acquisitions, but there was a really big concern that as the industry consolidated over the last few years, that there were going to be fewer companies. It was going to be much harder for the smaller independent companies to stay in business because some of the bigger companies would be eating the competition. And then, you know, you have a big player and a little player in one market who's going to survive. But again, going back to the state of the industry, everyone, like it was almost 100% of the companies who had somebody in their market purchased said that their company either increased their revenue or stayed the same, despite their competitor in their market being bought by somebody bigger. So I think that that's something to keep in mind for contractors, hopefully an area to take heart as you maybe see the consolidation continue over the next year or two. Interest rates are going to affect that and some other economic things, of course, but I do know that this trend is going to continue a little bit, not, I don't think to the degree it has been, but just know that even if that is happening, that doesn't mean that there isn't space for the smaller independents, because there absolutely is. And those are the backbone of the industry. I like to think Katie Smith, who is the president of the Restoration Industry Association Board of Directors, she calls herself an everyday restorer. And I like that. She and her husband run a company in Lillington, North Carolina, and it's a really successful company. It's very family oriented, all those things, and they have done just fine no matter what has happened in the industry. And that's kind of a perfect example. I know there are a lot of other companies in the same boat, so don't worry. Other trends, those are probably the two big ones. I don't know that workforce stuff is going to get any easier. Mike Rowe in a recent podcast, I can't remember where I heard it, but it's Mike Rowe said that for every 5 people leaving the trades right now, there's only 2 to replace them. Yeah. So it might be a little bit easier to hire people now just in general, but finding the skilled people in the trades, that's probably not going to get any easier.
That is a big issue. So we've got a long way from talking about CNR magazine.
That's okay.
Well, I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. Could you just give us an idea on some of the topics and things that you've been covering, or, you may tease us about what's coming up?
Sure. So CNR is a full media brand. So it's more than a magazine. Anybody who's listening, it's also all free. So you can go to cnrmagazine.com and sign up to get the print magazine or the digital edition. We have a podcast and social media channels, a YouTube channel, all of those things. So any resources you find there are brand new. I actually have a list, so let me pull this up here. So new things, we're launching a new masterclass for the industry. Last year, I did a masterclass on mergers and acquisitions, like we just talked about, with a pretty well-known broker in the industry. This year, we are doing a masterclass on profitability. I think that that's a big topic that people are talking about, how to run more efficient companies, more lean, those kind of things. So I will be bringing in 24 industry experts throughout 2023 to talk about very specific parts of the profitability puzzle. So I have somebody coming. These are only going to be 10 to 15 minute episodes a piece, super short, so you can listen and kind of move on with your day. But, I have people coming in to talk about like modern HR and what that looks like, to talk about how to scaling your business, company culture and how that relates, understanding your numbers, organizational structure and what that can look like to help with your profitability. All 24 people that are going to be part of this have a different angle related to profitability, but they're experts in that area. Like their company has really excelled in that area. So they will be coming in to do that. So be on the lookout for those coming soon. We will be doing the State of the Industry again later in the year. We will voting for the Golden Quill Award, which goes to the best contributor of an R&R or CNR. Ooh, did you hear that? That's the first time I've ever done that. CNR article in the year. That voting opens up pretty soon. We also, which I love, we do an Unsung Heroes Award. So the nominations for that will open this summer, but the idea is to recognize people within restoration and cleaning companies that might not otherwise get a big award or get recognized on a big scale. So kind of those quiet heroes behind the scenes, right? So unsung heroes, anyway. So there's 3 categories. There's an office or I'm sorry, let me back up. So there's like C-suite category, admin category, and field category. So in field is, estimators, project managers, technicians. Office covers sales managers, ops, marketing, those kind of people. And then C-suite is, of course, like owners, GMs, CEOs, those type of people. So we reward that to 3 people every year. It'll be awarded in the fall. So I think that that's a really fun thing that we do to try to recognize those unsung heroes that are within every company that might not otherwise get recognized. And I think that that's important.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna throw something at you now that you may or may not be ready for. Do you have any questions for me that I may or may not answer?
That you may or may not answer. Well, I'm curious, how many classes does Normie put on in it? Like in a week, I guess. Let's go there, because it seems like there's always something going on. There are always classes to attend. Let's start there.
Well, the easiest way to say that is we have static online courses that are available anytime.
Yep.
We also do on-site courses that we, especially when we're down in our classroom down in Fort Lauderdale, we're able to simulcast over our Zoom platform. We actually have it working like as a TV studio at this point. So the customer or student experience at home is almost like being in the classroom. So we're doing that. That's several times a month. We're doing that. We're doing English and Spanish classes also. We're constantly putting out newer technologies. I know we have the more advanced classes out now covering some of those technologies, but these are being taught by people like Michael Pinto. Gavin's come in, Doug Hoffman. We have Mo Zulawaga, who does a lot of our Spanish classes. We have Maxine that does our Spanish classes. So we have a bunch of other teachers that have also come in. So we're doing classes now all over. We're looking to expand out to the West Coast this year, if possible. And there's going to be some international stuff coming really soon.
That's awesome.
So there'll be more on that. And that's one of the reasons that we've been doing so much with our TV channel, Normie.tv, because people are hearing about us and asking questions. And because of the different time changes and stuff that we're dealing with, or time differences, not changes, people can go to Normie.tv anytime and see interviews, see different trainings that we've done. And these aren't video on demand. These are continuously going. We will also interrupt that and go with live broadcasts at times in between the other recorded live broadcasting.
Yes. Okay.
So to answer your question, it's all different.
Yeah.
During the holidays, you back down a little bit because people are just losing their minds and going in different directions.
Yes.
But now it's ramping up and we got a lot of classes going again.
How are you so tech forward? Like, this industry is not known for being super tech savvy, but Normie clearly is. I mean, the ability to live stream classes, you have Normie TV, you can get classes online at any time. Like, that's honestly something very, very lacking in the industry. So how have you managed to be so tech forward?
Well, Doug Hoffman, our executive director, is very open to these types of ideas, reaching out to the community. And to him, it's all about giving back. And the only way to do that is be able to reach people that need the help. So when we come up with these different platforms and ways of reaching out, as long as it's something that makes sense to do it, we're going to try to do it. My background is very different than what's really in this industry. So I come from an industry where make it work is pretty much the mantra. So what do we need to do? Okay, we'll make it work. And that's kind of how we do that. And technology is the way to do it.
Yeah, it is. I totally agree. I have enjoyed in my infancy of business growth here, leveraging technology and doing things differently than I've seen things done in the past. And it really does make life and work and all of that better and easier and higher quality for everybody. So I'm impressed with everything that Normie does.
Well, this is my chance to throw it out to everybody that's watching. This is going to be on Normie.tv, IndoorAirQuality.tv, a YouTube channel, which is the Normie Live YouTube channel, the Twitch network, which is live, DLive, which is live. We're actually on a South Korean platform, Africa, AFREECA, which is another broadcasting platform, and LinkedIn Live and Facebook Live. So we push all of our stuff out there across all these different platforms for people to be able to get to it in whichever manner they need to. You know, if somebody's not in their office, clicking on a video on demand to watch is difficult, but there's platforms where they can get right on their cell phone. They can listen to it as a podcast. We're just trying to make it easy for everybody.
Well, that is impressive. Keep up the good work. And what about this new OSHA training? When is that rolling out where you're hoping to get a whole bunch of people through this training?
It's rolled out. Right now we're doing a lot with Train the Trainers. And that's a big thing. We need a lot of trainers to reach a lot of people, which is going to happen very quickly. So that has started.
Who are the ideal trainers for that? Who are you
I'm
looking
sorry?
for? Who are the ideal trainers? Like, who are you looking for trainers?
Well, people that are obviously in the industry. I mean, one of the things that we look for at Normie is all of our trainers are still working in the industry.
Okay.
You know, the expression, those that can't do, teach. Well, we want the people that are doing and teaching, you know, so for me, that would be one of the most important things. The second one is people that have an interest of giving back to the community, because there's a personal investment in this, not monetarily, but you're investing your time, your energy, and your passion to want to teach people that really have not been exposed to this industry. You know, it's your essential workers at the lowest level that have to be there, have to be trained how to be safe and how to do the job right. So, I mean, those are the biggest things that I think are important. There's other criteria, obviously, you know, you don't want people with criminal backgrounds and stuff like that, you know, going after teaching. And you need self-starters, people that are motivated to go out and run a class on their own.
Sure.
So there's a lot of different criteria. Gavin's on top of all that. He's doing a great job with it. And you're going to see big changes over the next year or so.
I love it. Well, congrats on all that you're doing and Normie TV and all that. And it's always a pleasure seeing you at shows and chatting and catching up and all the things.
Well, we got a bunch of shows coming up this year. I hope to see you there.
I am sure that we will cross paths more than once.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank you for all your time, and we'll chat some more. This was fun.
Thanks, Lance. Thank you very much.
August 2005. It'll be a memory etched into the minds of those of us who lived through and survived Hurricane Katrina and Rita. As devastating as the 150 miles per hour winds were, no one could imagine the inconceivable costs in terms of loss of human life and property that the failure of the levees caused when it flooded nearly 1/3 of the city of New Orleans. With over 275,000 homes lost on the Gulf Coast as a result of the hurricane, 10 times as many as any other natural disaster in U.S. history, the city of New Orleans continues to deal with the results of homes flooded to the rooftop, unparalleled mold infestation, and potential health issues for the residents who remained to salvage what they could. Information and misinformation has been mixed together, and vulnerable property owners have been faced with the daunting task of trying to sort out the truth. And so the lessons are clear. Prepare when you can for whatever flooding might occur, not only for the potential, but for the aftermath. And whether a natural disaster or the result of someone's mistake, anyone and everyone can suffer the devastating effects of flooding. My name's Doug Hoffman, and I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. The information you're about to hear is designed to provide steps, guidance, and assistance for reacting to flood conditions in your structure. In most situations, a common reaction to a water flood event is to simply react and plan afterwards. Tunnel vision or over-focusing on the emergency can, at times, distract or omit safety concerns, and poor planning can leave you to fend for yourself after the storm is over. Caution and common sense should always be employed before any action takes place, and I hope this presentation will help you focus on the real issues both before the potential flood and consider the solutions available to you in the aftermath. Without a plan, the results of a water flood event will be worse than you've imagined, so there are several things I'm going to ask you to consider during these first few minutes we have together. The integrity of the structural systems may have been compromised depending on the nature and degree of the event. In all cases, if you are unsure of how to proceed or to create a safe environment to work in, contact a professional to assist you. A major concern in flooding situations are the utility services. Wet or submerged electrical devices, outlets, and wires can energize the area you're working in. The risk of electrical shock, burns, or even death must be eliminated before proceeding. This may require the power company to deactivate your service. And of course, natural gas and propane sources should also be protected, secured, or deactivated. This would include pilot lights, heat sources, and gas storage tanks. Depending on the severity of the water event, structural integrity should be considered in regards to the foundations. Foundation support could be weakened or damaged, allowing structural collapse. And with the utility and structural concerns addressed, the next major concern is the source of the water. Common sources of a water loss are as follows: a broken or leaking pipe from a drinkable water source, sewage or septic lines, groundwater, or a combination of those sources. And of course, you have to be concerned about the sewage and septic lines when you consider some of not only the sources, but the problems that could result after a flood. A general rule of thumb would be to consider any water that you would not drink as being contaminated. This would include water coming in contact with chemicals, human and animal waste, debris, and other unknowns. Protecting yourself is one of the important first steps post some water event. Exposing your skin, your eyes, your lungs, your nose, even your throat to contaminated water can create a wide range of health issues that may not appear for days after the exposure. I want to talk about personal protection equipment because that should be used while you're in the contaminated environment. Personal protection equipment can include a wide range of items, including boots, clothing, gloves, goggles, and even a mask. We recommend, under normal conditions, a N95 or dust mask that you can find pretty much anywhere. In some situations, the contamination levels are so high that you might even require a respirator. But each situation would require different types or combination of these types of protection. With safety and health concerns addressed, corrective action can then be taken. One of the most important things to consider with respect to corrective action is time. Time is your enemy. Once materials get wet or contaminated, damage and additional contamination growth is exponential. A clean water loss, if not corrected, can promote mold growth in as little as 24 to 48 hours. And contaminations due to sewage or unknown water sources will simply exacerbate the problem. Drying materials and surfaces in the least amount of time should be of the utmost urgency, and oftentimes power is not available, and so having a generator available will be a great source of power for some of the tools that you'll need to dry out the areas that have been flooded. Unfortunately, this may require removal and discarding of flooring materials, wallboard, and furniture. Many material and items can be salvaged depending on the contamination source, the time of exposure, the cost, treatment available, and resources. But a flood affecting a widespread area could reduce the available resources for that area. Not only do you not have electrical service, but you may not have access to floor fans or heaters or dehumidifiers or even an ozone machine that might help eliminate some of the potential contamination that you'll be dealing with after a flood. The following suggestions may not be appropriate in all situations. However, in all situations, safety must be the primary concern. Prior to or during a developing flood condition, remove any movable items, at least as many as you can, to higher ground and secure those locations if possible. Of course, the order in which those items should be removed is a personal decision, but things to consider are the cost of that item, the sentimental value, proximity to the flood, maybe the ability for it to be moved and the practicality of it. Removing items such as furniture and floor coverings prior to getting saturated will make the cleanup process, of course, much easier. Structural and decorative materials such as wallboard and carpeting are a major problem once they get wet. Most of these materials absorb moisture and can expand the damage beyond the water level. Wallboard and other materials such as pressboard or OSB oriented strand board allow water to travel in an upward direction well above the water line. An example would be wallboard in as little as 1 inch of water can wick or draw moisture upward several feet. This also creates a problem inside the wall cavity which cannot be reached or cleaned. The rule of thumb is to remove the wallboard a foot to a foot and a half above the highest identified wet area of the wall. This will allow access for drying and cleaning building materials in the wall cavities. Up to this point, we've described different conditions, causes, and precautions. In the next section, we want to describe pre-planning and corrective measures. The preparation checklist. As mentioned earlier, safety is the most important issue to consider. You know, taking the important stuff with you is, of course, a great way to prepare for what may be coming. But what can you do to plan for the aftermath of the flooding? That must be considered too. Electrical and gas services must be secured before entering a flooded area. You know, as a side note, an improperly connected generator at a neighbor's home could energize service at your home even if the utility company has cut power in the area. This type of situation could cause an unknown and unexpected risk. With the utilities secured, standing and running water should also be avoided. The health effects from unknown contaminants against your skin is a concern, in addition to the power of moving water. Did you know that just 6 inches of rushing water is capable of moving a parked vehicle? Losing your footing or being struck by debris, these are risks you need to consider. Assuming that the water is receding or the water source leak has been stopped, the next phase of the process can be started. Drying is one of the most important things you can do to reduce your loss. Contacting a remediation or drying company should be your first option. Pre-planning and contacting a restoration company before an imminent flood may place you on a response list if a wide area has been affected. Other options could include contacting the local fire department to have your basement or lower levels pumped out, renting pump equipment and generators prior to the flood while they're still available, and arranging for alternate lodging in the event your building becomes uninhabitable. Remember, the larger the area that's affected by the flood, the less resources will be available to you or your contractor. Here are a few internet resources for finding qualified contractors and some definitions we think you should know to protect yourself. NormiePro.com is a great resource for you to find certified mold assessors, inspectors, remediators, and other indoor air quality specialists, and you can find those certified contractors by your zip code. ServiceMagic.com is another great resource for construction contractors throughout the United States, and you can find them by the type of work they do and by your zip code. And then, of course, EnvironmentalExpert.com. To avoid being taken advantage of by a contractor,